Welcome to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Here, you will obtain extraordinary power. Chen Yi jolted awake as the voice echoed in his mind. Where am I? He found himself lying on a pile of dry hay. As his vision adjusted, he realized he was inside a crude wooden hut. The walls were rough and poorly fitted, gaps between the planks letting in thin slivers of light from outside. The entire room was bare. No furniture. No tools. Nothing. Before he could process more, a translucent curtain of light unfolded in front of his eyes. Lines of text appeared one after another. This is the Black Iron World, Kanglan Continent. All Blue Star humans between the ages of 16 and 50 have been transported here. Physical attributes have been reset. There are 10,000 regions on the Kanglan Continent. Each region contains 100,000 people. You have been assigned to Region 8888. A spatial barrier exists between regions. Crossing is impossible. Friendly reminders follow. Tip 1. Each participant receives a 3-day protection period. During this time, monsters will not spawn near your shelter. Do not stray too far from the cabin or monsters will kill you. Tip 2. Treasure chests and survival resources exist nearby. Explore carefully to secure materials needed to survive. This is a real world. You can be injured. You can starve. You can die. Tip 3. Monster levels in the Black Iron World range from level 1 to level 10. The maximum profession level is also 10. In 100 days, this world will be destroyed. To survive, you must defeat your region's boss and unlock the passage to the next bronze world. Tip 4. Killing members of the same race on the battlefield of 10,000 races will result in punishment. Counterattacks carry no penalty. Please exercise restraint. Coexistence is the only path forward. Tip 5. Everyone will draw one initial talent. Talent ranks range from F to SSS. F-class talent. Slightly superior to ordinary people. Smarter, stronger, nothing more. E-class talent. A genius among ordinary people. Exceptionally gifted in specific fields. D-class talent. Leaders of their era. World champions. Figures who push civilization forward. C-class talent. Monsters among humanity. Once-in-a-century existences. Comparable to legendary figures. B-class talent. Superhuman. Possessing extraordinary abilities such as elemental control, immense strength, or reinforced bodies. A-class talent. A further evolution of power. Similar in nature to B-class, but vastly stronger. S-class talent. At full growth, comparable to a legendary land immortal. Abilities that defy conventional rules. SS-class talent. The pinnacle of a single domain. Ultimate offense, defense, magic, or strength. SSS-class talent. A power only true gods may possess. At its peak, creation or destruction of worlds is but a thought. SSS talents are unique. Tip 6. After drawing your talent, you may choose a profession. Available professions. Warrior, mage, priest, knight, archer, assassin. Choose wisely. Your talent determines your future. The game has begun. Enjoy yourselves. Chen Yi stared at the glowing text, his thoughts racing. So, I've really been transported? A survival game involving all races? A god's twisted amusement? Are there other worlds? Other species? He took a deep breath and steadied himself. Speculation could wait. Survival could not. At that moment, another voice sounded. Please open the system panel and extract your assigned talent. Chen Yi frowned. System panel? He focused his thoughts instinctively. A new interface materialized. Regional channel. World channel. Exchange. Friends. Character. Pet. Profession. Talent. Storage space. He tapped the regional channel. Online users. 100,000. Messages flooded in. I want to go back. I've worked my whole life and haven't even enjoyed it yet. What kind of hell is this place? I spawned in a cabin next to a cliff. I can't see the bottom. I hear wolves outside. Someone save me. Haha, transmigration at last. Where's my system? Talent draw. Profession select. I'm about to dominate the world. Upstairs, you read web novels too? VIP reader here. I wasted my money. Useless. Chen Yi closed the channel and opened the talent panel. The screen transformed into a massive spinning wheel. Above it glowed a single option. Extract talent. Without hesitation, Chen Yi pressed it. The wheel spun violently, blurring into streaks of light before vanishing altogether. A voice rang out. Congratulations! You have obtained the unique EX rank talent, Infinite Plunder. Infinite Plunder. Rank, EX. Effect 1. By killing living beings, you may plunder their talents. When talents of the same type exist, higher-ranked talents automatically overwrite and merge with lower ones. Identical talents may fuse into stronger variants. Effect 2. Plundered talents receive a hundredfold enhancement. Additional permissions. Locked. Pending unlock. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed. EX rank. For the first time since arriving in this world, a dangerous spark of excitement ignited in his gaze. Chen Yi stared at the EX rank talent on the screen, and his brain stalled for a full second. An EX talent, the only one. The earlier notices never even mentioned this rank. And the effect was outrageous. Plunder talents from kills, then amplify them a hundredfold. Forget SSS. If this kept scaling, even an SSS talent might end up looking ordinary once it was in his hands. And that follow-up authority, still locked. The front part was already terrifying. What kind of monster would the later permissions be? He didn't dare guess. Now came the next step, choosing a profession. Chen Yi opened the profession panel. 6 options appeared. Warrior. Growth. +1 to all attributes per level, plus an extra +1 strength. Starter skill. Whirlwind Slash. Mage. Growth. +1 intelligence extra. Starter skill. Fireball. Priest. Growth. +0.5 intelligence, +0.5 constitution. Starter skill. Healing. Knight. Growth. +0.5 strength, +0.5 constitution. Starter skill. Blessing of power. Archer. Growth. +0.5 strength, +0.5 agility. Starter skill. Precision shooting. Assassin. Growth. +1 agility extra. Starter skill. Backstab. Chen Yi scanned the details and made the same conclusion again and again. His talent was a late-game monster. But to reach late game, he had to survive early game. In this environment, the safest pick was obvious. Warrior? Too direct. Too risky. Mage? Fireball wasn't bad, but range and reliability felt questionable. Priest? Healing alone wouldn't stop a monster from tearing him apart. Knight? Still a frontliner. Still face-to-face. Assassin? Double damage from behind sounded great, until the target didn't die and turned around. Archer had distance. Archer had control. If he couldn't win, he could run. All he needed was one clean kill to start plundering. Decision made. Chen Yi tapped Archer. You have chosen Archer as your profession. Your attributes have been adjusted. You have learned the starter skill, Precision Shooting. Precision Shooting, arrow hit rate plus 10%. You have obtained Novice Wooden Longbow, 10 arrows. Rewards have been delivered to storage space. Chen Yi opened storage space. A wooden longbow and a bundle of arrows lay neatly inside. Novice Wooden Longbow. Damage, 1 to 3. Description, a longbow made from elm wood. Tough, stable, and suitable for bow making. Wooden arrow. Damage, 1. Description, though crude, it still has decent penetration. He pulled them out. The moment the bow settled into his hands, a surge of muscle memory flooded him, natural and sharp, like he'd been training for years. Fingers found the grip. Shoulders aligned. Breath steadied. System granted proficiency. Chen Yi opened his character panel. Chen Yi. Profession, Archer. Level, 1, 0% EXP. Strength, 1.5. Constitution, 1. Agility, 1.5. Intelligence, 1. Equipment, Novice Wooden Longbow. Talent, Infinite Plunder. Skill, Precision Shooting. Introduction, an ordinary Archer panel, except your talent gives you limitless possibilities. Everything was set. He looked out through the doorway. A forest stood in the distance, drowned in fog so thick it looked like it could swallow sound. Whatever was inside, he couldn't see. His chest tightened. Before today, he was just an ordinary person. Here, one mistake wasn't injury. It was death. 3 days of protection, but that didn't mean safety. It just meant time. And time was something he couldn't waste. There were supplies nearby. Treasure chests too. If that was true, then the plan was simple. Take everything. Now, Chen Yi stepped out. Only then did he understand his cabin's position, built on a patch of open grassland. The forest was in front. Behind was more grass and more fog, the mist spreading like a boundary line around his shelter. No cover. No obstacles. Nowhere to hide. When monsters started spawning after 3 days, his cabin would be the first target. Urgency hit like a punch. His throat was dry. His stomach felt hollow. No food, no water yet. Then something caught his eye. A flash of reflected light. Chen Yi narrowed his gaze. 10 meters from the cabin sat a black iron chest. He scanned the surroundings once, twice, forcing himself to breathe steadily, then jogged over. The chest was dark metal, covered in pale silver patterns. It looked heavy, cold, and real. Chen Yi didn't hesitate. He opened it. Inside were 3 pieces of rye bread, a 2.5-liter bottle of Farmer's mineral water, and a ring. Food and water came first. He stored both immediately. Then he picked up the ring. It was pale blue and icy against his skin. The moment he held it, a small light curtain rose. Precision ring. Hit, +1. Description: a ring forged from water copper. Marked, Jiao Qiming. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. A stat ring on day 1. He slipped it onto his finger. Cold metal tightened around his skin, and the feeling was simple and satisfying. Good. Very good.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Put the ring on. Chen Yi could feel his eyes brighter. This increases the hit ring. The next fight against yourself. Very helpful. Subsequently, Chen Yi continued to search around the wooden house. Finally, Chen Yi found 3 more wooden treasure chests. The supplies are as follows. A 500g piece of compressed dry food. A 1.5-liter bottle of Coca-Cola. 3 rolls of toilet paper. Look at the supplies you get. Chen Yi thought in his heart. Perhaps the materials around here can only last for 3 days. 3 days later. Seek more happiness. Looking at the foggy forest in the distance, Chen Yi thought again and again in his mind. Decided to explore it now. He did not consider the grassland behind him. It is entirely because the grassland has no shelter and it is easy to be attacked to death. In the forest, there are also trees to deter. Subsequently, I ate 2 mouthfuls of compressed dry food and drank half a bottle of Coke. Take a break. After regaining stamina, holding a longbow and an arrow, Chen Yi walked in the direction of the forest. The remaining arrows are placed in the storage space. Take it as you go. Come to the edge of the forest. Chen Yi looked down the fog and found that the visibility was very low. Only 20 meters away. But for Chen Yi, that was enough. Step. Just stepped into the fog. A voice suddenly came from Chen Yi's ear. Warning, the fog is dangerous. Please be careful. Ignore it. Chen Yi continued to walk forward cautiously. The trees here are sparse, and the air smells of rotting trees. Step on the leaves that have been piled up for many years below. There was a creaking sound. Whoosh! At this moment, a dark shadow flashed not far in front of Chen Yi. After seeing the bow in Chen Yi's hand clenched tightly. Bend the bow. Take an arrow. All in one go. And the appearance of the shadow also appeared in front of Chen Yi at this moment. It was a blue rabbit. While watching the surroundings alertly, while nibbling on the new shoots of the trees. Wind rabbit. Grade 1. Basic strength, 0.7. Basic constitution, 0.5. Basic agility, 1.5. Basic intelligence, 0.1. Talent, wind walk. Wind step, F grade, permanently increase own movement speed by 10%. Skill none. Introduction. The hurricane rabbits living in the Forest of Thousand Winds have been attacked by the wind element all the year round, and they already have the ability to control the wind. Look at the wind rabbit in front of him. Chen Yi was a little excited. It turned out to be called the Forest of Thousand Winds. Is it possible that as long as he kills this wind rabbit, its talent will also be plundered by him? Subsequently, Chen Yi aimed at wind rabbit. Whoosh! Wooden arrows shoot out. As soon as the hurricane rabbit became alert, the arrow passed through his body. The arrow remains unabated. He directly nailed the hurricane rabbit to the tree trunk next to him. Looking at the hurricane rabbit who was still struggling on the arrows, Chen Yi was a little surprised. Are the monsters in this world so tenacious? Immediately run over. Towards the head of the hurricane rabbit, he punched it, accompanied by the sound of the blast rabbit's skull shattering. The rabbit has no more life. A golden light. At this moment, it came out from the body of Hurricane Rabbit and flowed directly into Chen Yi's body. Chen Yi's experience bar has been increased by a small amount. At the same time, a voice sounded in the ear. Congratulations, you successfully plundered the Hurricane Rabbit talent, Hurricane Walk. Wind step is increased by 100 times, and the increase is speed of wind. Speed of the wind. Grade, degrade. Effect, increases own movement speed by 50% and attack speed by 50%. Chen Yi looked at the speed of the D-class wind. Could it be that? Is there a tenfold gap between the talents of each rank? F-level talent, the increase is D-level. D-level talent, the increase is B-level. B-level talent, the increase is S-level. And so on. Pull out the arrow. Hold the corpse of the wind rabbit and put it in the storage space. Time stands still in the storage space. What you put in is what you take out. At the same time, Chen Yi felt that his body was being transformed. The internal texture of the muscles of the arms and legs is undergoing drastic changes. Movement speed and attack speed have become faster. Chen Yi could even feel that he could run within 10 seconds of his 100-meter run. To know, before crossing, he's just a fat man who can't even run in for 15 seconds. But now after obtaining speed of wind, it's already comparable to the top athletes in the world. Not to mention the increased attack speed. Shots become quicker. For archers, this is the capital of a life. Got the speed of wind talent. Chen Yi became more confident. It can be said, as long as you don't hit monsters that are too fast, then he wouldn't be hurt at all. Subsequently, Chen Yi continued to walk deeper. The blood-stained arrow from before. It was also taken back by Chen Yi and used as a waste. With depth, the surrounding fog became thicker. From the original visibility of 20 meters to the current visibility of 10 meters. Chen Yi also kept marking the surrounding trees. Prevent yourself from getting lost. At this time, a dark shadow flashed. Chen Yi is extremely proficient in bending bows and arrows. Next second. Whoosh! The arrow hit the shadow with great precision. Look carefully. It was a hurricane rabbit. At this time, he was nailed to the ground, and the ground was full of blood. The body is still shaking, but there is no ability to escape. Now, under the blessing of the speed of wind talent, Chen Yi's strength is already incomparable. Skillfully tossing the corpse of the rabbit into the storage space. Continue to search with that arrow. As the time goes, Chen Yi encounters more and more hurricane rabbits. 5 arrows were broken. But every time, Chen Yi can kill with one hit. Just when Chen Yi felt extremely tired, a golden light shone from his body. He upgraded. The upgrade has dispelled some of the fatigue, and his various qualities have also been enhanced. It's a pity for Chen Yi. Except for the wind rabbit. Never encountered other monsters. Talent still only plundered one. At this moment, it's getting dark too. The fog turned from white to gray. Chen Yi saw this. Just follow the marked path back. After all, in the dark, the dangers encountered are far more than during the day. When we got back to the hut, it was completely dark. The cabin was pitch black by now. Then Chen Yi opened the system panel. System panel light illuminated the entire cabin. The time displayed by the system is 19.56. That is 8 p.m. As a night owl who sleeps at 2 a.m. all year round, Chen Yi couldn't sleep. Then he walked out of the hut. Looking at the sky, the moon of this world is obviously a few laps larger than that of the previous world. There are not many stars around. There is a huge difference from the previous life. Grassland in the distance. There were several wolf howls. Hear this. Chen Yi was overjoyed. Make up one's mind. Going to explore the grassland tomorrow. I don't know what this wolf's talent will be. Idle bored. Chen Yi leaned against the wall and opened the chat panel. 8888 regional channel. Online number 99867. See the number of people online. Chen Yi was shocked. Good guy. Those who are not online seem to be dead. Regional channel chat information is constantly refreshed. I'm so hurt. They're eating my legs. Who can help me? Good guy, as soon as I came up, I saw such a hot news. Live it to see who is eating you. +1. Monsters won't be refreshed around the wooden house in the first 3 days. How could you be attacked by monsters? At first glance, it looks like a middle. 2 boy directing and acting. It's so boring to stay. Is there a girl? Can the big eagle and cute girl be okay? Huh. I have drawn the A-level talent, Flame Walker, a transferred mage. Since we are all in the same area, we will definitely meet in the future. I formed an organization called Batian Alliance. If you want to join, you can add the words Batian League after your nickname. Wow, I was surprised to see the A-level boss. My talent is only a B-level. Whoa, you are in Versailles upstairs. My talent is only F-level. It just makes me a little stronger. Me too. Isn't it very rare for people with advanced talents like them? Of course. Didn't you read the extraction probability in the talent introduction? The probability of getting an A-level talent is 1 in a million, and a B-level one is 1 in 100,000. These two are definitely the strongest in our region. What? The probability is so low. I have drawn a D-level talent, and it seems that my heart is not so unbalanced. Who said no? The probability of drawing a D-level talent is 1 in 1,000. You are already the Emperor of Europe. Has anyone drawn an S-rank talent? Definitely not. The probability of drawing an S-rank talent is 1 in 10 million. There are already A-rank talents in our area. Can there still be S-rank talents? That's right, I really don't know who can be so lucky to be able to draw S-level talent. Wash and sleep, don't think about it. Just when everyone was discussing in full swing, a different voice came out. I'm starving to death. Does anyone have something to eat? Isn't there a treasure chest around the wooden house? The food in there can last a few days. Whoa, there is nothing to eat in the treasure chests around me. Just 3 lighters and a piece of leather armor. Then you are too weak. I don't want to either. Chen Yi saw it. Couldn't help but be moved. In this case, is it possible to exchange the meat of Hurricane Rabbit for his equipment and lighters? Want to make a fire? It wouldn't be possible without a lighter. The man shouted on the regional channel for a long time, but no one responded to him. At this stage, after all, food is the most important. Although his lighter is also important, raw food is not inedible. No one will foolishly take out and exchange. Just when the person was about to give up, Chen Yi privately chatted with him through his nickname. Friend, do you need something to eat? The speed of the other party's reply is very fast. Almost back in seconds. Yes, I want to eat. I'm starving to death. Chen Yi saw this. I directly took out a screenshot of a hurricane rabbit and sent it. Then the lion opened his mouth. 2 lighters, 1 of your leather armor. If you want to change it, change it. If you don't change it, it will be pulled down. The other side only hesitated for 3 seconds. Information back. Okay, I agree, but how to deal? Go to the exchange with the barter model. It is good. Subsequently, the two go through the barter model. Items were exchanged. In Chen Yi's storage space, there are also 2 more windproof lighters and a piece of leather armor. Wolfskin armor. Defense 3. Introduction. The armor made of wolfskin has a certain ability to resist attacks, but it cannot defend against penetrating attacks. Armor is good. Chen Yi put it on when he was going to kill wolves tomorrow. Also increase your own safety. At this time, the man returned the message. Boss, you killed monsters on the first day. Your talent must be very strong. Well, what's wrong? I have a piece of news here. I want to change another rabbit. I don't know if you want to change it, boss. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. It's the first day you came in. Can you have any secret news? Where did you get this news from? I am a voodoo sect, and our voodoo sect members received oracles before they came. Our god is now fighting in the 7th layer world. In order to allow us to develop as soon as possible, he gave us a lot of secret information. I want to exchange a message with you. I don't know if I can. See what this guy looks like. Chen Yi thought for a while. I now have more than 100 hurricane rabbits. Even if this guy lied to himself. Only lost 1. I also know the nickname of this guy, and the avatar is also based on his real person. After encountering it, you can directly clean up this guy. Subsequently, Chen Yi returned the message. Well, I'll change. Chen Yi directly gave this guy a hurricane rabbit. After a while, a long text with thousands of words. Sent directly by that guy. Chen Yi looked at the long text carefully. The brows are getting more and more wrinkled. Unexpectedly, there are so many secrets in this world. The first is the destruction of the world. They say to kill the regional boss. But killing regional bosses has another benefit. That is to get a permission. Permissions. It is a battlefield for survival of all races, second only to talent. If you kill the regional boss in this Black Iron world, you will get the Black Iron First Level Authority. The First Level Authority can ban professionals who are lower than their authority from the regional and world channels. You can also receive various permission rewards for free every week. This is just one level of authority. More advanced permissions have a more powerful effect. There is also a message. Very important. It's about humans. Because humans do not have the innate gifts that other races have. It is the only race that can draw talents at the start. After being found out by some bigwigs in the 7th layer world. Because of the fear that the human race will appear to be the strongest. Direct joint use of advanced permissions reduces the experience and explosion rate of killing monsters for all ethnic groups by 90%. That is to say, the rate of human development. It was directly slowed down tenfold. Chen Yi was still very shocked when he saw the news. No wonder he killed more than 100 hurricane rabbits today to level up. Nothing exploded. It turned out that the experience and explosion rate were reduced by 90%. Moment. Chen Yi hated the group of big guys who had never met. Wait until you go to the 7th layer world. Directly plunder all your talents. So much news. But very practical. Chen Yi sent a thank you message. Thank you, I remember it. Rabbit meat is always delicious. You can eat it too. Haha, yes. See you later. Okay. Chen Yi felt that his stomach was already growling. Perhaps. Really can eat. Smoked a piece of wood from the beam. Fold into sections. Chen Yi directly ignited the fire with straw. A brief treatment of the epidermis and viscera of the hurricane rabbit. Then it was roasted wearing a hurricane with broken arrows. Soon, a smell of meat came. Chen Yi ate the rind first. Just feel the crispy rosin. Even if there is no seasoning for this wind rabbit, it is still delicious. I ate 2 in a row. Chen Yi just felt a little satiety. Upgrade and transfer, plus after obtaining D-level talent. Significantly more than before. Eat and drink well. Chen Yi lay on the straw pile and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yi ate 2 more roasted blast rabbits and drank half a liter of water. Solve physical problems. Immediately set off. The grassland in the morning is full of dewdrops. And came the smell of green grass. Chen Yi walked among them. The pants were half wet. Slimy and uncomfortable. Chen Yi looked around cautiously. The fog in the grassland is lighter than that in the forest. Visibility is around 50 meters. That's enough. Chen Yi stepped forward carefully. And from time to time marks are made on the ground. Probably at the time of walking 1,300 steps. Chen Yi saw a lonely wolf. The wolf's fur was dull and looked extremely thin. Lying on the grass to sleep. Obviously. An old wolf abandoned by the wolves. Prairie wolf. Level 3. Basic strength 3.1. Basic physique 2.2. Basic agility 3.5. Basic intelligence 0.1. Talent, Call of the Wild. Call of the Wild, Class F, voice can call allies, permanently increasing physical attack power by 5%. Skill none. Introduction. The strength of the alpha wolf who was expelled by the tribe is far from its peak state. Look at the old wolf in front of him. Chen Yi was calm. Hands are not idle. Bend the bow. Take an arrow. The bowstring is drawn to its fullest. And where Chen Yi is aiming, it is the neck of the prairie wolf. The physique of this coyote has 2.2 points. Much stronger than the hurricane. A one-shot fatality must be pursued. Whoosh! The arrow flew towards the old wolf with the sound of breaking through the air. And the old wolf seemed to sense danger. Immediately opened his eyes. But it was too late. Not waiting for the body to make any move. Chen Yi's arrow pierced through his neck. Ow! With just a low whimper, the old wolf's throat was blocked by the blood gushing out of the aorta in his throat. At the same time, a voice came from Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you successfully plundered the coyote talent, Call of the Wild. Call of the Wild is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Wild Rage. Wild Fury. Grade D. Effect: you and your pets permanently increase the physical attack power by 50%. See this Wild Rage. Chen Yi is very satisfied. Although he doesn't have a pet yet, he has already increased his physical attack power by 50%. If I just shot this old wolf myself, and I still need to target the weak point to attack. Not at all now. The 2D level talents, Speed of Wind and Wild Rage, are close by. Chen Yi's strength has been greatly improved. Now, Chen Yi is full of confidence. Throw the old wolf corpse into the storage space. Continue to look forward. As the sun rises, the dense fog on the grassland has also faded. The visibility has also reached 100 meters. For Chen Yi, that's enough. Soon, Chen Yi went around a slope. A pack of wolves. Just like that, he appeared in front of Chen Yi's sight. Counted carefully. There are 7 coyotes in total. It's a small pack of wolves. And all eyes are sharp, and the front paws are flashing with cold light. At first glance, he is in his prime. Definitely not comparable to the old wolf before. Look at those sturdy prairie wolves. Chen Yi began to think about countermeasures. All these wolves must be killed while ensuring their own safety. Although the protection has wolf skin armor. But Chen Yi still didn't dare to care. After all, these wolves bite the neck. Leather armor cannot protect the neck. Chen Yi gasped carefully. There are only 5 arrows in his hand now. Deal with the 7 wolves. Somewhat reluctantly. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked to the right of the wolves. There is a small lake there. It seems that these wolves depend on the water here to survive. Chen Yi began to think in his heart. The only way. It's just broken one by one. Thought here. An arrow flew straight out. It directly hit the strongest alpha wolf among them. The arrow sank deeply into the belly of the alpha wolf. Didn't wait for the wolves to react. Chen Yi immediately returned to the back of the slope. All he can do now is wait. These wolves are not as intelligent as humans, just wait for those wolves to start searching. That's when it kills itself. Look carefully. At this time, the wolves were constantly walking around the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf also let out a painful whimper. From time to time, red-yellow blood foam came out from the corners of the mouth. The arrow shot through its lungs. Damage of this magnitude. If not dealt with, only death awaits the alpha wolf. The rest of the wolves also began to search around. They want to find the mastermind and tear it apart. And looking towards Chen Yi, there was only one coyote. See this scene. Chen Yi was overjoyed. It is good. Just waiting for you to come. Subsequently, Chen Yi took out an arrow from the storage space. At the same time, make up your mind. When you go back this time, you must use more food to exchange for some arrows. Otherwise, it would be too much to encounter such a situation again. Chen Yi was calm. Aimed at the coyote that was walking here. Hands are turning blue. It must be killed with one blow, and the coyote cannot be let out. Otherwise, he will be besieged by 5 wolves. Just before the coyote came to the soil slope. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out. The arrow pierced directly into the coyote's throat. No call this time. Direct one-shot kill. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. This time. Say for yourself. At this time, 2 of the wolves sensed what was going on here. Run all the way this way. Chen Yi quickly put the wolf carcass into the storage space. The arrow with warm blood was taken out again. When the arrow sticks to the cheek, the stench of wolf blood made Chen Yi almost spit out the blast rabbit he ate in the morning. Chen Yi looked disgusted. This wolf meat is definitely not delicious. I'll exchange it for supplies later. Whoosh! Arrows are fired directly. A wolf running towards this side was immediately hit by an arrow in the chest and fell to the ground. Another arrow. Another wolf was also shot in the nose by Chen Yi and penetrated the brain. Under the 50% attack power increase of feral rage, no wolf can resist Chen Yi's arrows. 3 intact wolves remain. Notice the situation here. Immediately run towards this side. 3 wolves. Chen Yi is no longer afraid. Chen Yi ran to the 2 wolf corpses that were shot. Put the wolf corpse into the space. Bloody arrows kept shooting out. Within 5 seconds, Chen Yi shot 3 arrows directly. Without exception. The remaining 3 wolves were all shot by Chen Yi. But because it was too late to aim, the 3 wolves just lost their fighting power, not dead. One was shot in the front leg and the wound went deep into the bone marrow. One was shot in the lumbar nerve and the lower body was paralyzed. One was shot in half of the cheek. Completely lost consciousness. Chen Yi didn't hesitate. Directly hold the last remaining arrow in the hand to make up the knife. Soon, all 3 wolves were killed. Put the wolf carcass in the storage space. Chen Yi then started walking towards the alpha wolf. This one wolf. In this period, since the lungs have been pierced, there has long been gas in and out. Chen Yi was effortless. Kill the wolf head. Then put the wolf corpse into the storage space. Just now, when slashing, another arrow was broken. There are only 4 arrows left now. Come to the lake. Clear the blood from the remaining 4 arrows. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The battle just now made his nerves tense, and now he relaxes. Immediately there was a sense of tiredness. Subsequently, Chen Yi drank the remaining coke, then filled the lake with coke bottles. It is noon now. The sun had fully come out, and Chen Yi in the leather armor felt sultry. The fog has also faded to the point of being invisible. Looking into the distance, only a hazy layer of fog. Chen Yi is here. You can even see your own cabin. At this time, there was a noise from the other side of the lake. Chen Yi looked over. It turned out to be 3 black wild boars. A big wild boar with 2 small wild boars. At this moment, he is looking around cautiously. Obviously, these 3 wild boars are here to drink water. Chen Yi retrieved the wild boar information. Grass wild boar. Level 3. Basic strength 2.3. Basic constitution 3.8. Basic agility 1.5. Basic intelligence 0.1. Talent, rough skin and thick flesh. Rough skin and thick flesh F grade. Reduce physical damage by 3%. Skill, charge. Introduction. The wild boar that has lived on the grassland for a long time has delicious and juicy meat, and is an excellent raw material for cooking dishes. Chen Yi was overjoyed. Another D-rank talent is coming. Chen Yi looked at the arrow in his hand. I was a little worried. I don't know if these arrows can penetrate the skin of these wild boars. To know, wild boars are extremely resistant. Chen Yi raised his longbow. The bowstrings were all pulled out by Chen Yi. Chen Yi directly aimed at the smaller wild boar. Whoosh! The arrow flew away with lightning speed. Puff! The sound of flesh being pierced came. The injured wild boar immediately began to run wildly into the distance. The other 2 wild boars were frightened and fled in different directions. One of them, the direction of escape, was Chen Yi's wooden house. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't let the shot wild boar run away. Under the blessing of the speed of the wind, another arrow shot out quickly. Puff! 2 arrows directly stabbed the little wild boar into the heart. He twitched a few times on the ground, then stopped moving. There was also a voice in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the grass wild boar talent, rough skin and thick meat. Rough skin and thick meat increased by 100 times, and the increase is copper skin and iron bone. Copper skin and iron bone. Equal order, D. Effect, the skin is tougher, the bones are harder, the physical damage received is reduced by 15%, and the magic damage is reduced by 10%. Subsequently, a force began to reshape Chen Yi's skin and bones. Skin texture becomes tighter. The bone density of the bones also changed drastically. Chen Yi took out an arrow. Try scratching your skin. Only a white mark was left. The toughness of the skin is evident. Chen Yi was content. This kid. Chen Yi went around the lake and came to the little wild boar that was shot. This little wild boar looks like 100 pounds. It was the largest creature that Chen Yi had ever hunted. And the big wild boar that ran away before. Chen Yi feels like he has 300 pounds up. 2 arrows have also completed their mission, broken by the tumbling motion of the boar. Now, Chen Yi only had 2 arrows left to use. There is no delay in exchanging for new arrows. Store the little wild boar carcass in the storage space. Chen Yi then walked towards his wooden house. The little wild boar among them had already run to his wooden house. Now he still has 2 arrows. Enough to deal with that little wild boar. When Chen Yi came near the wooden house, surprised to find out, the little wild boar is arching his house. A large hole was arched out of the ground near the wooden wall. Chen Yi didn't hesitate. Straight up bow and arrow. Whizzing. 2 arrows flew towards the little wild boar, one after the other. That little boar. Chen Yi was shot directly in the stomach with 2 arrows. After being injured, the little wild boar hummed and ran towards the forest of 1,000 winds. But with the move, the wound in the abdomen gradually increased. Finally, the intestines came out. Finally, on the edge of the forest, the little wild boar lost its life. A golden light rose up and submerged into Chen Yi's body. Chen Yi's experience. At this moment, it has reached level to 78%. Chen Yi feels. You will be able to upgrade yourself in the next day. Subsequently, Chen Yi ran over. The corpse of this little wild boar was put into the storage space. Busy day. Chen Yi felt slimy all over. Then returned to the small lake to take a bath. When returning to the cabin, it's almost dusk. Then roasted a 10-pound pork leg. After eating and wiping, Chen Yi was content. Subsequently, Chen Yi opened a regional chat channel. After a day, the number of people online in the region has gone offline by a few hundred people. Chen Yi shook his head. This game is really cruel. After all, that's hundreds. Subsequently, Chen Yi posted a message on regional and world channels. Prairie wolf meat. In exchange for various arrows, I intend to chat privately. This piece of information from Chen Yi was released. Immediately attracted a lot of onlookers. Good guy, you've already hunted down the prairie wolves. This is the second day. Could it be that the talent level of this boss is extremely high? What is this? In the morning, there are still people selling crocodile meat. I really envy these people with high talent levels. What's the use of envy? We have to act and hug the thighs of these people. This big guy wants all kinds of arrows. Could it be that he is a transferred archer? Of course, it's not an archer who needs arrows. There's something wrong with your head as a boss. After Chen Yi released the news. Although there was a lot of discussion, not many people messaged themselves. Message. All kinds of admiration. There are also those who want to hug their thighs. Even the girl took the initiative to send photos and wanted Chen Yi to protect them. Anyone has it. Chen Yi is not in a hurry. There are a billion people who have come to the battlefield for survival of the 10,000 races. Under a huge base, any equipment is possible. After a while, a private chat message caught Chen Yi's attention. I have enchanted arrows. How many do you need? Chen Yi couldn't help but be moved after seeing this. Enchanted arrows? Then Chen Yi returned the message. What properties do you have? Send a screenshot. It is good. Soon, a screenshot was sent. It was an iron arrow covered with ice blue patterns. Enchanted arrow ice. Physical damage 2. Frost damage 3. Introduction. An ordinary iron arrow enchanted with frost magic, which has the effect of deceleration and frostbite. After seeing, Chen Yi's heart moved. This arrow is good. Not only the damage is higher, but also the frost damage. This frost damage also slows down enemies. Best for kite flying. As for that frostbite, Chen Yi felt nothing special. He texted back immediately. How many of these arrows do you have? I have 10 enchanted arrows of the ice type and 10 enchanted arrows of the fire type. You don't need to frame me. I know these 20 arrows are of great use to you. I want the bodies of 2 prairie wolves. If you don't want to, then forget it. Looking at the other party with a fearless look, Chen Yi knew. The other party also understands the value of this enchanted arrow. But he can't be too cheerful. Otherwise, this guy may feel that he is at a loss. Subsequently, Chen Yi returned the message. Okay, I agree, but I only have the bodies of 2 prairie wolves. Can I cut off my legs and keep them for food? After Chen Yi sent it, there was silence on the other side. Then came back the message. Okay, but you remember to cut the front legs. The hind legs are too meaty. I'm not worth it. Make a deal. Chen Yi immediately took out the old wolf corpse and a thinner wolf corpse. Cut off the 2 legs of the skinny wolf carcass with an arrow. Chen Yi sent a transaction application to the other party. Immediately after, Chen Yi got 2 bundles of arrows. No more, no less. Exactly 20. Pleasant to work with. Well, it's a pleasure to work together. Message is closed. Chen Yi looked carefully at the 2 bundles of arrows. A bundle of arrows is an icy blue snow pattern. The other bundle of arrows is a yellow flame pattern. Enchanted arrow fire. Physical damage 2. Fire damage 4. Introduction. The arrow enchanted with fire magic has a burn effect. When it hits the enemy, there is a certain chance of causing a fire explosion, and the explosion damage is twice the fire damage. Look at the enchanted arrows of this fire element. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the fire-type enchanted arrows are not only 1 point higher than the ice-type enchanted arrows in damage. And there is a certain chance of a fire explosion. This is so showy. Let's imagine. Arrows hit the enemy. A scene of a flame explosion directly inside the body. Hit those prairie wolves today. Don't fry them up. Good. Chen Yi is very satisfied. Received these arrows today. It definitely increased his strength by a large margin. At this time, Chen Yi looked at his novice longbow. This longbow is obviously no longer able to meet Chen Yi's next needs. So, Chen Yi wanted to replace it. Chen Yi continued to send messages on the channel. I want to buy a bow with high damage. It is better than a novice bow. I will exchange it for the rabbit meat of the wind. If you are interested, please chat privately. Chen Yi this time. But it didn't go as smoothly as before. Except for some nutritious private chat messages, there is nothing else. The game starts after all. Getting these 2 bundles of enchanted arrows was already an unexpected harvest. Chen Yi blocked some unhealthy news. Just keep swiping the screen to buy longbow. Long-term bow, I intend to chat privately. The cooldown of world channel messages is 1 minute. The cooldown for regional channels is 10 seconds. News from Chen Yi. As soon as it is sent out, it will be overwhelmed by a huge amount of news. He is in it. I even saw someone selling cakes. It is said that it was in the pocket before crossing. The whole Chen Yi wants to buy a piece and try it. Just 2 hours after Chen Yi continued to post, a special message appeared. Dude, I burst out a bow. I wonder if you are interested. Chen Yi saw it. Immediately came the spirit. Good guy. Is this guy so lucky? He killed so many monsters by himself, but Mao never saw it. Subsequently, Chen Yi returned the message. Interested, I don't know how much meat you want. You see, I'm the kind of person who lacks meat. I'm looking for you, mainly because this bow is useless to me. It's enough to give something symbolic. Chen Yi was directly moved. I didn't expect to meet such a bright buddy. Dude, thank you. What profession are you? Add a friend, and I'll send you directly if anything comes out. Haha, that's okay. I'm a knight professional. A-level talent is not bad for the golden body. If you have any equipment or skill book for knights, just give it to me. Chen Yi then returned the message. Okay, add a friend. My name is Chen Yi. It's okay, my name is Lang Qi. Added you. Okay, pass. I'll show you the properties first. Subsequently, a screenshot of a bow appeared in front of Chen Yi at this moment. Hunting the recurve bow. Damage, 3 to 5. Speed, 1. Introduction. The recurve bow, which is improved on the basis of the longbow, not only increases the lethality, but also increases a certain firing speed. Chen Yi looked at the recurve bow. Immediately like it. Good guy. Not only has the damage more than doubled, but it has also increased the firing speed. And also looks very handsome. The pitch black bow body shone with metallic luster. The arc is beautiful and gorgeous. The difference between the recurve bow and the longbow is that bows with arms that end in the direction of the shooter are called longbows. In the glory of the king, Gallo uses a longbow. A bow in which the bowstring is in contact with its arms after being wounded is called a recurve bow. In the Avengers, Hawkeye uses a recurve bow. Subsequently, Chen Yi took out a wild boar carcass. Directly initiated a transaction with Lang Qi. The opposite Lang Qi was obviously a little surprised. Good guy, with such a generous shot, your pig has caught up with the value of my bow. Haha, it's okay. Subsequently, the deal is done. Chen Yi also got his wish. Got that hunter recurve bow, holding a hunting recurve bow. Chen Yi couldn't put it down. I have made up my mind. Going to look further afield tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Lang Qi, Chen Yi fell into a deep sleep. Fighting. Very tired. Chen Yi slept directly until 6 o'clock. I ate 5 pounds of roast pork leg for breakfast and drank a lot of water. Chen Yi felt in good spirits. Directly walked towards the small lake in a full state. Today is the 3rd day. The fog is already faint and invisible. The novice protection period is only for this day. I don't know what monsters will be refreshed tomorrow. So Chen Yi cherishes today. See what you can continue to find. Talent can plunder one thing is one thing. Subsequently, Chen Yi came to the small lake. I don't know if I was frightened by Chen Yi. Yesterday's big boar did not appear here. The lakeside is lush with water plants. The footprints of other animals also did not appear. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In this case, then you can only continue to go further. Chen Yi continued to walk towards the depths of the grassland. This time he wasn't as careful as before. Got enchanted arrows and recurve bows successively. Chen Yi is now a shotgun for a gun. The combat power has been greatly improved. And just as Chen Yi was walking, the grass in the distance suddenly moved. Squeak. Chen Yi did not hesitate. Directly took out a frost arrow and shot it towards the ground. Squeak. A cry of pain came. Immediately there was no breath. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you successfully looted the treasure hunter's talent, treasure hunter. The treasure hunter has been increased by 100 times, and the increase is treasure hunter. Treasure hunter. Grade D. Effect: the explosion rate of killing monsters is increased by 10%, and opening the treasure chest has a 10% chance to increase the number of items in the treasure box by 1. See the talent of this treasure hunter. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Does this work too? But something is better than nothing. Although there is no direct increase in his combat power. But not bad. The impact of this talent is lifelong. Enough to give him a lot of extras. Subsequently, Chen Yi walked to the frost arrow. Now, frost arrows sink deep into the ground, and a trace of blood flowed out from the hole next to it. Chen Yi pulled out the frost arrow. At this time, the snow pattern of frost arrows has become lighter. Chen Yi saw the difference. It seems, using these arrows will consume the enchanted energy in them. Then you can't use it casually. From the hole in the ground, Chen Yi took it out. He pulled out a mole carcass. The corpse was extremely cold, just like ice cubes. The carcass of the treasure-hunting mole was then placed in the storage space. Keep going. Just when Chen Yi was walking, an angry wolf howl sounded. Ouch! Chen Yi followed the voice and looked. It was found that it was a giant wolf covered in snow. At this moment, he was standing on a raised boulder and howling in the sky. The giant wolf is more than 3 meters tall. It looks extremely creepy. See this? Chen Yi couldn't help but be cautious. Is this the boss? Get down and drown your body in the grass. I checked the information of the white wolf from a distance. White Wolf King, Black Iron Boss. Level 5. Basic Strength 7. Basic Constitution 8. Basic Agility 10. Basic Intelligence 2. Talent, Wild Attack. Wild Attack E. When using the body to fight, the attack power increases by 15%. Skills: Claw Attack, Leap, Savage Roar. Look at that A-level talent. Chen Yi couldn't hold back. If he plundered this E-rank talent, wouldn't he be able to obtain C-rank talent directly? Thought here. Chen Yi slowly got up and squatted. There is an additional frost arrow in his hand. Chen Yi must first limit the speed of the White Wolf King. The agility of this White Wolf King is 10 points. It's only 3 o'clock now. Such a huge gap. Can only make up for this. Subsequently, the recurve bow in Chen Yi's hand was pulled straight by him, until the bowstring reaches its maximum amplitude. Let go. Whoosh! The bow and arrow swayed in the air. Fly directly towards the White Wolf King. And the White Wolf King is not a vegetarian. Sensing the threat of frost arrows, then he ran directly under the boulder. But at the moment, the frost arrows have arrived. Puff! The arrow directly hit the back leg of the White Wolf King. After being shot, frost instantly condensed and spread from the wound. Ow! The White Wolf King felt that his entire left hind leg was numb. And Chen Yi. At this moment, it has also been discovered by the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King looked at Chen Yi in dismay. He ran towards Chen Yi directly. Ow! But the White Wolf King, whose left hind leg was frozen and numb, the speed was directly reduced by half. Watching the White Wolf King limping towards him, Chen Yi is not polite. Bow and shoot again. Whoosh! Still the frost arrow. But right now, the White Wolf King abruptly stopped his figure. And the frost arrow also passed directly by the White Wolf King. See this? Chen Yi was a little surprised. This was the first time a creature had dodged its own arrow. However, Chen Yi was not discouraged. Instead, continued to bend bows and arrows. Frost arrows followed one by one. The White Wolf King was also tossing and turning. However, Chen Yi was still shot with 3 frost arrows. On the scapula, coccyx, and right front leg, respectively. At this time, the White Wolf King had 4 arrows stuck in his body, and he was covered in ice. Constantly braving the cold, Chen Yi couldn't help but admire that this White Wolf King had too much vitality. At this time, the eyes of the White Wolf King looking at Chen Yi became more and more hated. Ow! One after another sound waves hit Chen Yi. This is its skill Savage Roar. It was frozen all over and could only attack in this way. Chen Yi was shocked and his ears buzzed. Chen Yi would not let it attack. Subsequently, take out flaming arrows. Next, you can try it. The power of this fire-enchanted arrow. Whoosh! The flaming arrow, with a hint of fire, shot directly towards the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King at this time can't move anymore. Can only watch the flame arrows fly. Reluctantly tilted his head. The flaming arrow rubbed the corner of the White Wolf King's mouth and hit the cheek directly. At the moment of shooting, boom! The flame instantly burned around the arrow. The White Wolf King was in pain. Whoa! The White Wolf King at the moment. He is suffering from the torment of ice and fire. At this time, Chen Yi continued to shoot a flaming arrow. Impartial. It flew directly into the bloody mouth of the White Wolf King. Boom! A violent explosion came from the mouth of the White Wolf King. The upper and lower jaws of the White Wolf King were instantly blown up by this arrow. Blood dripping. The scene was appalling. Chen Yi showed no mercy. Another flaming arrow shot out. Finally, the flame arrow exploded again at the neck of the White Wolf King. The blood in the aorta poured out like a fountain. About 5 minutes passed. The vitality of the White Wolf King disappeared. The huge body fell to the ground. And a cloud of white light. It was also exploded from the body of the White Wolf King. A large group of golden light poured into Chen Yi's body. A voice came from Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on your upgrade. Congratulations, you successfully plundered the White Wolf King's talent, Wild Attack. Wild Attack is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Wild Instinct. Wild Instinct. Grade C. Effect, rely on instinct to attack. The attack hit rate is increased by 15%, and the weak point attack damage is increased by 50%. Congratulations, your talent meets the conditions for fusion. Start merging now. Chen Yi suddenly felt his body heat up. Muscle texture is also constantly changing. Something seemed to awaken within him and transform him. Wild Instinct merges with Wild Fury and Speed of Wind. Fusion into a B-level talent, Beast Blood Boiling. Beast Blood Boils. Grade B. Effect, you and your pet increase their attack power by 100%, their attack speed by 100%, their movement speed by 100%, and their hit rate by 20%. Attacking their weak points will cause double damage to them. Chen Yi. Occupation, Archer. Level 3, Experience 0%. Basic Strength 4.5. Basic Constitution 3. Basic Agility 4.5. Basic Intelligence 3. Equipment, Hunting Recurve Bow, Precision Ring. Talents, Unlimited Looting, Boiling Animal Blood, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Treasure Hunter. Skill, Precise Shooting. Introduction. The Archer panel with some highlights. The talent gives you unlimited possibilities. Look at the talent introduction. Chen Yi couldn't help being a little surprised. Did not expect. This talent fusion is actually so powerful. Directly fused such a powerful B-level talent. Now his strength. Directly improved several grades. Simply waved. The wind blows directly in the air. Run a bit. A gust of wind passed immediately. Chen Yi was extremely happy. Now, in the face of tomorrow's monster refresh, there will be stronger confidence. Chen Yi glanced at the body of the White Wolf King. Directly attracted by the burst of white light. This is the first time he has revealed something. Chen Yi couldn't wait. Rub hands. He stretched his hand into the white light. A white egg. At this moment, he appeared in front of Chen Yi. White Wolf Pet Egg. Introduction. Drop a drop of blood on the egg and a white wolf will hatch to fight for you. I didn't expect it to be a pet egg. I am short of pets. When drowsiness comes, I send pillows. Subsequently, Chen Yi dripped a drop of blood on the eggshell. A crack appeared in the pet egg instantly. A white wolf as big as a newborn puppy appeared in Chen Yi's hands at this moment. Chen Yi took it into his arms. Little White Wolf rubbed Chen Yi's arm affectionately. At the same time, the attributes of the little White Wolf also appeared in front of Chen Yi's eyes. White Wolf. Grade 1. Basic Strength 1.8. Basic Constitution 1.5. Basic Agility 2. Basic Intelligence 0.1. Talent, Wild Attack, Beast Blood Boiling, Temporary. Skills, Claw Attack, Leap, Savage Roar. Introduction. A miniature version of the White Wolf King with great potential. Chen Yi looked a little surprised at the little white wolf in his arms. Unexpectedly, this little white wolf completely inherited the talents and skills of the White Wolf King, plus the beast blood-boiling talent. The strength of the level 1 little white wolf is already very strong. Chen Yi put the little white wolf on the grass. Then he looked at the body of the White Wolf King. Chen Yi doesn't like to eat wolf meat, but this White Wolf King's body can definitely be sold for a good price. After all, it is the corpse of the boss. Maybe there is some talent needed. Subsequently, Chen Yi retrieved all the enchanted arrows scattered nearby. Then he pulled out the arrow from the White Wolf King. At this time, the enchanting power of these arrows has been depleted to varying degrees, especially the 2 arrows that exploded with flames just now. The flame pattern has become dull. Put the arrows away. Immediately after, white light flashed. The body of the White Wolf King has been put into the storage space by Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at the time. It's only 11 a.m. now. It's still early. And he also got a new white wolf pet. Let's level up first. Subsequently, Chen Yi took the white wolf. Continue walking towards the back of the grassland. The little white wolf moved its limbs and followed closely behind. 1 man and 1 wolf disappeared into the depths of the grasslands. Back at the hut, it was already dark. At this time, the little white wolf has risen to level 3. In the afternoon, Chen Yi encountered another wolf pack. A total of 13 prairie wolves were killed by Chen Yi. And Chen Yi's level also reached level 3, 78.22%. To Chen Yi's surprise, the little white wolf upgrades very fast, and it doesn't seem to be affected by the reduction in experience. Just wipe out the wolves. Just got to level 3. The pet's level cannot exceed the owner's. Therefore, the little white wolf has been at level 3. The more so, Chen Yi hated that group of authorities the more. Originally, his upgrade speed should be like this, but now it has become so fast. It's all because of these guys. Must kill you all. Subsequently, simply roasted a dozen caddies of wild boar. Chen Yi and the white wolf ate to their heart's content. After eating and drinking, Chen Yi opened the regional channel for chat. At this time, people are generally afraid of the coming monster refresh. Some people even walked out of the cabin only once from the beginning. Take supplies. Just stayed in the cabin until now. The next step is to face the monsters. Because of this, even the fear of visceral spasm. Regional channels. Online number 97865. At this time, more than 2,000 people have disappeared. Damn, what monsters will be spawned tomorrow? I don't know, but I went out. I was on an island, and I saw a mermaid on the shore. What mermaid? What does the mermaid look like? Hurry up and send the screenshots. Yes, agree upstairs. Let's take a look at what the mermaid looks like. That's right, I've never seen a mermaid in my life. A mermaid? Will it be as beautiful as a mermaid princess? Don't ask, I can only say, it's ugly, ugly, you don't want to see it. How ugly is ugly? I want to see it, I want to see it. Yeah, it's just to see the ugly. Whoever sees the beautiful is a serious person. Upstairs, it's said to see the mermaid. Do you have a little goldfish here? Is your goldfish a serious goldfish? It doesn't matter if it's serious or not, just look at it. Chen Yi continued to scroll down the chat history. The building is getting crooked. They're all nutritious. At this time, a chat log caught Chen Yi's attention. I am Lu Tianming, the innate owner of Flame Walker. The Batian Alliance has been formed, and 3 people have come to me. If the members of the Batian Alliance can come to my shelter, I will provide unconditional help. A group photo of Lu Tianming and the 3 professionals is also attached. That's 4 men. Lu Tianming, who was headed by him, looked no more than 16 or 17 years old. It is the age of the second sickness. It's not surprising to have such a move to get an A-level talent. See this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, at this time, someone has already passed through the fog and hugged. It seems the 4 are relatively close to each other. Think of this. Chen Yi was a little curious. I don't know if there are any other humans nearby, but these days, go out on your own. I didn't see any other cabins either. Subsequently, Chen Yi continued to look at the chat log. I saw an abandoned temple here. I don't know what's inside, but I dare not go in. What? There are actually buildings. Is there a civilization in this world before? I don't know if there is a civilization, but I know that the world will be destroyed in 97 days. If we can't defeat the regional boss, we will all die. Listening to what you said, I suddenly feel that time is pressing, but my talent is only E-level talent. Even if I go out, I can't beat those monsters. What excuse are you looking for upstairs? I'm only F-level talent, strong, and the bloodthirsty rats are now level 2. Why are you, an E-level talent, afraid of me? Brother is mighty and domineering, but unfortunately you are only an F-rank talent. If you are given a D-rank talent, even if you kill the regional boss, I don't think it is yours. Don't brag. I just learned martial arts for 2 years before time travel. Speaking of this, if someone who practiced martial arts and sports came to this world before, wouldn't it be directly ahead of others? You're right, I used to practice Sonda on the school sports team, and I feel much better than you when I come here. Isn't physical fitness initialized? Why is there still a gap? Although physical fitness is initialized and put on the same starting line, skills and body muscle memory have not disappeared. Wow, so many people are going out to fight monsters and upgrade now. Of course, you think who will wait for you. In this world, the ending that can't keep up with the rhythm is death. This is not a computer game that can be resurrected after death. This is the real world. What a pit. Damn, I'm homesick. I'm homesick too, but what can I do when I come here? Chen Yi looked at those chat records. Suddenly, I lost the thought of continuing to watch. I also miss home. But he has no home in Blue Star. Growing up in an orphanage, he was the least concerned. As for the temple, distance is too far. He doesn't think about it. Chen Yi faintly fell asleep. And at midnight, a harsh system sound woke him up. Alert! Alert! Inform all Terran players that the novice protection period has ended. Monsters will randomly spawn around the shelter after 10 minutes. Danger is coming. Everyone is ready. Please upgrade as soon as possible to defeat the regional boss to open the channel. The world is at stake. Loud system siren. Wake everyone up. The chat channel suddenly refreshed. Damn, why is it refreshed at 12 o'clock in the evening? It's so dark, I can't see anything at all. Yeah, it's such a late day, it doesn't give us humans a way to live. I have a torch and it feels okay. Envy, I only have fireball technique. Be careful, I don't know how many people will die after tonight. I'm even more frightened when you say that. Don't be afraid, those monsters are nothing. What is this? I am an E-level talent, and I killed a brown bear face to face. F***K, the big guy is awesome. Chen Yi has already picked up the hunting recurve bow, and the arrows in his hand are on standby at any time. White Wolf saw Chen Yi like this at this time. Immediately wake up. It also seemed to sense the impending danger. 10 minutes passed quickly. Suddenly, the whole world has become a little depressed. Chen Yi could hear it. Ground in the distance. There were bursts of footsteps. Sound. There are dozens of them. Look down the crack in the wooden house wall. By moonlight, dozens of bone skeletons crawled out of the ground. There are no weapons in the hands. The body consists only of bones. Skull orbital summary. Pairs of ghostly eyes are drifting around. Look at those humanoid bones. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect to refresh the undead monsters. Subsequently, Chen Yi called out the basic attributes of these skeletons. I don't know what the talent will be. Undead skull. Grade 1. Basic strength 0.5. Basic constitution 1. Basic agility 0.5. Basic intelligence 0.1. Talent Resurrection of the Undead. Resurrection of the Undead F. After the skeleton is destroyed, as long as the soul fire is not extinguished, it can be resurrected through the nearby bones. Skill None. Introduction. The lowest undead, even ordinary people can deal with 10. Look at the undead resurrection talent. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Is such a strong effect in F-class? Didn't think much about it. Chen Yi walked out of the wooden house directly. The White Wolf also followed. The attributes of these undead skeletons are so low. Don't be afraid at all. Even ordinary people who haven't drawn talent and haven't changed jobs can deal with it. The moment when Chen Yi and White Wolf appeared immediately attracted the attention of a large number of skeletons around. At this moment, a flaming arrow appeared in Chen Yi's hand. Bow and arrow. It shot at the head of one of the skeletons. Knowing that the soul fire of these skeletons is in the skulls, then there is no reason not to shoot. Whoosh! With a flash of fire, Chen Yi's flaming arrows penetrated directly into the skeleton's eye socket. Boom! A burst of flame suddenly burned on the skeleton's body. The The bones of these skeletons do not know how many years they have been air-dried. Has been browned and withered. It has long since become flammable. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you successfully plundered the undead skeleton talent, Resurrection of the Undead. Resurrection of the Undead is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Resurrection of Bones. Bone Resurrection. Grade D. Effect: after you die, you can be reborn as an undead and keep everything you were alive. After seeing the skeleton come back to life, Chen Yi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, he actually gave himself such a talent. The skeleton came back to life. It is definitely a god-level talent for himself. After all, death in this world cannot be resurrected. But having such a talent is equivalent to an extra life. What about being reborn as an undead? As long as you have unlimited plunder, even a small skeleton can become the strongest. At this time, the White Wolf also attacked those skeletons. Level 3 White Wolf is very powerful. Just using the front claws to attack, the skeletons were scratched and scattered one by one. But the soul fire of the skull was not extinguished. Began to float in the air, trying to reorganize the body to revive. Chen Yi saw it. Just walk over and smash the skull with a punch. These skulls have osteoporosis. It doesn't take much effort at all. That's it. With fire. An hour. A total of 34 undead skeletons were wiped out by Chen Yi. Chen Yi's experience bar is also stuck at level 3 at 99%. Just kill some more monsters to level up. Then Chen Yi piled those skeleton racks together and used them as fuel to burn. And roasted hurricane rabbit on it. However, for Chen Yi, a rabbit is obviously a little less meat. After eating 12 rabbits with the White Wolf, Chen Yi took the White Wolf back to the wooden house. All the surrounding skeletons have now been cleaned up. I can finally get some sleep. Before bed, Chen Yi opened a regional chat channel. At this time, the number of people online has dropped to 91,564. Just an hour. 5 or 6,000 people died. This surprised Chen Yi a little. After all, the strength of these undead skeletons is indeed not that strong. But so many people died. At this time, some people are talking there. I don't think the strength of these skeletons is strong. They are not as strong as the beasts I encountered here. Yeah, I thought they were strong, but I didn't expect to destroy them all in a short time. I really can't figure out how those people died. To be honest, those people must have been frightened to death, and they didn't have much strength to frighten them. Otherwise, even if they were only level 1, there would never be a situation where they couldn't beat these skeletons. Yeah, these skeletons will shatter when you touch them, and then just smash the skulls with a sword. Life or death is a matter of life, and the monsters that will be refreshed next may be stronger. You're right, the level 1 level was refreshed at the beginning, and it will definitely become stronger in the future. If we don't level up as soon as possible, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill even a small monster in the end. Damn, let me put it this way, this monster gives me too little experience. After killing such a monster, I was promoted to level 2. Is the level of difficulty in this world so perverted? Don't say it. I feel that the explosion rate is also very low. Nothing explodes. Just play a fart. Chen Yi looked at other people's speeches. Heart cannot help but sigh. Other people also found this exception. However, in the face of this situation, Chen Yi had no other way. I have no authority myself. Modifications cannot be made. And modifying the experience and explosion rate of a race definitely requires extremely high authority. Didn't you hear what the guy said before? It was modified by a group of bigwigs working together. Otherwise, it's just one person. I'm afraid there is no way to modify it at all. Due to sleepiness, it has not reached a certain concentration. Can't sleep for a while. Chen Yi watched them chat again. At this time, a piece of news caught Chen Yi's attention. To sell an arrow, I need 100 caddies of meat to trade on the exchange. Is there anyone interested? And this person's avatar is a middle-aged man, and the level is displayed as level 3. It also seems to be a high-level talent. An arrow? Only one? Chen Yi came to be interested. Then directly choose to chat privately. Friend, do you have a screenshot? I'll take a look at that arrow. Soon. The man came back. Well, I killed those skeletons just now. Friends, are you interested? Then I sent a screenshot of that arrow. It was a white bone arrow wrapped in black aura. Looks extremely evil. Curse arrow. Physical damage 1. Curse damage 10. Introduction. Made of extremely tough bones, the arrows contain a curse, and enemies hit will continue to receive curse damage every second. Duration 1 minute. The downside is that the curse can only work once. See this cursed arrow? Chen Yi's heart moved. Good guy. This arrow is really not a loss for 100 pounds of meat. To know. This is sustained damage. With 600 points of continuous curse damage, Chen Yi felt that no creature could stand it. Changed. This can be used as a big killer. When you meet an invincible enemy, use this cursed arrow against him. Subsequently, Chen Yi returned the message. I'll exchange 5 prairie wolves. Do you think it's okay? Okay, go to the exchange. Subsequently, Chen Yi traded directly with that person. Soon, the cursed arrow appeared in Chen Yi's hand. It's cold in the hand. Then put it back into the storage space. Chen Yi was content. But at this moment he also felt that the time to exchange meat and supplies for equipment has passed. With the current level up, no one will be short of food. Because there is no currency in this world. Then only barter is the main way of trading. Chen Yi simply stopped thinking about it. Sleep. Chen Yi was awakened by the white wolf. By morning, the white wolf kept calling. Chen Yi had no choice but to get up. After getting up, the white wolf pulled Chen Yi's trousers and kept letting him out. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Is there anything else? Then he followed the white wolf out of the wooden house. When seeing the grassland, Chen Yi was a little surprised. Do not know when. In the grassland behind, there was a group of bison eating green grass. Each of these bison is fat and strong. It seems to be 2 meters high, and each of them weighs more than 2,000 pounds. You know, ordinary cows. It is only 1,200 pounds in adulthood. Chen Yi checked these bison property panels. Prairie bison. Level 4. Basic strength 5.9. Basic constitution 6. Basic agility 3. Basic intelligence 0.5. Talent. The body of a bull. Body of a bull. Strength growth increases by an additional 0.1. Skill. Rampage. Group charge. Introduction. The bison living on the grasslands rely on grasslands and lakes for their livelihood. Is it refreshed? Chen Yi thought in his heart. It seems that not only the undead skeletons were refreshed yesterday, but also these bison. The once empty prairie scene is gone. But this is exactly what Chen Yi wants to see. There are only more monsters. The ability to plunder your own talent can be stronger. And the talent of this grassland bison is really good. Can increase strength growth. This is exactly what he needs. But the herds of bison are too numerous. Chen Yi didn't know how to start. After all, if you provoke a group charge of these bison, your cabin will be razed to the ground in an instant. Subsequently, Chen Yi took out an arrow of frost, carefully rounded to the back of the bison. In this case, it can only be broken one by one. These bison are not as smart as coyotes. It's very easy to beat them one by one. Lie down in the grass. Chen Yi looked at the bison and picked the one that was farther away from the other bison. Whoosh! The buffalo was hit by an arrow in the tail, and the cold air emanating from the frost arrows. It also froze the entire vicinity of the tail directly. Because the bison is extremely strong. Hit the arrow. Did not call. Instead, he rushed towards Chen Yi's side. Saw bison rushing over. Chen Yi didn't shoot arrows for the first time. Instead, go straight to the back. He couldn't get the attention of the other bison. It has to be done unknowingly. The speed of the bison is not as fast as that of Chen Yi. As Chen Yi ran, he shot arrows at the bison. All frost arrows. Finally, after chasing for thousands of meters, the buffalo fell to the ground. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you have upgraded. Congratulations, you have successfully plundered the grassland bison talent, beast body. The body of a wild bull is increased by 100 times, and the increase is power of 9 bulls. The power of 9 bulls. Grade D. Effect: strength growth increases by 0.5. The further back the attribute, the stronger the strength increase, so the increase in attribute growth is not a simple multiplier relationship. The strength attribute has been completed. Please check it in time. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked at his property panel. Chen Yi. Occupation: archer. Level 4, experience 0%. Basic strength 8. Basic constitution 4. Basic agility 6. Basic intelligence 4. Equipment, hunting recurve bow, precision ring. Talents, unlimited looting, boiled beast blood, copper skin and iron bone, treasure hunter, resurrection of bones, power of 9 bulls. Skill, precise shooting. Introduction, the archer panel has been on the right track. With infinite potential, you have the talent to become the strongest. Chen felt that his strength had directly increased. All the muscles in the body are much stronger. His strength, stronger, and extremely comfortable. Chen Yi's strength attribute grows. It has grown up to the attributes of a warrior. The improvement brought by a higher level in the future is by no means comparable to other talents. Archers naturally also need strength. Without enough power, everything is for nothing. Don't see Lu Bu and Huang Zhong. Which one is not the enemy of all? Subsequently, Chen Yi packed the bison into the storage space. This bison weighs more than 2,000 pounds. If you remove the internal organs, you can also kill 1,000 caddies of meat. Definitely enough for the next month's ration. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked at the bison herd. Now, it's time to keep hunting. In the next time, Chen Yi followed suit. Soon, in less than a day, Chen Yi hunted and killed 34 wild buffaloes, slaughtering them all. And the experience value has also reached 46% at level 4. White Wolf has also been upgraded to level 4 full experience. Just wait for Chen Yi to upgrade. The White Wolf will naturally level up. And after slaughtering all the bison, Chen Yi didn't feel very tired. It's simply not much improvement compared to the previous self. At this time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Because you slaughtered the bison herd, it attracted the attention of the Bison King. In an hour, the wild blood grasslands will refresh the Buffalo King. The Buffalo King has a very high hatred value for you, and the attack power will increase with time. Please kill it as soon as possible. Hear this. Chen Yi was stunned. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Another hour. That was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Bison King will appear. By the time, you will usher in the first boss refreshed on the battlefield. Chen Yi suddenly panicked. After all, he didn't know how strong the Buffalo King was. If you can't cover it, then he can only run away with the White Wolf. Looking at the cabin that I have lived in for 3 days, Chen Yi still has some feelings. At least useful when there is a shortage of firewood. Chen Yi checked the equipment carefully. Now of the 20 enchanted arrows, a few of them have no enchanted texture at all. This indicates that these enchanted arrows that have lost their enchantment patterns are no longer the same as normal arrows. But Chen Yi doesn't feel like this is the time to think about it. What Chen Yi considers is, ordinary bison are more than 2 meters tall. How tall is the Buffalo King? Even if you hit all 20 arrows, isn't it almost like scratching a tick? At this time, Chen Yi looked at the cursed arrow floating quietly in the storage space. He has now decided, if those 20 enchanted arrows didn't kill the Bison King, then use this cursed arrow, and wealth is at risk. If you can kill the Buffalo King, then he is bound to be able to plunder the talent of the Buffalo King. Subsequently, Chen Yi brought the White Wolf to the Forest of Thousand Winds, because now the novice protection period has passed. So the fog in the Forest of Thousand Winds has dissipated. There is only the forest that can't see the edge. Chen Yi put the hunting recurve bow aside. Lie quietly under the tree to rest. Now, can take a little more rest. The White Wolf, on the other hand, had no worries, jumping in the woods and grabbing the butterflies. With the passage of time, moo! A violent roar of cattle came from the grassland. At the same time, the ground was still shaking slightly. Chen Yi got up quickly. The shape of the Buffalo King also appeared in front of him at this time. When you see the shape of the Bison King, Chen Yi was extremely shocked. I saw a black bison the size of a 2-story building walking towards Chen Yi aggressively. Every step, it will cause the ground to tremble. The bull's eye is as big as a searchlight. Looking at Chen Yi, there are countless anger. Chen Yi swallowed. The attribute panel of the Buffalo King also appeared in front of Chen Yi at this time. Bison King, Black Iron Boss. Level 9. Basic Strength 18. Basic Constitution 21. Basic Agility 11. Basic Intelligence 1. Talent Bullish. Bullshit. When facing a creature with a lower level than you, all the opponent's attack power is reduced by 15%, and your attack power is increased by 15%. Skills rampage, bulls hang their horns. Introduction. The Bison King, who lives on the barbarian blood grassland, enjoys reproduction all day long, and now he personally came to avenge his own descendants. Looking at the panel. At this time, Chen Yi suddenly felt powerless. Good guy. His 20 arrows were not like scratching his itch. Subsequently, Chen Yi gave up the idea of using enchanted arrows. Then the cursed arrow appeared in his hand. The black air entwined by the cursed arrows made the heat of the day cool a bit. Moo. It seemed that he felt the power of the arrow in Chen Yi's hand. The Buffalo King cried out to the sky and directly launched a bull charge on Chen Yi's side. Moo. A powerful breath came, and it was rampaging like an armored tank. Chen Yi no longer hesitated. Straight up bow and arrow. Next second, cursed arrows were fired directly. Puff. The sound of blood piercing came. And cursed arrows. It was directly shot into the flesh and blood near the scapula of the Buffalo King. A black gas spreads instantly with the cursed arrow as the center. Directly covered the entire body of the Bison King. Because it is continuous damage. The Buffalo King did not stop for the first time. But the momentum is unabated. Continue to charge towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi saw it. Dodged directly towards the forest of thousand winds. Want to hit me? Hit the tree first. Just a few breaths. Chen Yi passed dozens of trees. Behind. It was the sound of trees breaking. The Buffalo King is very powerful. This charge. It directly broke a dozen trees. But the body is also directly stuck. Moo. The curse continues to inflict damage on the Buffalo King. The Buffalo King was screaming in despair. Chen Yi was standing not far away, watching the scene in front of him quietly. Heart cannot help but a little pity. This Buffalo King, cursed to death, does not know whether the meat can still be eaten. Chen Yi waited 1 minute. With the black gas dissipated, cursed arrow's curse on the Buffalo King has also been removed. But the Bison King at this time, he was already tortured beyond recognition. One after another terrifying scars cracked open from the inside out, and has festered and festered. Vaguely, you can see maggots swimming through the cracks in the bones. The current Bison King, under continuous damage up to 600 points, able to survive. It has been considered that the vitality is extremely tenacious. Look at the Buffalo King like this. Chen Yi looked distressed. Damn it. The meat of this Buffalo King cannot be eaten. Otherwise it will definitely stink. Subsequently, Chen Yi shot 2 arrows directly into the eyes of the Buffalo King. Moo. In a howl of pain, the arrow pierced its brain. About 3 minutes passed. The Bison King completely lost his breath. A group of golden light that was even bigger than the White Wolf King gushed out at this moment. Submerged in his body. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on your upgrade. Congratulations, plundering the Buffalo King's talent, bull to the sky. Bull Chi Rising is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Chi Rong Fighting Bull. Chi Rush Bull C. When facing the enemy's attack power is reduced by 30%, and his own attack power is increased by 50%. Congratulations, the 2 talents meet the conditions for fusion. Chi Chong Bullfighting and the power of 9 bulls merge into the talent 9 bulls and 2 tigers. 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Grade B. Effect: gain the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Increase your strength growth by 1 additional point, and reduce the attack power of the enemy facing you by 40%. The attack power will be adjusted according to the difference between the strength values of the 2 sides. You gain the opponent's reduction attack power. Chen Yi saw this scene. Cannot help but a little surprised. Your second B-level talent is here? However, this second B-level talent introduction is somewhat general. The attack power is adjusted with the difference between the 2 strength values, which is understandable. It's nothing more than that if the opponent's strength is too much higher than his own, the reduced value will be reduced. But gain the enemy's reduced attack power. This is a little suspicious. That is not to say, you only need to face enough enemies. All enemy attack power can be obtained by yourself. That is a very high attack power bonus. If so, that 9 bulls and 2 tigers is more powerful than beast blood boiling, and the upper limit is even higher. Look at the properties panel. Now he has risen to level 522.43%. And the power also changes because of the growth of its own attributes. It turned directly into 10 points. Chen Yi also feels that his core strength has been greatly strengthened. Increased agility. It also makes Chen Yi extremely lightweight and flexible. It can be said, there has been a fundamental change in the body of the fat house that just came here. Subsequently, Chen Yi pulled out the arrow, directly took the little white wolf back to the wooden house. Looking at the hut, Chen Yi thought for a while. A decision was made in my mind. That is to upgrade as soon as possible. Can't stay here any longer. The monsters refreshed here are limited after all. Possesses 2 B-level talents. His strength has been greatly strengthened. As long as you don't encounter such a powerful monster as the Buffalo King, there is no danger at all. At the same time, Chen Yi once again pulled out the group of authorities and whipped the corpse in his heart. If not for these guys, he must have reached level 10 by now. The more Chen Yi thought about it, the more angry he became. It also gave him motivation. Isn't it in the 7th floor world? With infinite looting talent. Are you afraid that you won't be able to go to the 7th layer world? If you can't go by yourself, then no one is qualified. Subsequently, Chen Yi directly demolished the wooden house. Obtained a lot of dry wood. The trees in the Forest of Thousand Winds are too wet. Can't burn at all. This wooden house, it can be considered useful. Chen Yi looked at the Forest of Thousand Winds and the wild blood grassland. I am now at the center line of the 2 worlds. Finally, Chen Yi chose Barbarian Blood Grassland, because he is still very familiar with the wild blood grassland and the Forest of Thousand Winds. The ghost knows if there is any strange thing in it that can kill itself. Although he dies, he can be reborn as an undead. But it's still a good human race. Immediately after, Chen Yi walked directly towards the depths of the Barbarian Blood Grassland. At the same time, a 3-man squad. At this time, he was running wildly on the wild blood grassland. Behind them were a group of prairie wolves. These prairie wolves are very thin and their stomachs are extremely shriveled. It's been a long time since I ate a meal. Chasing the 3. Constantly chasing and blocking. The essence of siege warfare. If nothing else happens, before long, the 3 would be exhausted to death. At this time, Chen Yi just saw this scene. When looking at the 3 people being chased by the wolves, Chen Yi didn't choose to help. His eyes were good at this time. From afar, the 3 of them looked fierce, and at first glance they were not good people. Rescue is also a hassle. Simply let these wolves eat, and then avenge them. Just when Chen Yi was about to stand by, the sound of the system sounded in my ear. Rescue the same family, you can get experience rewards. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Can I get experience rewards for rescuing my fellow clan? Doesn't that mean that the priest profession is the fastest group of people to upgrade? Since you can gain experience, then you can try it yourself. I don't know if the experience of rescuing the same clan will be affected by the reduction of experience. In the case of, if you see this kind of thing in the future, you should do it less often. If not, then you have to help yourself as much as possible. Subsequently, whoosh whoosh. The 3 arrows hit the 3 prairie wolves running in front with great speed. The 3 prairie wolves lost their lives directly while running, but their bodies were flung away by the inertia of running, and blood spattered on the ground. The arrows Chen Yi used were all depleted of enchanting power, so it didn't trigger any special effects. See this scene. The 3 being chased were stunned. It was immediately clear that someone was saving them. Then get excited. I thought I was going to enter the wolf's mouth today, but someone actually rescued them. It's comfortable. Subsequently, the 3 began to run harder. Subsequently, another series of arrows shot out. The 8 wolves chasing the 3 have all been killed by Chen Yi, watching every hit kill with precision. Among them, the man who was converted to an archer had a trace of greed in his eyes. Must have excellent bow and arrow equipment. That's why the damage is so high. At this time, Chen Yi patted the white wolf who had reached level 5. You stay here. White wolf now. The body is already huge. The height has grown to 1.5 meters. Then he lay down in the grass. Chen Yi has also come to those wolf corpses. These wolf corpses, without exception, all were included in the storage space by Chen Yi, and the arrows are automatically unloaded in the storage space. At this time, the 3 of them also came over. Look at Chen Yi's excellent bow and arrow. The 3 were particularly impressed. At this time, a soldier in the lead said, "Brother, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, The three of us would have been in the wolf's mouth long ago. Chen Yi ignored it. Instead, listen to the system sound. Congratulations, you saved 3 of your fellow clansmen and gained some experience. Subsequently, in Chen Yi's surprised eyes, his experience bar has been directly increased by 30%. This is higher than the previous experience of killing 20 monsters. Subsequently, Chen Yi reacted. Well, it's okay. What are you 3 going to do? The warrior with the sword at the head said. My name is Lu Qishu, this is Wang Xiaoshan, this is Thomas. I'm a fighter, Wang Xiaoshan's archer, and Thomas's priest. They all travel to the grassland, and our 3 wooden houses are very close. The 3 of us are forming a team, but I didn't expect to provoke the wolves. I have no choice but to run. I heard Lu Qishu say this. Chen Yi nodded. At the same time, I started to think about it. I don't know what talents these 3 people have. If they shoot directly, they will definitely be punished by the system. And the way Wang Xiaoshan looked at him just now, Chen Yi could feel greed. In this case, just cite these 3 people. Subsequently, Chen Yi nodded. Well, it's okay, we're all friends. If it's all right now, I'll go first. At this time, Wang Xiaoshan suddenly opened his mouth. Don't leave in such a hurry, we haven't thanked you enough yet. After speaking, just winked at the other 2. Lu Qishu and Tom's Tun understood each other. I understand that Wang Xiaoshan is interested in the bow in Chen Yi's hand. Fine. It's not the first time this has happened anyway. The penalty is nothing more than 15 days of inability to gain experience. Can get such a superb bow. Definitely worth it. Subsequently, Lu Qishu deliberately moved towards Chen Yi. Dude, I still have a black chicken here. I haven't eaten chicken for a long time, so let's make it for you. After speaking, Lu Qishu took out a rooster covered in black feathers from his storage space. It looks rather vicious. Chen Yi was moved when he saw it, but he didn't expect that there were other types of monsters. Then asked, Where did you kill this chicken from? Hear Chen Yi say this. Lu Qishu smiled. There are quite a few of these chickens near our hut, but because the attack was too high, only this one was killed. How about it, are you interested? Chen Yi nodded. Deliberately put the bow behind him. Okay, you take me there to see. Just when Chen Yi put the bow behind him, Lu Qishu directly took the sword in his hand and slashed at Chen Yi. At the same time, Wang Xiaoshan is also a fast bow and arrow. Thomas even aimed the wooden stick in his hand at Lu Qishu. Once Lu Qishu is injured, then Lu Qishu will be treated for the first time. At this time, Chen Yi thought of a voice in his ear. It was detected that Lu Qishu, Wang Xiaoshan, and Thomas attacked you, and you have unlimited rights of self-defense. Killing 3 people will not be punished. Hear this. There was a sinister smile on the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. What you've been waiting for, seeing the smile on Chen Yi's mouth. Lu Qishu, who was closest to Chen Yi, was a little stunned. But now there is no turning back. Can only bite the bullet. And in the next second, Chen Yi dodged directly, dodging Lu Qishu's blow. See this scene. Lu Qing was dumbfounded. How so fast? Just like a ghost. Chen Yi is now blessed with Beast Blood Boil and level 5 agility. The speed has reached an extremely fast level. And in the next second, Wang Xiaoshan's arrow has also been shot. But in Chen Yi's eyes, this arrow is extremely slow. Slightly sideways. Dodge the arrow. See this scene. The 3 of them still don't understand that they are in trouble. But an archer without a bow in hand is so strong. This person in front of you. How powerful is it really? This made the 3 of them even dare not imagine. At this time, the white wolf has already run over. When they saw the white wolf, the 3 of them suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe the monster. It can help them resist Chen Yi's attack. And now, the most important. Still run. Thought here. The 3 spread their legs and ran in 3 directions. Chen Yi put the hunting recurve bow in his hand. It's time to hunt. Whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows. It gave the 3 of them a chill. Soon, all lost their life. At this time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you killed Lu Qishu and successfully plundered the talent, armor-breaking attack. Armor-breaking attack is increased by 100 times, and the increase is smashing hand. Smashing hands. Grade C. Effect: after attacking the target, it will reduce the target's physical defense by 15% for 10 seconds. Can be stacked 3 times. Congratulations, you killed Wang Xiaoshan and successfully plundered the talent. Range enhancement. Range enhancement, hundredfold increase. The increase is 10 times the range. 10 times the range. Grade C. Effect, your long-range attack range is increased tenfold, and the power will not be reduced during the flight. Congratulations, you killed Thomas and successfully plundered the talent. Life perception. Life perception is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. Grade C. Effect, you can use your eyes to perceive the life status within 100 meters ahead. Looking at the 3 sea-level talents, Chen Yi couldn't help laughing. Haha, the talents of these 3 were too useful to him. That 10 times the range. It just fits so well. And the shattering hand. After stacking 3 times, it can reduce the target's physical defense by 45%. Don't get too comfortable. The Eye of Insight. It can sense the life status within 100 meters ahead. That's for him. Within 100 meters, it doesn't mean where to fight. The enemy has nowhere to hide. The strength simply does not increase too much. At this time, Chen Yi thought of the voice again. Because you're fighting back in self-defense, there is no penalty for killing your fellow clan this time. You will get the item with the highest value in the other party's storage space. You got a mithril bracelet. You got the skill book, charged shot. You got 1 bottle of life potion. The reward has been issued to the storage space. Please check it in time. After hearing the sound, Chen Yi was a little surprised. Did not expect such a harvest. And shooter skills? This time can make a lot of money. Sure enough, to search a city, it is better to kill a person. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked at what he just got. Mithril bracelet. Hit 2. Introduction. A bracelet made of mithril, which has the effect of enhancing the ability to react. Good hit. Chen Yi is very satisfied. You just need to hit yourself. Put on the mithril bracelet. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked at the skill book. Charged shot. Learning level 5. Effect, you can learn the skill to charge 1 blow. When drawing the bow, you can consume stamina to charge. For every 1 second of charge, the damage is increased by 10%, and the maximum increase is 50%. Look at that charge. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. Really lucky. Just now, Wang Xiaoshan was only level 3. The level requirements for this skill have not been reached. So it will be cheaper. Immediately after, Chen Yi chose to study directly. Then he felt a flood of knowledge pouring into his mind. About how to use physical strength. Also fully grasped. At this time, Chen Yi looked at the last reward. Life potion. Restore life 10. Introduction. The pinnacle masterpiece of the alchemy apprentice, which can restore the lost vitality of living things. This life potion is also very good. Although Chen Yi doesn't know how much life can be recovered from these 10 lives. But since it is a peak masterpiece, it must have recovered a lot. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked at the 3 bodies. The corpse can't be spared either. The arrow is pulled out. Pick up the equipment and change the equipment. Subsequently, Chen Yi got 3 more pieces of equipment. They are the novice iron sword, the novice longbow, and the novice wooden staff. They are all equipment given by the system when changing jobs. These 3 are better than nothing. After all, equipment will be damaged. If someone's sword is broken, the bowstring is broken or something, you can totally find them instead. Nearly 1 billion people here. Under such a huge base. Anything can happen. Subsequently, Chen Yi opened the exchange. The exchanges are now full of all kinds of meat. Want to get this meat? The equipment must be replaced. Chen Yi sees no other equipment. Then I hung up these 3 pieces of novice equipment and only required 1 piece of equipment from the treasure chest. Finish the 3. Chen Yi suddenly remembered. There seems to be that kind of black chicken near the wooden houses of these people. If this happens, then take a look. I don't know what the talent of this black chicken is. Follow the direction from which the 3 escaped. Chen Yi walked towards it. Period. Chen Yi didn't see other refreshed monsters or anything. Instead, there was a lot of blood on the ground. It seems the monsters spawned here have been cleaned up. Chen Yi didn't know how the monster refresh was calculated. It would be fine if it was refreshed once a day. But I'm afraid it is refreshed once a week or once a month. Otherwise, I want to get to level 10. I don't know that the year of the monkey is coming. As the time goes, Chen Yi came to the other side of the bloody grassland. When seeing the number of wooden houses, Chen Yi was stunned. I saw 7 wooden huts, closely next to each other. Form a row. It's like a townhouse. This pattern. It was the first time that Chen Yi met. I really didn't expect it. There will be 7 people spawning at the same location. And here. Apparently it was where the 3 of them lived. The remaining 4. Don't think about it. You know that she was killed by these 3 people. After all, they stink. Just because those few people did not hesitate to avenge their revenge without hesitation. Chen Yi wouldn't doubt anything else either. Subsequently, Chen Yi walked into the wooden house. 4 of the chalets were deserted. Demolition is riddled with holes. 3 other wooden houses. It was quite clean. Chen Yi took a look and found nothing of value. Then the demolition of the house began. These wood that can make a fire must not be wasted. Soon, with the cooperation of White Wolf, Chen Yi demolished 6 wooden houses and obtained a large amount of high-quality wood. One of the best wooden houses was left and not demolished. It is already afternoon. You can stay here at night. Subsequently, continue walking forward. Chen Yi has never forgotten the species of black chicken. The talent of Wuji must be captured. Walked for about 10 minutes. Chen Yi saw a depression. The depression was filled with mud, and worms tumbled from time to time. There are still many footprints on the mud that has caked nearby. The footprints are 3-pronged. It must be some kind of bird's footprint. Chen Yi immediately thought of Wuji. It seems. This is the feeding ground where black-bone chickens often come. Chen Yi is not in a hurry. Then he found a hidden place to hide. The White Wolf was also sent out by Chen Yi to guard the environment behind him so that he could be attacked. Chen Yi waited for about 3 hours. By this time, dusk had passed, and it was almost dark. Only then did Chen Yi see a group of black-feathered black chickens walking towards this side. Under the observation of Chen Yi's insightful eye, even if it is dark, the living conditions of these black-bone chickens are also in full view. Like state-of-the-art infrared radar. Counted. The number of black-bone chickens is about 50. Chen Yi didn't hesitate. The property panel of this black chicken is directly extracted. Black feather chicken. Level 3. Basic strength 1.5. Basic constitution 2.7. Basic agility 2.5. Basic intelligence 0.1. Talent wild growth. Wild growth. When ingesting enough food, there will be a chance to increase the random attribute value by 0.01 points. This effect can only be triggered once per day. Skill none. See this scene. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Good guy. This kind of talent that can permanently increase attribute points is exactly what he needs. Thought here. Chen Yi straightened his bow and arrow, aiming at one of the strongest black-feathered chickens. Whoosh! The arrow brought a very strong air-breaking sound. Next second, the black chicken body was directly penetrated by the arrow. The rest of the black chickens were immediately frightened and hurriedly ran away. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't let it go. Whoosh whoosh! 13 black-bone chickens were left behind. At the same time, there was also a voice in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you successfully plundered the black chicken talent, wild growth. Wild growth, 100-fold increase. The increase is wild heart. Heart of the wild. Grade C. Effect, when you eat enough food, the attribute value will be increased by 0.1 randomly. It can take effect once a day. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear again. It is detected that you have the talent to meet the fusion conditions and start automatic fusion. 9 bulls and 2 tigers and wild heart begin to merge. Congratulations, you have obtained the A-level talent, Power of Predation. Power of Predation. Grade A. Effect, after eating enough food, you will gain 1 point of basic strength. Valid once a day. When you face an enemy whose level is lower than yours, you will reduce the opponent's attack power by 40%, and you will also gain the corresponding attack power. The degree of attack power reduction will be adjusted by the difference between the attributes of the 2 sides. At the same time, Chen Yi was able to perceive strong changes in his body. Stomach started to boil acid water. He had never felt the urge to eat meat so much. Feel this scene. Chen Yi was a little surprised, although lost 2 talents. But now he has acquired a powerful A-level talent. This A-level talent is definitely much stronger than those 2 talents. Just give yourself enough time. Gain 1 strength attribute point per day. Down over the years. Isn't his basic strength going to break through the sky? and Chen Yi could feel it. The bonuses brought by these attribute values in the early stage are very small. But at a later stage, I will definitely pile up the strength attribute value to a level that ordinary people can't imagine. After all, no matter how strong the talent is, it also needs the support of attribute points. At that time, it was not a dream to hit the stars with one punch. But the second effect is much more general. What will be the adjustment? Chen Yi didn't know. But presumably the same as before, it will be decided by one's own attack power or strength value. Call. Comfortable. Chen Yi was content. Then he looked at the black-feathered black chickens. He has made a decision. Chicken tonight, Chen Yi piled the wood from those wooden houses into a huge bonfire. Above is a whole treated bison. Next to the bonfire are all the black-feathered chickens. A strong bloody smell continued to spread. You can smell it for miles around. Chen Yi didn't care. If any beasts are attracted, they will be used as food rations. Gradually, the bison began to give off the aroma of beef. Chen Yi brought the novice longsword and kept cutting the bison on it. The white wolf on the side was also shouting excitedly. Chen Yi also directly threw it a large piece of half-cooked beef. This is a gluttonous feast. When the beef falls into the stomach, the powerful digestive power brought by the power of predation breaks it down in an instant. As the time goes, a whole roasted whole cow. Most of them fell into Chen Yi's belly. All those black-feathered chickens were also eaten up. He couldn't eat so much. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. The power of predation is activated. Congratulations on getting 1 point of strength. Chen Yi felt immediately. His strength has grown a little more comfortable. At the same time, Chen Yi also felt that he was not as supportive as before. Subsequently, Chen Yi put out the bonfire, leaving only some ashes. Leftover roast beef. It was so slowly smoked. Chen Yi is going to eat it tomorrow morning. Subsequently, lying comfortably on the straw pile. Turn on regional channels. The number of people online has dropped to 89,761. Just 4 days. More than 10,000 people died in the whole area. Presumably other areas are bound to be the same. Plus the difficulty is so high. Chen Yi feels that there will be very few human beings who can go to the next world alive in the end. At this time, on regional channels, everyone is talking about going to an abandoned temple next. The location of the temple. It was also posted. Chen Yi was a little curious after seeing it. Immediately retrieved the above chat records. It turned out that Lu Tianming broke the map of the current area. And it's free to everyone. Therefore, the system directly opens the current area map. Now everyone can see where they are on the system's regional map. See this message. Chen Yi quit immediately. Found that the area map option really came out. Just for a small reason. Chen Yi didn't notice it just now. This Lu Tianming is really a good person. Presumably because of this, it has won the support of many people. Don't say it. His tyrant alliance. It's really possible to build. Subsequently, Chen Yi directly clicked on the regional map. He also wanted to see. Where are you now? After opening the area map, Chen Yi observed carefully. A total of 6 places were found in this area. They are Death Swamp, Forest of Thousand Winds, Savage Blood Grassland, Frigid Desert, Endless Beach, and Mermaid Island. These 6 places forms Chen Yi's current area. One of them has a special marker in the Frigid Desert. And that mark, it looks like a small house. Is the lost temple they talked about in this place? When things go wrong, there must be demons. Could it be that? Is the so-called regional boss also in it? Chen Yi has never forgotten. Only by killing the regional boss can you open the channel to the next level. Otherwise, you will die with this world. On the regional map, according to Chen Yi's location, there are also red dots. He is now in the eastern part of the barbarian blood grassland. From the so-called cold desert, there is a death swamp in the middle. Could it be that? That Lu Tianming. Do you want to organize to attack the regional boss now? Chen Yi felt that Lu Tianming was too arrogant. Even with A-level talent, the boss in that area is definitely not so easy to fight. It's only been 4 days now. Chen Yi then opened the regional chat channel. Now a lot of people are talking about the heat. Have you read the regional map? On the regional map, I am in the Forest of Thousand Winds. No wonder the wind in this forest is so strong at night. I'm on Mermaid Island. Those mermaids are really ugly, but I still killed a few. Holy shit, those mermaids can't get rid of me just looking at them. They're covered in mucus, and there are cheeks on their faces. They make me spit out my meal overnight. Are you also on Mermaid Island? Let's gather together to make a boat and go to the land. Yes, you're right. The number of people is strong, and the temple can only be reached by going to the land. I've always heard you talk about temples. What exactly is a temple? The temple, it is said that there are regional bosses in it. The leader of the Batian Alliance, Lu Tianming, wants to lead everyone to crusade against the regional bosses. Yes, the boss in this area must die, otherwise there is no way to go to the next world. Going now, isn't it a bit sloppy? After all, this is the strongest boss. I'm Lu Tianming. As the leader of the Batian Alliance, I called everyone this time to find out the realities of the bosses in this area. If you really can't defeat them, then you can go back and come back after a while. Yes, you can also not come at all. It's all up to one's own volition. Lu Tianming's words came out. It immediately resonated with many people. Yeah, when you came to this world, you didn't control life and death in your own hands, and if you didn't try to gain that chance, what were you thinking about? What if the regional boss is defeated this time? Will the opening time of the passage be permanent? Everyone else has left. Do you want to destroy this world together? Isn't it true, no matter what world you are in, if you don't work hard, are you still waiting for a pie to fall from the sky and kill you? This time to attack the regional boss is an opportunity. What if there is any good reward? Even if it is a low-level talent, it is not impossible to become a stronger one. Immediately, countless inspirational chicken soup was issued. But Chen Yi found a feature. That is, these people who say chicken soup are all people with the words Batian League written on the back. Do you want to use other people's lives to find your way? Chen Yi smiled. It seems that this Lu Tianming is not as simple as he thought. Chen Yi also wanted to visit the Lost Temple. It's not like being brainwashed by chicken soup, but I want to see if this is where the regional boss is located. In addition, he now has an A-level talent and a B-level talent. The strength can also be sent to the top. He is an archer himself. When in danger, run away immediately. Thought here. Chen Yi made a decision. Leaving tomorrow. Subsequently, Chen Yi put the equipment into the storage space and then fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yi got up at 5 o'clock. Just ate all the beef that had been smoked overnight. I don't find it enjoyable. Another 10 rabbits were brought out to bake. Finally, Chen Yi's predatory power activates. Strength attribute has been increased by 1 point. Now his strength attribute. It's already 12 o'clock. The figure is like a sculpture, revealing incomparably magnificent. Demolish the rest of the house. Chen Yi took the white wolf towards the death swamp. On the way, Chen Yi met the group of black chickens from before again. After encountering, Chen Yi naturally wouldn't let it go. Directly, all 21 arrows were shot. At the same time, 21 blackbone chickens were also obtained. Now these arrows all have lost their enchanting power. But in terms of Chen Yi's current talent and attributes, the power of these arrows, it's not much different from when he had the power of enchanting before. 21 black chickens. Enough for a day's ration. Collect the body as usual. However, Chen Yi found a white light. After seeing, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Did something explode? The explosion rate of this 10,000 races survival battlefield is ridiculously low. Chen Yi almost forgot the setting of the props. I don't usually notice this stuff at all. Subsequently, Chen Yi couldn't wait to run over. He stretched his hand out into the white light. A bundle of black arrows appeared in Chen Yi's hands. Black feather arrow. Physical damage 8. Introduction. The tail feathers are made of high-quality arrows made of black chicken feathers, which not only fly faster, but also have strong penetrability. There are 10 black feather arrows in this bundle. The arrow body is made of ebony. The arrow is made of black metal and looks extremely sharp. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel very happy. Good guy. It really suits me. And this black feather arrow is so strong. The damage itself is 8 points. To know. Novice arrows. It's only 1 o'clock. Enchanted arrows and enchantments are only 6 or 7 points. This pure physical damage is so strong. Chen Yi is very satisfied. And there will be no disadvantages of the loss of enchanting power. Good. Chen Yi was extremely satisfied. Store the black feather arrows in the storage space. The other black-feathered chickens had all fled by now. Chen Yi was not in the mood to continue chasing. The most important thing right now or through the death swamp. Only in this way. To get first-hand information. This savage grassland is huge. His moving speed is 50 kilometers per hour. I ran for 3 hours. It took 150 kilometers to run from the east to the northern border of the barbarian blood grassland. And across the northern border. That's the Swamp of Death. Chen Yi also learned some information about the Death Swamp through the chat channel. This Death Swamp is different from the previous swamp in Blue Star. It's a place where you can die if you're not careful. There are all kinds of swamp traps and ferocious beasts everywhere, especially the poisonous snakes and crocodiles, called two new killers. Many people have disappeared from this area. Both were killed by these two animals. To the edge of the swamp, Chen Yi began to carefully observe the map. In the end, the closest route was chosen. There from the bloody steppe through the death swamp to the cold desert. It's only 30 kilometers away. If everything goes well, get to the cold desert before dark. Subsequently, Chen Yi walked towards that spot. Death swamps are overgrown with weeds and swamp gas. The bones of various animals accumulated over the years have fermented a very foul smell. The white wolf couldn't help but want to vomit. The mouth has been bubbling acid water. But Chen Yi felt better here. After all, the stench in the room was much stronger than this before he crossed over. If it weren't for this time, I had traveled to the battlefield of all races. Chen Yi could even rot to death in that room. Swamp ground is relatively soft. Chen Yi was holding a 2-meter-long wooden stick in front of him to explore the way. Prevent yourself from falling into this swamp of death. At this time, through the eye of insight, Chen Yi directly saw a place 90 meters away from him, and there was a powerful aura of life. Attributes are retrieved through the eye of insight. Swamp Giant Crocodile. Level 7. Basic Strength 7.5. Basic Constitution 16. Basic Agility 4. Basic Intelligence 0.6. Talent Mark of the Wild. Mark of the Wild increases maximum HP by 10%. Skill Death Roll. C. Chen Yi directly took out the hunting recurve bow and took out the newly obtained black feather arrow. This swamp giant crocodile has a good talent. But the next second is mine. Whoosh! The black feather arrow turned into a black on, directly into the ground. Suddenly, the swamp giant crocodile lurking in the mud exploded in an instant. It stirred up the muddy water, and the black feather arrow, solid, shot in its forehead. The penetrating power of the black feather arrow is extremely powerful. Under this penetrating power, hardly any creature skin below level 10 can resist. Tough alligator leather is no exception. At this time, the swamp giant crocodile rushed towards Chen Yi, but the black feather arrow on the forehead continued to bring him continuous damage. At this time, Chen Yi's black feather arrows kept firing. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows are fired very fast. In addition, the resistance of the black feather arrow in the air is much weaker than other arrows. Almost instantly, the forehead of this swamp crocodile was full of arrows. Loudly, puff, the swamp crocodile lost its vitality, lying there, motionless. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you successfully plundered the swamp giant crocodile talent, Mark of the Wild. Mark of the Wild is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Wild Body. Wild Body. Grade D. Effect: the maximum Qi and blood is doubled, and the Qi and blood recovery speed is increased by 10%. At the same time, Chen Yi felt that his Qi and blood had also become extremely strong, far from being able to compare with the previous self. Exuberant blood. Blood recovery speed increased. The speed of physical and energy recovery is also faster. If it was easy to get tired before, now it is full of stamina. Chen Yi came to the corpse of the swamp giant crocodile. The corpse of this swamp crocodile seemed to weigh more than 1,000 pounds. The most important is, Chen Yi has eaten crocodile meat. This crocodile meat tastes similar to chicken, but is far more tender than chicken. If used for roasting, it's definitely delicious. Thought here. Chen Yi couldn't stop drooling. Subsequently, pull out the black feather arrow. The giant crocodile body was placed in the storage space. At the same time, I have decided in my heart, when you get out of this swamp of death, roast this giant crocodile. Subsequently, Chen Yi continued to walk forward. Because of the discerning eye, Chen Yi discovered many dangers in advance. The crocodiles of this death swamp are extremely intelligent. They even cover themselves in mud for camouflage. Certainly, none of these disguises escaped Chen Yi's eyes. While walking, Chen Yi has also seen many wooden houses. But the wooden houses in the Death Swamp are all empty. These wooden houses all seem to be abandoned. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't be polite. Whenever you come across a wooden house, Chen Yi stepped forward and took the white wolf to remove the wood. So Chen Yi accumulated a lot of wood. There is no shortage of fuel to start a fire. On regional channels. Damn it, I just went out for a hunt, and when I get back to the cabin, it's gone. Me too, who? I didn't want to go to the cold desert at first, but I can't go now. Damn, who owes so much? Brothers of Death Swamp, let's go to the cold desert to gather. Yes, go to the cold desert to gather and see who it is. At this time, Chen Yi did not watch regional channels. I didn't know that I had received so much resentment. Just 1 kilometer away from the cold desert, Chen Yi encountered a group of snakes. It was a snake gushing out of a huge bush. All have snake teeth. Swamp Viper. Level 4. Basic Strength 3.5. Basic Constitution 2.9. Basic Agility 4.5. Basic Intelligence 1. Talent Poison Making. Poison Making. It can create poisonous poison and attack the enemy with poison. Skill Flying. There are hundreds of snakes in the snake group. Even Chen Yi saw his scalp go numb. But fortunately, these vipers didn't care about Chen Yi. Instead, go directly in one direction. Things like poisonous snakes have always been alone. But now there are actually snakes. Chen Yi was still a little surprised. When the snakes passed by, Chen Yi hurriedly ran away, then took out an arrow whose enchanted power failed. To one of the venomous snakes. Whoosh! A poisonous snake was shot dead instantly. The rest of the vipers. Immediately, he spit out snake letters and chased after Chen Yi. Chen Yi ran straight ahead. At the same time, a voice also sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, plundering the swamp viper talent, poison making. Poisoning is increased by 100 times and the increase is poisoning. Poisoning. Grade D. Effect, you can consume body fluids to create venom and apply it to the weapon to attack the enemy. Venom damage is continuous damage, and the specific damage value depends on your physique. This poison is good. His methods of attacking the enemy have increased. Chen Yi then continued to run forward. Even through mud. Chen Yi also stepped directly past. Fortunately, it didn't get caught. After running for a mile, Chen Yi saw the cold desert, and the poisonous snakes behind him seemed to be full of fear of the cold desert. They stopped at the edge of the death swamp. Chen Yi saw the performance of this group of poisonous snakes. Could not help but hesitate. Is there something in this cold desert? Chen Yi didn't want that much. After all, he has already come here. Can you go back? Subsequently, Chen Yi walked deeper into the cold desert. On regional channels. Damn it, what's going on with this group of poisonous snakes? Don't they usually run into rivers with our wells? Yeah, why are you so violent today? Hurry up, these poisonous snakes can't catch up with us for the time being. Yeah, run. It was already dark when I came to the cold desert. This cold desert, as the name suggests, is really cold. Even Chen Yi, with all kinds of talents, felt the cold. Subsequently, Chen Yi found a hollow, took out the wood and started to build a temporary shelter. And a huge fire was raised in the front. After dealing with a swamp giant crocodile, Chen Yi set up and grilled. Since acquiring the power of predator talent, Chen Yi has felt that he has become very hungry. This whole roasted giant crocodile. It is estimated that it can only support this evening and tomorrow morning. Accompanied by bursts of barbecue aroma, Chen Yi and White Wolf began to feast on each other. Crocodile meat is very tender. Mouth full of oil. At this time, Chen Yi threw the eye of insight. Suddenly, I felt that there were 7 people 80 meters ahead. Chen Yi couldn't help being surprised. What do these 7 people want to do? Immediately after, Chen Yi took out the hunting recurve bow. Be ready to strike back at any time. It has 10 times the range. Even if it is 2 kilometers away, he can still shoot without a hitch. He wasn't afraid of being attacked at all. And this time, the 7 people that Chen Yi sensed began to move. At the same time, there were people shouting over there. Friend, we have no ill intentions. We just want to find a place to rest. Follow the wind. Chen Yi heard the voices of these people. And then, another voice came. Friend, we are from the Batian Alliance. You can rest assured that it will not cause any harm to you. Chen Yi heard this. Could not help but be a little surprised. Is it actually a member of the Batian League? I don't know if Lu Tianming is inside. Subsequently, Chen Yi picked up a torch and waved to those people. Indicates that you can come. See Chen Yi's gesture. Those people were elated. They all ran over here. When I saw the grilled giant crocodile that Chen Yi set up, the others were visibly shocked. They have also encountered this swamp giant crocodile. But the skin is rough and the flesh is thick, and there is no way to break through the defense. So if you encounter it, you can only run away. So, when I saw that Chen Yi directly set up a big crocodile to bake here, no one has peace of mind. Especially the white wolf beside Chen Yi. The current level of the white wolf is the same as the level of the white wolf boss Chen Yi encountered before. The height has grown to 3 meters directly. Under the blessing of the boiling animal blood, the speed is extremely fast. The figure also looks very mighty. Chen Yi even prepared to make a saddle for a mount and ran around directly on the white wolf. When the group of people saw it, they knew that the white wolf was Chen Yi's pet or something. Immediately, the look in Chen Yi's eyes turned into awe. The head is a middle-aged man. Then introduced to Chen Yi. My name is Zhang Daji. These are the friends we met on the road, and they all joined the Batian Alliance. Now the leader Lu Tianming has been waiting near the temple, so he has to get there as soon as possible, so he has been on his way until it is dark. Chen Yi looked at Zhang Daji and the other 7. He nodded immediately. Well, I haven't eaten yet. Come on, this crocodile can eat whatever you want. I can't finish it anyway. Seeing that Chen Yi was going to invite them to eat roast crocodile, the eyes of several people suddenly showed eager looks. After all this way, forget about meat. The compressed dry food that was opened in the treasure chest was almost exhausted. Meat is now available. It's simply an unexpected surprise. Zhang Daji then smiled at Chen Yi. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Subsequently, Zhang Daji took out a dagger. Cut up on the gigantic crocodile. Chen Yi saw the dagger. Immediately understood that Zhang Daji's profession was an assassin. After Zhang Daji distributed a piece of meat to everyone behind him, he ate it himself. Chen Yi was already a little full at this time. I didn't eat anymore. Keep the stomach and wait for the attribute to be added tomorrow. And in the eyes of insight, Zhang Daji's life forms have not changed much. That is, they have no malice towards him. Seems to be a bunch of honest people. At this time, Chen Yi looked at Zhang Daji. Old Zhang, have you seen that Lu Tianming? Zhang Daji shook his head. We haven't really seen each other, we've only seen them in chat. He was posting videos in the Batian League chat group just now. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little curious. Can I still form a chat group? It seems that he is really ignorant and has not carefully studied the functions of the system panel. Chen Yi said at this time, then can you pull me into the group? At this time, Zhang Daji was a little embarrassed. If you want to join the group, you must join the Batian League. If you don't join, even if I pull you in, I will kick you out. Hear Daji's words. Chen Yi nodded. Well, I see. But it's okay, you go to the other side to rest. This bonfire can burn for a long time, so you don't have to be afraid of cold at night. Zhang Daji nodded. All right. Subsequently, he took the remaining 6 to the other side, dug a nest in the sand, and began to lie in and rest. Chen Yi also put the remaining crocodile meat into the storage space. This crocodile meat is not like bison meat. Smoke it overnight and it won't taste good tomorrow. Subsequently, Chen Yi opened the regional channel. He wants to see how many people have come to this cold desert now. Regional channels. Number of people online, 86217. Chen Yi took a look. Found that the number of people online is getting less and less. Thousands less people a day. Chen Yi sent a message. I have reached the cold desert. How many people have come here? We haven't even built the boat. From the map, Mermaid Island is 25 kilometers away from Endless Beach. If there are no ships with sufficient strength, we can't even get out of Mermaid Island. The brothers who were born on Mermaid Island are too miserable. When you come over, I will invite you to eat test bison. Upstairs, you underestimate Mermaid Island too. The seafood on Mermaid Island can't be eaten at all. I am from Mermaid Island, and I have the right to speak. Indeed, there are many kinds of coconut crabs, scallops, octopus, clams, and so on. F***K, I'm envious, I just love seafood. Don't be envious of others. It's too cold at night in the cold desert. If I hadn't demolished my wooden house, I wouldn't be able to carry it now. Damn, you still have wood to burn. My wooden house was demolished by some god. Don't let me catch who you are. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little weird when he saw the sentence. Could it be that I dismantled it wrongly during the day? Forget it. It has been demolished. Can it be repaired for him again? At this time, Zhang Daji suddenly shouted towards Chen Yi. Big brother, there is news from our group that there are 5,000 people gathered around the temple now. And our alliance leader said that we have to wait until 10,000 people are gathered before entering the temple and is urging us to hurry as soon as possible. Chen Yi was a little surprised when he heard it. I didn't expect so many people to gather. Okay, I see. It's good to get up early tomorrow. Good boss. Finished fire. The more Chen Yi thought about it, the more insecure he felt. Then suddenly got up. Sitting in a makeshift log cabin. Arrows were constantly taken out by him and poisoned on them. 30 arrows in total. All of them have been coated with the toxins he produced. Another look at the World Channel. Found out that nobody sells arrows or anything. Then fell asleep. Chen Yi woke up at 4 o'clock. It was just dawn at this time. The cold air at night has condensed a layer of frost on the surface of the desert. A bonfire is left with only some ashes that have not been completely burned. Seeing this, Chen Yi threw a pile of wood into it. Waited about 20 minutes. The wood began to whirring and burning. The surrounding temperature rose quickly, directly dispelling the chill. The 7 Zhangdaji were also woken up by the sudden temperature. Chen Yi has racked up grilled crocodiles. Yesterday he and these 7 people hadn't even eaten a third of the crocodile. So the portion is still very good. There are about 700 kilograms left. Soon, the aroma of crocodile meat spreads all around. Chen Yi cut 50 caddies of meat and fed it directly to the white wolf. Zhang Daji and the others are not as gifted with predatory power as Chen Yi. So eat very little. A person who eats 2 pounds of meat is almost full. Chen Yi was already hungry and panicked. It nibbled at the whole crocodile. Piece after piece of meat was swallowed into the belly. Chen Yi gradually felt his physical strength recovering. Drank some more water. Chen Yi continued to eat. In the stunned eyes of Zhang Daji and the others, Chen Yi alone ate more than 200 kilograms of meat. Crocodiles are also riddled with bites. At the same time, there was also a voice in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, the power of predatory talent is activated, and you get 1 point of strength attribute value. The meat that Chen Yi ate. It also turned into his physical strength. Flat belly. I don't know where the meat I ate before went to. Wait for Chen Yi to finish eating. It's 6:30 in the morning. Chen Yi wiped the corner of his mouth contentedly. Then look at the crowd. Let's go now, just as I want to see what the temple looks like. Zhang Daji and the others still don't understand. Chen Yi is definitely a big shot of advanced talent. Just by this amount of food. Most likely a B grade or even an A grade. Saying so, isn't Chen Yi the same as his leader? Subsequently, several people started to leave. The white wolf is exploring the way ahead. Chen Yi and several others walked slowly behind. Now that the specific news is known, Chen Yi is not in a hurry now either. It's hard to get another 5,000 people together. At this time, the white wolf in front suddenly screamed. Ow! Seeing this, Chen Yi quickly took the hunting recurve in his hand. Zhang Daji and the others were also armed with weapons and entered a state of combat readiness. At this time, in front of the white wolf, a huge lizard blocked its way. Desert Monitor Lizard. Level 7. Basic Strength 9.5. Basic Constitution 8. Basic Agility 5.4. Basic Intelligence 0.6. Talent. Primary Poison Resistance. Poison Resistance. You gain certain poison resistance and are immune to most primary poisons. Skill. Tail Flick Swallow. The Desert Monitor Lizard is 4 or 5 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. Overall look. It is much bigger than the white wolf, who is 3 meters tall. Look at the Desert Monitor Lizard in front of you. Chen Yi just shot an arrow in the past. Whoosh! The arrow is unbiased. It hit the Desert Monitor Lizard directly in the eye. The Desert Monitor Lizard immediately began to howl in pain, although it has some resistance to toxins. But being shot blind is a real thing. The Desert Monitor Lizard, which had lost an eye, rolled over on the sand. Attempt to get the arrow out of the eye socket. Chen Yi is here. It is to continue to launch the attack. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows flew by. Chen Yi's hand speed was almost invisible. In a blink of an eye, the desert monitor lizard is full of arrows. Subsequently, Chen Yi held the black feather arrow and used the charge shot directly. Power is constantly gathering towards the arrows in his hands. 5 seconds later, whoosh! An arrow flew past faster than before. It went straight into the body of the monitor lizard. Desert monitor lizards at this time become like a hedgehog. There was blood all over the place. Wet the surrounding sand. Can't see what it looked like before. Zhang Daji and the 7 were extremely amazed. This strength. It was beyond their imagination. If the 7 of them were to encounter this desert monitor lizard, then there was no other way to try except running. This is simply an unshakable beast. But now, under the hands of Chen Yi, it's like a very common thing. At this time, Chen Yi started walking towards the desert monitor lizard. The monitor lizard is already venting more and less air at this time. But under the strong physique of 16 points, there is no way to die completely for a while. The white wolf wanted to pounce at this time. Chen Yi waved directly to the white wolf, motioning not to bite. After all, his arrows are poisonous. This desert monitor lizard is immune to its own poison, but not the white wolf. Subsequently, Chen Yi came to the front of the desert monitor lizard, held the arrow, and stabbed directly into the desert monitor lizard's brain. Next moment, the desert monitor lizard is completely dead. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you successfully plundered the desert monitor lizard talent, primary poison resistance. Primary poison resistance is increased by 100 times, and the increase is advanced poison resistance. Advanced poison resistance. Grade D. Effect greatly increases poison resistance and can be immune to most high-level and following poisons. Chen Yi's experience. It has also reached 79% of level 5. Chen Yi was very comfortable hearing the sound. Immune to toxins. This talent is very much needed. If you say that you will encounter a monster with extremely powerful poison in the future, then you will not be afraid at all. Immediately after, Chen Yi pulled out all the arrows. The body of the desert monitor lizard was also included in the storage space. After such an episode, in the hearts of Zhang Daji's 7 people, Chen Yi's image became powerful and mysterious. His eyes were full of awe. Chen Yi also noticed this change. But this change is what he is happy to see. In this way, this group of people will not have any thoughts. Even if you are careful. Chen Yi also doesn't mind using unlimited self-defense rights to gain 7 additional talents. Subsequently, follow the area map. Chen Yi only needs to walk another 100 kilometers to reach the temple. Because there is no hurry. Chen Yi killed monsters along the way. Even actively look for it. Therefore, the experience bar is also skyrocketing. Finally, at 3 p.m., Chen Yi has risen to level 6. After reaching level 6, only then did Chen Yi start to get serious. Look at the 7. Now I'll go first, I have to arrive before dark, you can catch up if you can. Subsequently, Chen Yi took the white wolf and walked towards the lost temple. Zhang Daji and the others also began to work hard to catch up. It's only 100 kilometers after all. Even at night. Gotta be there before 12 o'clock. After all, a lot of monsters are refreshed every day. If too many monsters refreshed, blocking the way, then it's not good. Chen Yi is here. Running is like lightning. With the white wolf all the way, it stirred up the smoke and dust in the sky. Zhang Daji and the others also ran forward along the traces left by Chen Yi. The route that Chen Yi took was the safest. After all, Chen Yi will easily clean up the monsters on the road. More than 2 hours later, Chen Yi saw a green space in the desert from a distance. There is a lake in the middle of the green space. There were people all around. The number is dense. There are 5,000 or 6,000 people. But Chen Yi didn't see the entrance to the temple. I guess it's hidden somewhere. Find a place to stay as soon as possible. The most important thing is to build your own wooden house. Thought here. Chen Yi walked towards the green space with the white wolf. When it comes to green space, the tall figure of the white wolf immediately attracted the attention of many people. At first, I thought that the white wolf was a monster that was refreshed. But after seeing Chen Yi beside white wolf, immediately understood. Such a powerful monster is probably this person's pet. Thought here. Everyone else looked at Chen Yi enviously. There are such powerful pets. Certainly leveling and killing monsters is very fast. And most importantly, You must kill monsters of the same type in order to explode the corresponding pet eggs. That person must be a powerful talent. At least C, more likely B. After all, those C-level or even B-level talent owners are too powerful compared to them. So when Chen Yi came to the crowd, all automatically gave way. Chen Yi walked all the way forward. Finally came to a flat clearing by the lake. People around. See the mighty white wolf. They also retreated into the distance. In a blink of an eye. That leaves a big place for Chen Yi. Chen Yi started building a wooden house. Soon, with strong hand speed, Chen Yi was able to set up within an hour. And set up a bonfire. Put a prepared bison on it and grill it. Chen Yi has been eating more and more recently. Too much time wasted on cooking. This is a bison that is close to 2,000 pounds. After processing, there can be more than 1,000 kilograms of meat. Enough for him to eat for 2 days. White wolves prefer to eat half-baked. Therefore, Chen Yi also fed the white wolf a lot of meat. Crowd around. Looking at Chen Yi, who was grilling there alone, he also swallowed all kinds of saliva. Looking at the compressed biscuits in his hand, compressed dry food or something. It just tastes like chewing wax. Soon, the beef begins to spread with a charming aroma. Chen Yi immediately picked up the novice sword and cut it there. Pieces of huge beef were eaten. But there was no sign of Chen Yi's belly bulging. Some caring people. I have already guessed that Chen Yi's talent should be related to eating. Maybe it's the kind that the more you eat, the stronger your strength increases. Chen Yi had almost eaten by now. After eating 200 pounds of meat. Stomach is also full. And suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd. Chen Yi noticed this scene. Then stopped eating. And put the remaining bison back in the storage space. At this time, a young man came over surrounded by the crowd. Chen Yi recognized it. He's seen pictures of this guy. Lu Tianming. The owner of the A-level talent Flame Walker. Come here now. I don't know what the purpose is. The rest of the people also looked here curiously. At the same time, familiar people were whispering. Don't know what will happen next. Lu Tianming walked up to Chen Yi. He was also a little surprised to see the white wolf more than 3 meters tall. After all, such pets are definitely the best of the best. Subsequently, Lu Tianming looked at Chen Yi. Hello, get to know me, I'm Lu Tianming. Chen Yi nodded. My name is Chen Yi, do you know what you are doing here? Lu Tianming looked around. Then he said, can I go to your wooden house to talk about specific things? Chen Yi nodded. Sure. Subsequently, Chen Yi walked into the wooden house with Lu Tianming. People brought by Lu Tianming. They also looked at the people around them and kept them from getting close to prevent overhearing the conversation between the two. In the wooden house. Chen Yi looked at Lu Tianming here. I don't know if you came here to find me for something? Lu Tianming looked at Chen Yi and said, your talent should be A-level. Chen Yi immediately pretended to be surprised. How do you know? Lu Tianming laughed. Of course I know that in the previous system's 6 reminders about the various levels of talent classification performance, I firmly remembered it in my heart. Generally, a human who has reached the S rank has the ability to go beyond certain rules. But your performance is almost the same as mine in my opinion, so I conclude that you are definitely A rank. Chen Yi glanced at Lu Tianming pretending to admire. Well, not bad, as expected of the cute master of the Batian League. After hearing this, Lu Tianxian is obviously very useful. Still a teenager after all. In the face of this kind of praise for him, impossible to be indifferent. Subsequently, looking at Chen Yi's eyes softened a bit. Are you interested in joining the Batian Alliance? We high-level talents will definitely be able to defeat the regional bosses. Hear what Lu Tianming said. Chen Yi didn't answer right away. Instead, he said, I don't know. Do you have any other information about the temple? Lu Tianming nodded after hearing this. This cold desert is connected to the endless beach. According to the classics I found in one place, this was once the bottom of the endless sea. The temple is the seabed temple dedicated to a sea god named Hydella by the mermaid. But the seas are vicissitudes, and now this place has become a desert. The mermaid also abandoned this temple. If we go in, it is very likely that we will get a lot of ancient props and even transfer scrolls for hidden occupations. The regional boss, not necessarily here, but in the Death Swamp. Because of the poisonous snake riot in the Death Swamp, it is very likely related to the boss in that area. But only after exploring this temple will we have enough strength to defeat the regional boss. Hear what Lu Tianming said. Chen Yi was also a little surprised. He remembered those scenes of the Snake Isle. That said, didn't he pass by the regional boss? Luckily, I haven't come across it now. Otherwise, with his current strength, there is simply no way to defeat the boss in that area. And this Lu Tianming, just 5 days, got so much information. Could it be that? Is he also a voodoo god? Subsequently, Chen Yi said tentatively, "Are you also a believer?" After Lu Tianming heard it, his eyes were obviously surprised. But then he said, "No, I'm not a believer. I just bought a lot of news from a voodoo believer." I heard Lu Tianming say this. Chen Yi nodded. He also bought a lot of news from the voodoo followers. Then Chen Yi said, "Well, I have also met that cultist. I don't know if the two of us met the same one." Lu Tianming pondered. "Well, it should be. I used the barbecue for the news that the cultist was short of food. I also, haha." Seeing the two of them go through such a similar experience, the unfamiliar feeling in their hearts has also been eliminated a lot. Lu Tianming then said, "Well, if that's the case, we'll form a team to enter the Dela temple." The two then agreed on a lot of things and added friends. Lu Tianming also pulled Chen Yi into the Batian League group. From Lu Tianming's mouth, Chen Yi learned there is also a B-level talent owner, teaming up with 3 C-level talent owners. This configuration, it is already the strongest in the 8888 area. After Lu Tianming left, Chen Yi also let the White Wolf guard well, while he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Chen Yi got up at 5 o'clock. Now is the 6th day in this world. In the eyes of everyone surprised, Chen Yi ate 300 caddies of meat. Congratulations, the power of predatory talent is activated, and you gain 1 point of strength. Now his power, it has reached 14.5. Even those warriors are not as powerful as him. It was 7:30 after Chen Yi finished eating. Lu Tianming also privately chatted with Chen Yi and sent a message. "Let Chen Yi pass now. Go to the temple entrance first." Now after a night, this oasis has gathered more than 10,000 people. In the whole area, 1 in 10 people are here. After Chen Yi received the news, put away the cabin. Then he walked in the direction of Lu Tianming. When it came to Lu Tianming, 5 people have already gathered here. All are highly talented professionals. The worst is also C-grade. Chen Yi knew. This is what Lu Tianming said yesterday, who are going to form a team together. When Lu Tianming saw Chen Yi, he began to greet Chen Yi. "Chen Yi, come here, I'll introduce these people to you." Chen Yi walked over. The remaining 4. They are Qin Mu, a priest with B-level talent, rejuvenation of hands. The warrior Thunder Tiger with a C-level talent, King Dingli Shi. Jiang Haoren, a knight with C-rank talent, holy power. Lu Xiaochun, a mage with C-level talent, frost control. Warriors, knights, priests, 2 mages, plus Chen Yi, an archer, formed this team. Qin Mu's wonderful hand rejuvenation can enhance all the healing effects by 5 times. The healing technique can cure minor injuries, and he has also learned the level 5 healing skill rejuvenation technique. As long as it's not a serious injury, then it can be rescued. Thunder Tiger is extremely powerful, and he is a powerful warrior, increasing his power growth by an additional 1 point. It is a talent that is more useful in the later stages. Jiang Haoren's divine power can increase his blessing spell by 100% compared to the actual effect. The strength blessing of the knight can directly increase the target's strength. With Jiang Haoren's strength blessing, the strength of Chen Yi and Lei Hu can be improved by at least 30%. Jiang Haoren also learned the knight's level 5 skill wisdom blessing, can directly improve the target's intelligence. Lu Tianming, Lu Xiaochun, and Qin Mu can all get promotions. This is an indispensable professional. And that Lu Xiaochun, because of the talent and control of the ice. The initial skill is not fireball. It's ice spear. Can fire ice guns to attack enemies. Not only can slow down and freeze enemies. Under the ice mastery, talent with 100% ice, spell power enhancement. The attack power is also very strong. As for Lu Tianming's Flame Walker talent, he didn't hide it. Say it directly. His fire skills will be enhanced by 10 times, and he can also consume mental power to incarnate a fire elemental body. Immune to physical damage and fire damage during the period. The duration depends on his mental power. A-level talent. Just so powerful. Chen Yi was introducing himself. He only told everyone about the effect of the power of predation. Everyone was amazed when they heard it. This A-level talent is indeed stronger than 1. It can reduce the attack power of surrounding enemies, and it is also blessed by those attack powers. If you face enough enemies, can an arrow penetrate the Earth's crust? And that eating can increase the talent of attribute points. Simply not great. This is simply the talent that everyone dreams of. The talents of several people are introduced to each other. Lu Tianming brought a few people to the entrance of the temple. This is a metal door that is half inclined to the ground. The metal door is about 7 or 8 meters wide and 5 or 6 meters high. The door is covered with various tentacle patterns, and these tentacles are inlaid with gems resembling eyeballs. The direction the eye is looking at is diagonally above. There seemed to be something there that was attracting them. Look at the metal door. Lu Tianming sent a message directly in the group. Let everyone stand by. According to the scriptures, there are many monsters behind this metal door. Moment of opening. Will all flow out. Lu Tianming summoned more than 10,000 people for this, and spread fake news that there are regional bosses in this temple. So these people are in a rush. At this time, people receiving news. They put away their things one after another and entered the combat readiness state directly. At this time, Lu Tianming has entered the state of fire element body. The whole person turned into flames, floating in the air like a flame devil. At this time, Lu Tianming directly condensed a fireball in his hand. Under the blessing of 10 times the power, the color of the fireball's flames changed, turning blue-purple. Boom! The fireball exploded on the metal door in an instant. A crack appeared in the metal door in such a violent explosion. Fireball after fireball shot out. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, metal doors are overwhelmed, shattered. At the same time, the sound of came directly from the corridor behind the metal door. Almost instantly, small spiders poured out from behind the temple door, densely packed, like the tide. At the same time, a bigger spider also appears behind the little spider. Spider feet are 5 meters tall. It is almost the same as the gate of the temple. Chen Yi also called up the attribute panel of this big spider at the first time. Mother of Spiders, Dark Iron Boss. Level 10. Basic Strength 23.2. Basic Constitution 31.8. Basic Agility 22.1. Basic Intelligence 10. Talent, the power of reproduction. Reproductive power, D, your reproductive capacity is doubled. Skill, Mother's Nest. Mother's Nest, you can create a spider mother's nest and hatch 10 small spiders after 10 seconds. With the blessing of reproductive power, it was changed to 20, little spider. Grade 1. Basic Strength 0.4. Basic Constitution 0.3. Basic Agility 0.7. Basic Intelligence 0.1. Talent none. Skill, spinning. Look at the talents of the mother of spiders. Chen Yi was speechless. Reproductive power. What do you want this thing to do? So is the little spider. No talent. But even so, to kill or to kill. Because under such a huge base, the experience that can be obtained is terrifying. At this time, Lu Tianming has already started to fire on the mother of spiders. The powerful fireball technique directly hit the body of the mother of spiders. Boom! The fireball directly burns the mother of spiders' skin to black. But no effective damage was done. See this scene. Lu Tianming was a little surprised. I didn't expect this mother of spiders to have such a strong defense. And this time, the mother of spiders spit out more than 10 meatballs directly. Those meatballs grow in the wind. In a blink of an eye, it became a small spider nest. At this time, Chen Yi shouted at Lu Tianming, burn those spider nests quickly or else baby spiders will hatch. Lu Tianming nodded after hearing this. Then fireballs were launched towards those spider nests. Every fireball can burn down a spider nest. But there are still fish that slip through the net. 2 spider nests hatched successfully. Suddenly, more than 40 small spiders crawled out of it. The white wolf has 1 claw. It attacked those little spiders. At this time, those 10,000 people, they are also constantly fighting with the little spiders. Although the attributes of these little spiders are rubbish, they can't hold a large number. Under the offensive of dozens of millions of small spiders, casualties began to appear in the crowd. Chen Yi knew. The mother of spiders must be killed in order to delay the attack of these little spiders. Subsequently, Chen Yi directly attacked the mother of spiders. The bowstring in his hand trembled. Arrows flew toward the mother of spiders one by one. under various hit bonuses. Chen Yi's arrows were not empty. Every arrow can sink deep into the body of the mother of spiders. The hand of crushing constantly reduces the physical defense of the mother of spiders. Chen Yi's poisoning also started to work. This mother of spiders does not have much poison resistance. The damage Chen Yi's poison can do to it is irresistible. At this time, Jiang Haoren threw a blessing of strength directly at Chen Yi. Chen Yi suddenly felt a strong force surging in his body. You are blessed with strength, and your base strength increases by 2 points plus 20%. His strength, at this moment, rose to a new height. Under the support of great power, the arrows fired became more powerful. The arrow that could have sunk half a meter into the mother of spiders, all can now be submerged. Only the arrow feathers are left on the body surface. At this time, Lei Hu held a large white steel sword with golden light on his body and rushed directly towards the mother of spiders. Whirlwind. The white steel greatsword drew an arc in the air. Like a rotary saw, a long wound was drawn directly on the abdomen of the mother of spiders. Green blood spurted from the wound. Squeak. The mother of spiders screamed. The front foot is a stroke against the thunder tiger. Lei Hu's chest was immediately cut with a deep wound. Blood spurted from the wound. Qin Mu saw this. Just 2 skills. The healing technique that can heal instantly and the rejuvenation technique that continuously heals directly greeted Lei Hu. Thunder Tiger's wound, under the strong therapeutic effect, gradually healed the wound. Once again, it has become the state of being alive and well before. And the mother of spiders is here. Started to produce spider nests again and again. The spider nests rushed out almost desperately. At the same time, Lu Changming and Lu Xiaochun started cleaning up these spider nests. Ice guns and fireballs were fired continuously. But many spiders are still hatched. After the little spider joined the battle group, because of the skill of spewing spider silk, several people began to be in a hurry. After the body was spewed by spider silk, movement is greatly restricted. However, Lu Tianming did not have such troubles. He is in the body of fire. Being attacked by the spider silk was burned out by the flames before it hit him. At this time, Chen Yi had already shot those enchanted arrows whose enchanted power had failed. Next second, the black feather arrow in the hand reappears. Whoosh whoosh. Under Chen Yi's extremely fast attack speed, every strike of the black feather arrow carried 1,000-point force and attacked the mother of spiders. Although the mother of spiders has a strong physique, but Chen Yi's arrow is not vegetarian. Every arrow, they were all deeply immersed in the body of the mother of spiders. Gradually, no matter how strong the physique of the mother of spiders is, there is absolutely no way to resist the attack of arrows. The more vigorously it moves, the more damage it takes. Arrows are like agitators in its body. All the internal organs and spider sacs began to break down. Even the black iron boss, completely irresistible. Gradually, the life breath of the mother spider began to weaken. The little spiders around seemed to sense this situation and became even more crazy. Started to gather around the mother of spiders continuously. Used to protect the mother of spiders. At this time, the mother of spiders also began to eat small spiders. It seems that eating the little spider can restore the injury. But all this is useless. At this point, its stomach sac had already ruptured. There is no way to digest it to gain strength. Finally, suddenly, the mother of spiders fell to the ground. A ball of golden light sank into Chen Yi's body. His experience bar also reached 97% at level 6. You can level up with just a little experience. A voice also sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on successfully plundering the mother of spiders' talent, reproductive power. Reproductive power is increased by 100 times, and the increase is iron kidney. Iron kidney. Grade B. Effect: you will not be troubled by kidney deficiency, and your fertility will be increased tenfold, removing reproductive isolation from some humanoid races. The talent came so suddenly. Chen Yi wasn't ready at all. Look at this iron kidney talent. Chen Yi was powerless to complain. This sucks. However, Chen Yi himself did not have any expectations for the talent of the mother of spiders. It's not bad that the experience bar goes up. Kill some more monsters to level up. At this time, because of the death of the mother of spiders, those little spiders seemed to have no backbone, and they all fled towards the depths of the desert. Small spiders are like the tide. Come and go quickly. Everyone was given time to breathe. These little spiders are so annoying. At this time, around the entire temple, except for the spider corpses left behind, there are no spiders left. Lu Tianming came to the mother of spiders at this time. Look at the dead mother of spiders. The palm of the hand is directly facing the head of the mother of spiders. There was a stir in the brain. Finally, a spar appeared in his palm at this moment. See that they're actually spar. Chen Yi was curious. At this time, Lu Tianming came to the front of several people. This is the energy crystal produced in the head of the mother of spiders, which can only be produced by boss-level monsters. The function is to restore the energy of the enchanted equipment. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Didn't expect such a thing to exist. Didn't the previous Buffalo King miss it? And the corpse of the White Wolf King, he has not moved. It seems that this kind of energy spar also exists in the mind of this White Wolf King. Just right. His enchanted arrows have lost their power. Can be replenished with this energy spar. Lu Tianming said at this time, none of us have enchanted equipment. I think Chen Yi's arrows are enchanted arrows, but now they have lost their power. In addition, Chen Yi contributed the most just now, so he has no problem with this. The rest of the people expressed no opinion. Just an energy spar. Not anything particularly valuable. Subsequently, Lu Tianming put the energy spar in Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi also saw the properties of this energy spar clearly. Dark iron grade energy spar. Remaining energy 1000. Introduction. The spar bred from powerful monsters can supplement various equipment items that lack energy. Good. This energy spar is exactly what he needs now. Thanks. After Chen Yi finished speaking, just came to the corpse of the mother of spiders. Pull out all the arrows above. Chen Yi starts charging all the enchanted arrows. Place the energy spar on the arrow's enchantment pattern. Arrows will automatically absorb energy. Just like charging. Charge all 20 enchanted arrows. Chen Yi's energy spar also cost 200 energy points. Now the remaining energy is only 800 points. Now, enchanted arrows are recharged. The brilliance of the elements bloomed again. Chen Yi was content. This time, his strength has been greatly improved. See Chen Yi recharging arrows. Lu Tianming said at this time, now you can choose a team to go ahead and explore the road to see if there is any danger. At this time, Jiang Haran said, other people are not so stupid, they will go to find the way. Lu Tianming smiled. As long as you give them enough benefits, you won't be afraid that they won't go. See Lu Tianming like this. None of the others objected. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't be the virgin. After all, in this 10,000 race survival battlefield, your own life is the most important. At this time, Lu Tianming had already started a private chat. Soon, a team came from a distance. There are 5 people in this team. I don't know what Lu Tianming promised. Be able to move them. Soon, the team walked into the entrance of the temple. Chen Yi and the others were waiting quietly at the entrance of the temple. The rest of the oasis also gathered around at this time. Looking at the entrance to the temple revealed longing and fear. Everyone knows there's good stuff in there. But where there is good stuff often comes danger. With their strength, there is simply no way to deal with it. Waited about 30 minutes. An exclamation came from the entrance. In a blink of an eye. Of the original 5-person team, only 2 people ran out. The body is also covered with various suction cup-shaped scars. This sucker-shaped scar in the center. It seems to have been bitten like that by countless teeth. Qin Mu saw this. Directly cast a treatment for it. The scars on both of them also improved. The person in the lead was in shock. Watching, the crowd shouted wildly. A lot of tentacles inside. Those tentacles not only have eyes, but they also have particularly sharp teeth. Our wounds are brought out by these things. Everyone else died, they were all drained of blood by tentacles and became human. Hear this man say so. Everyone else was a little scared. Luckily, they didn't go in. Otherwise, it's them who get sucked in. At this time, Lu Tianming looked at the man. How long did it take you to meet? Where are those tentacles? The person in the lead recalled. I encountered it at a god statue. We came across the statue in the temple. The statue seemed to have magic power and we couldn't help but kneel down. When we got down on our knees, then the tentacles appeared. Those tentacles didn't hurt at all when they bit us, like they gave us anesthesia. Hear this man say so. Lu Tianming frowned. There is something so weird. Not sure what it is. It is no longer realistic to find others to explore. But there is no reason to return empty-handed when entering Baoshan. Lu Tianming looked at Chen Yi and the others. How about you, can you go? To go in or not to go in? This is a difficult problem. But after entering, you will definitely get a lot of rare items. Very likely. There will be ways to defeat regional bosses. Lu Tianming said at this time, if you don't go in, I can go in by myself. I have a fire elemental body which is immune to physical damage. So, even if you touch those tentacles, you can get out of your body. I heard Lu Tianming say this. Chen Yi didn't speak. He actually wanted to go. But no one else has spoken yet. Just go in with Lu Tianming. It is very likely that something unexpected will happen. At this moment, Chen Mu said, I'm going too, I have treatment, those tentacles can't help me. Thunder Tiger 3. They also expressed their desire to go. Chen Yi saw this. Then he said, since everyone is going, it's not good for me not to go, and I also want to see what's in it. Saw a few people going in. The onlookers could not sit still. Can you take me with you? Take me one too. Anyway, bring anyone, bring me. Those who were still afraid just now. At this time, they all asked to enter the temple. Before, Lu Tianming told them that there were regional bosses below. If they defeated the regional boss and left here directly. Wouldn't that say? These people. There will never be a way to leave this world, only to be destroyed together with this world. Lu Tianming did not refuse after seeing it. After all, the more people, the safer. And if you don't allow them in now, then it is not conducive to his right to speak in the Batian Alliance. Subsequently, Lu Tianming opened his mouth. Okay, since everyone wants to go in, who will go in first? Lu Tianming's voice just fell. The surroundings were suddenly silent. The tragic appearance of those few people just now is still vivid in my eyes. If you go in now, it is very likely that he will be killed on the spot by the tentacles. Look at the people around you in silence. Lu Tianming laughed. Come on, let's go first. Subsequently, Lu Tianming took Chen Yi and the others directly to the entrance. Chen Yi stood last. The hunting recurve bow was clenched tightly in his hand. At the same time, a flame arrow also appeared in his hand. If you come across that tentacle, Chen Yi will kill him immediately. When entering the temple gate, Chen Yi suddenly felt a rotten smell. At this time, there are many murals in the corridors of this temple, which seem to be recording something. But the murals have all been covered in cobwebs. Makes it look unreal. When walking 30 meters, Chen Yi and 6 people came to a large hall. The hall is very big. There are thousands of square meters. Even a few thousand people can hold it. It seemed so empty. In the middle of the hall, a god statue appeared in front of them at this moment. The stone statue. It's like a giant mermaid got legs. The face is covered with tentacles, like a beard, and under the feet of the gods. And 3 fresh mummified corpses. At first glance, it was the 3 people who had just entered. When they saw the statue, a strange spiritual force enveloped them. First of all, Thunder Tiger with the lowest intelligence is affected first. Involuntarily, he walked towards the statue. See this scene. Chen Mu directly performed a healing technique for Leihu. The power of the holy light enveloped it. Leihu suddenly woke up. At the same time, I was afraid for a while. If you say you have passed, will the end be similar to those 3? And this time, the tentacles on the statue seem to have begun to move. A tentacle. Start to stretch. And exposed huge mouth parts. There are countless teeth in the mouth parts. Densely packed. It looks extremely creepy. See this scene. Whoosh! An arrow shot straight out of Chen Yi's hand. This is a flaming arrow. A solid shot hit one of the tentacles. Boom! The flaming arrows unleashed a flaming explosion. That tentacle was suddenly blown off. And the tentacles that were blown off. It lost its vitality and sprayed out blue blood. Lu Tianming, Lu Xiaochun, and Leihu Jianghaoren. They have also launched an attack. The tentacles were either burnt to death or cut off. And then frozen. A time. Various attacks appear. See this scene. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The tentacles aren't that indestructible either. But after killing the tentacles, Chen Yi did not gain experience points. Probably. These tentacles are the tip of some kind of giant creature. But now there is no way to query the information. So I don't know what this creature is. Just after cleaning all the tentacles, a strong nine-colored brilliance suddenly radiated from the feet of the statue. The excited crowd closed their eyes. After the light has passed, the soles of the god's feet. At this time, a treasure chest made of 9-colored diamonds appeared. See this scene. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that? Is this the biggest reward in the temple? It's a diamond-quality treasure chest after all. None of them have ever seen. Don't know what's in there. Just when Lu Tianming wanted to pass, Chen Yi stopped him. Wait a minute, I'll try it with an arrow first. Will this thing have any traps? Hear Chen Yi say this. Everyone else nodded. Be careful and live long. In this unknown temple, being cautious is a good thing after all. Whoosh! A black feather arrow flew past. When the arrow was hit, and there is no reaction around the diamond treasure chest. See no danger. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Tianming turned into a fire elemental body at this time. Approach carefully. Squeak. With a ray of light, the diamond chest is open. The others also moved in. Don't know what's in there. Look down the bottom of the treasure chest. A scroll. A bottle of medicine. A necklace. A rock. A skill book. A long sword. Just put it in there quietly. 6 people. Exactly 6 items. It seems to be specially prepared for 6 people. After seeing, Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect it to be just one person. But it may also be the hidden mechanism of this treasure chest. How many people there are? How many things will appear? Subsequently, several people began to check the properties of these items. The first is that scroll. Pyromancer Transfer Scroll. Level requirements, level 10. Introduction. A transfer scroll that can be transferred from a mage to a hidden professional pyromancer, and the exclusive skills of the pyromancer can be obtained. This scroll is beyond doubt. Of course it belongs to Lu Tianming. Subsequently, Lu Tianming took the scroll away. I won't read the rest. Save my heart, I only need this scroll. After removing the scroll, Lu Tianming went to the side. Chen Yi continued to watch. Blessing Potion. Effect. Luck permanently increases by 1 point. Introduction. The potion that can increase luck can only be used once in a person's life. Luck can be said to be the most important hidden attribute, but I didn't expect that such a small potion could actually increase luck. At this time, Jiang Haran said, my various blessing techniques need luck to support because the numerical probability of blessing people to obtain attributes has a range. The luckier I am, the higher the probability that you will be able to obtain higher attributes. I saw that it was tailor-made for Jiang Haran. Chen Yi and the other 4 also had no opinion. Then nodded. Okay, then I'll give it to you. Jiang Haran nodded. Okay, thank you all. Subsequently, Jiang Haran took the bottle of blessing potion and drank it right away. Chen Yi and the others continued to look at the next thing. Resurrection Necklace. Effect. Acquired skills that can revive people on the spot, and the wearer's death will automatically cast a revival spell on it. Use 1 time. This resurrection necklace is a life. Everyone's eyes are hot. At this time Qin Mu said, I only need this one thing, you can choose the rest. After all, this resurrection necklace is the most suitable for me. You also know that the survival rate of priests is relatively low. With this resurrection necklace, I can also resurrect you, right? Hear Qin Mu say this. No one else could say anything. After all, this is indeed a priest skill. Maybe wait until later. Priests can really learn resurrection. Then he turned his gaze to the stone. The stone exhibits a hexagonal prismatic shape. It looks extremely gorgeous. Guardian Stone. Introduction. Injecting spiritual power into it will create a barrier with extremely powerful defense around the body, and the barrier attribute will be determined by your talent. See this Guardian Stone. Lu Xiaochun said, now it's my turn. I'm a mage. With the intelligence bonus, my mental power is relatively high. So this Guardian Stone is the most suitable for me. What Lu Xiaochun said is not without reason. Mage also needs some means of life-saving. Then Chen Yi and Lei Hu asked Lu Xiaochun to take the Guardian Stone away. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked at the skill book. The long sword can't be used by itself. I hope this skill book can be used by myself. 100 steps through Yang, limited skill. Required occupation, archer. Introduction. This skill has a 100% hit rate, can cause extremely strong physical damage to a single target, and silence the target for 10 seconds. The skill cannot be used in a silent state. 24 hours cooling time. This is a skill that can only be used once in 24 hours. And there is no level requirement. Chen Yi took the 100 steps Chuanyang in his hands. This skill really suits him. Plus that 100% hit and silence effects. Even in the later stages. I believe this skill book will also be of great help to him. Chen Yi was satisfied. The last longsword. Obviously it was for Thunder Tiger. Chen Yi took a look at the properties. Blood-colored longsword. Damage 15 to 19. Enchantment. When attacking the enemy, there will be a chance to absorb the enemy's life energy to restore itself. This bloody longsword. Strong. Enough to keep Thunder Tiger for a long time. Lei Hu couldn't put it down after seeing it. The enchantment of this blood-colored longsword is an artifact that enables him to fight protracted battles and team battles. If you encounter a large number of enemies in the future, pass this bloody longsword. He doesn't feel tired at all. This time, several people have all obtained props that they are satisfied with. Chen Yi also learned the 100 steps to wear Yang right away. When encountering boss-level monsters in the future, going up is 100 paces through Yang. It can't use its skills and can only let it be slaughtered by itself. It doesn't get any cooler than this. Chen Yi looked at his attributes at this time. Chen Yi. Occupation, Archer. Level 6, Experience 87%. Basic Strength 14.5. Basic Constitution 6. Basic Agility 9. Basic Intelligence 6. Equipment, Hunting Recurve Bow, Precision Ring, Mithril Bracelet. Talents, Infinite Plunder, EX, Beast Blood Boiling, B, Copper Skin and Iron Bone, D, Treasure Hunter, D, Resurrection of Bones, D, Tenfold Range, C, Crushing Hand, C, Eye of Insight, C, Predatory Power, A, Wild Body, D, Poison, D, Advanced Poison Resistance, D, Iron Kidney, B. Skills, Precise Shot, Charged Shot, 100 Steps Piercing Yang. Introduction. It is considered to be a strong archer panel, and at the same time, you can sow the inheritance of excellent genes in the world. Subsequently, Chen Yi picked up the scattered arrows. At this time, several people began to explore deeper into the temple. Behind the statue, it is a door leading to the inner hall. There are still many traces of dust being dragged on the ground. It seems that the tentacles just now were stretched out from here. See this scene. Several people became very cautious. Because next, after entering the side hall, it is very likely that the owner of the tentacle will appear. I don't know the owner of this tentacle. What a powerful monster. If you can't beat it, then running away is the only way out. After a few people planned their escape route, they carefully walked towards the inner hall. When entering the inner hall, the sight in front of them shocked everyone. Because it is in the inner hall, there are 8 statues erected. The image of each deity is different, but without exception, all are humanoids. They did not know what authority these 8 gods represented and what their names were. But since it's a humanoid, then it means that this is definitely not the sea god of the sea Della believed by the mermaid. Probably. There used to be human beings in this world. Behind each statue, there is a door. It seems that each door leads to a different location. At this time, Lu Tianming said, "There is no way out now. We each go to a door. If we encounter any danger, we will just exit and escape." I heard Lu Tianming's proposal. Except Chen Yi. Several others were silent. Because they don't have Lu Tianming's talent, they can transform into fire elemental bodies and are immune to damage. Chen Yi could see what several people were thinking. I have a proposal, that is, I will go all the way, then Lu Tianming all the way, and the others will go all the way. I don't know if this is possible. Hear Chen Yi's proposal. Qin Mu several people nodded. Okay, that's it. Lu Tianming didn't say anything more after seeing this. Since this is the case, then distribute according to this. Subsequently, Lu Tianming walked into the door behind a statue. Chen Yi looked at the white wolf at this time. You stay here, and if you encounter any danger, you run away. White wolf nodded. Then he lay down at the entrance of the inner hall. Qin Mu and the others also went to the door behind one of the statues. Chen Yi chose it. In the end, the door behind the only female deity among the 8 deities was chosen. After entering, Chen Yi just found out. The corridor behind this door has not been repaired in any way. All are composed of irregular sea stones. It's very uneven to walk. Chen Yi walked towards the depths. Suddenly, there was a murmur around. Such whispers had not been heard in any language Chen Yi had learned. Like the language of an unknown race. He heard it now. It had a little effect on his spirit. Chen Yi was a little surprised. I didn't expect such a sound to exist here. Can affect the spirit of the character. But the sound didn't do too much damage. Chen Yi can still hold on. So there is no idea of retreating. Just being in the main hall can get such a big benefit. This back is definitely much better than what I got before. After walking for half an hour, Chen Yi came to the end of the corridor. There is nothing at the end. There is only one high platform. It was pitch black all around. Only this high platform has so much light. On the high platform, there seems to be a bow that exudes a holy brilliance. The light just now. Obviously, this bow is the source. See here. Chen Yi was a little excited. Since there are weapons that can appear here, it will definitely not be that simple. Quite possibly much better than your own hunting recurve. How important a good weapon is. No need for him to say anything more. Thought here. Chen Yi stepped directly up the steps of the high platform. When came to the high platform, the image of the bow also appeared in front of Chen Yi. This is a recurve bow. The overall system is similar to the hunter recurve. But the whole body exudes a kind of brilliance similar to that of sunlight passing through white jade. It's like a fine work of art. Chen Yi then brought up the bow's attribute panel. Holy Glory. Damage, 21 to 28. Enchantment. The shot arrow will be enchanted with the light attribute, which has a certain chance to blind the enemy and cause a holy flame explosion. Deals an additional 200% damage to undead. Introduction. The artifacts left by Debella, the goddess of beauty and light, have lost most of their power over the long years. It's an artifact. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Although this artifact has lost most of its power, it is definitely 100 times better than the hunting recurve bow in his hand. It can be said, own this artifact. The strength is definitely increased several times. Not just the high damage. And the enchantment of this artifact blinds enemies and triggers holy flame explosions. There is also a damage bonus to the undead. For Chen Yi now, this weapon is extremely to his appetite. Immediately after, Chen Yi picked up this holy glory. But at the moment of picking up, the high platform under his feet suddenly shook. At the same time, all human beings. There were voices in the ears. Announcement, because someone took the artifact to suppress the evil god, the world's destruction time accelerated. World destruction remaining time, 60 days. When hearing this, World Channel exploded. What? The world's destruction time has accelerated. This girl, I still want to relax. It seems that it can't be done. The artifact of suppressing the evil god? That must be a good thing. What good things do you care about? The time of our world's destruction has accelerated. Yeah, originally there were more than 90 days left, but now there are only 60 days left, idiot. We can only pin our hopes on those high-level talents, otherwise, how can we humans with low-level talents beat regional bosses? Yeah, my black iron boss runs away when I see it, and I'll fight the regional boss. And right now, the announcement sounded again. Announcement, the artifact of suppressing the evil god has been lost again, and the world's destruction time has accelerated. World destruction remaining time, 45 days. Announcement, the artifact of suppressing the evil gods has lost 3 pieces. The world's destruction time is accelerated. World destruction remaining time, 30 days. 2 consecutive announcements. Confused everyone. Who is this? What's going on? How many artifacts are there to suppress the evil gods? No one can be self-sufficient under the temptation of an artifact, but you must never take an artifact again. Yeah, if we take a few more pieces, our world will be destroyed. It turns out that the reason for the destruction of our world is the evil god Su Xing. I thought it was the end of the world's lifespan. There are only 30 days left, but my level is only level 2. How can I go to fight the regional boss? It's simply impossible. At this time, the announcement came out again. In view of the loss of the artifact, the rules are revised. Among the 10,000 areas, one area clears the area boss, and all other areas will open the world channel. The conditions for entering the world channel, the level is level 10. Hear this. Everyone was overjoyed. So good. Now you don't have to worry about being buried with this world. What is good? Didn't you see that the condition for entering the world channel is level 10? There is still a month left. You must upgrade as soon as possible. Yeah, I just need to get to level 10. Can I still get to level 10 within a month at my speed? What's the matter? The big deal is to be a little tired. There are so many monsters refreshed every day, just kill it. Sorry, brother, I don't have as advanced talent as you guys. I think the difficulty is definitely lower now than before, because we have to think about fighting regional bosses, and now we just need to think about upgrading. Agreed, there are so many high-level talents, including S rank and even SS rank ones. Why worry that they can't beat the regional boss? And at this time, Chen Yi also heard the announcement here. He took the artifact himself. It caused so much trouble. As for the remaining two announcements, Chen Yi also knew that it was definitely Lu Tianming and the others who took the artifact into their hands. Now that things have happened, there is nothing to say. There is no one person can be restrained under the temptation of artifacts. Plus the consequences of this are not yet known. And now that the rules have changed, Chen Yi can only raise himself to level 10 as soon as possible, and then kill the regional boss to make up for it. There's still a month left. Count it up. There is still plenty of time. Chen Yi looked around. After finding nothing special, take the glory of holiness and prepare to leave. And at this time, a voice seemed to come from the abyss of eternity. What, do you want to leave now? Chen Yi's forehead suddenly became cold. His own eye of insight did not perceive the existence of life in it. A strange eyeball appeared in the darkness at this moment. Look at Chen Yi. Eyeballs are smiling, constantly spinning slowly in the air. The attribute panel of the eyeball appeared in front of Chen Yi at this moment. Evil God's Eye. Grade? Besides, not a single piece of news. Small human, do you want to gain power? The Evil God's Eye has come to Chen Yi at this time. Look at Chen Yi. Eyeballs swirl there. I can sense that there is an amazing potential in your body, but I don't know. What is it, tiny human, can you tell me? Chen Yi didn't speak. The footsteps began to slowly approach the corridor. See Chen Yi like this. The eye of the evil god laughed. Do you think that with your current strength, you can escape me? Subsequently, a beam of light shot out from the eyeball of the evil god's eye. It shone directly on Chen Yi's body. Chen Yi suddenly felt a strange change in himself. At this time, a voice sounded in the ear. Congratulations, you have obtained the mark of the evil god. The mark of the evil god has been converted into a talent. Please check. The evil god's mark has been increased by 100 times. Congratulations on getting the evil god's blessing. Blessing of the evil god. Grade S. Effect: the blessing given by the unknown evil god will play an unknown role at a critical time. Chen Yi couldn't help frowning when he saw it. He didn't know what the so-called mark was given to him by the eye of the evil god. And I don't know what the effect is. It's like a monitor placed on him. The eye of the evil god laughed wildly at this time. Sure enough. Ha ha, human. Make good use of my power. You will open the door to a new world. After speaking, the evil god's eye slowly dissipated into the darkness. It seems that nothing happened. Only Chen Yi. Mind sinking. Seem. The evil eye. Know your talent. This is your own biggest secret. But he didn't do anything to himself, which made Chen Yi puzzled. This evil god blesses. It doesn't feel like anything good. If you have a chance, must be removed. Otherwise, the feeling that fate is in the hands of others is too uncomfortable. Stop thinking about it. Chen Yi walked into the corridor. Now that you have obtained the artifact, then there is no need to stay in this temple. Get out of the corridor. At this time, the White Wolf was still guarding the door of the inner hall. The other two teams have yet to come out. Chen Yi didn't know if they would encounter the evil god. Think again. Chen Yi chose to quit the temple directly. You can't just wait here for them to come out. It would be bad if something unexpected happened. When Chen Yi took the White Wolf out of the temple, the whole temple began to shake. At this time, Lu Tianming and Qin Mu also ran out of the temple. Soon, with a bang, the temple collapsed instantly. See this scene. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel scared for a while. If he was delayed a little longer by the evil god's eye, he would probably be buried with the temple. At this time, Chen Yi looked at each other a few times. Immediately knew it. I understand that the other party only took the artifact to trigger the announcement. But what makes Chen Yi curious is, Qin Mu, the 4 people, did not have any conflicts because of the uneven distribution of accounts. Could it be that What agreement did these people reach? Or are there 4 artifacts? Chen Yi, they don't say. Chen Yi is also not easy to ask questions. And this time, people outside have also heard the announcement. These people are all human beings. Naturally no. It was the announcement made by Chen Yi and the others who took the artifact. But not as powerful as people. I want to force Chen Yi and the others to hand it over. It is also an unrealistic thing. At this time, Lu Tianming looked at everyone. Everyone must have heard the announcement just now, and I will not hide it from you. We did get the artifact in this temple. I heard Lu Tianming admit it himself. The crowd suddenly boiled. Admitting and guessing are not the same thing. Lu Tianming continued, "Don't worry everyone, we will kill the boss in that area as soon as possible and open the world channel. How about you just upgrade? It's a win-win for us." Hearing Lu Tianming's words, everyone's eyes were thoughtful. After all, this is a really good proposition. If no one goes to kill the regional boss, then the task naturally falls on them. The sword of Damocles hanging over their heads has been removed. It's hard to upgrade though. But working hard, it is not impossible to reach level 10 within a month. Thought here. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Okay, we agree. Yes, I agree. We won't go over to help you with the regional boss. We will just upgrade ourselves. The onlookers were chattering. They talked about their plans. Lu Tianming didn't stop him either. After all, the artifact was obtained by them. Taking over the task of killing regional bosses, it is naturally incumbent. At this time, Chen Yi said to Lu Tianming, "Let's upgrade separately. This is the fastest. We will gather in the Death Swamp in 15 days. Hear Chen Yi's proposal." Lu Tianming nodded in agreement. Okay, that's true. Then, 15 days later, gather in Death Swamp and privately message your location at that time. Chen Yi said at this time, "It's good for us to be together. You two are both A-level talents. Only when we are together can we speed up." Chen Yi and Lu Tianming looked at each other. They all understood each other's meaning. It seems that these people have formed an alliance. But the two didn't care. Because being a Lone Ranger can bring out the greatest effect of talent. With other people, at most, it can play the role of a nanny. A few more things were exchanged. Chen Yi left here with White Wolf. He's going to Endless Beach now. Others say that Endless Beach now has a lot of spawn monsters that haven't been cleaned up. Going there to upgrade is the best. The types of monsters on Endless Beach are definitely not the same as anywhere else. In order to get more different talents, Chen Yi will go there too. On the way, Chen Yi had put the hunting recurve bow on the exchange at this time, and marked with barter. After Chen Yi's approval, to be able to exchange. Not long after the hunting recurve bow was put on, Lang Chi sent a message. Why, a better bow burst out? Chen Yi saw Lang Chi asking him. Immediately, he understood that he wanted to test whether Chen Yi had obtained the artifact. After all, the front foot just made an announcement. Chen Yi put such a superb bow on the exchange. It's hard not to be suspicious. Chen Yi didn't hide it. After all, most people in this area knew that they and Lu Tianming had obtained the artifact. It's easy to get leaked on World Channel. Haha, luck. There, Lang Chi immediately sent an emoji with thumbs up with both hands. Brother, it's awesome. That's an artifact. How about the damage? How high is it? Well, haha, the damage has already exceeded 20. For the rest, I won't say much more. I'll go. The maximum damage of the hammer I'm holding now is only 15 points. Your bow is over 20 points. With the arrows, it's not 30 or even 40. I'm afraid even the Black Iron boss can't hold up a few arrows. Luck. At this time, Lang Chi sent a message. It seems that the first kill of the regional boss will be you. But it's not a bad choice for us to lie down and win. I saw Lang Chi say this. Chen Yi hesitated. Then a message was sent. Lang Chi, even if we open the world channel ahead of time, the regional boss can still be killed if he can, and there are rewards. Chen Yi finished sending the message, feeling much more relaxed. This time, I finally paid him back the favor of half-selling him and giving it to me to hunt and kill recurve bows. And Lang Chi, after seeing it, he pondered for a while. Okay, I see, thanks. Endless Beach. Essentially a coastline with no end in sight. You can vaguely see the huge regional enchantment. Chen Yi looked at those enchantments. Understand that there are other areas behind. But the regional enchantment is indestructible. It is impossible to go to other areas. When coming to the beach, Chen Yi didn't see anyone here. But I saw the dense sea turtles. Each turtle is the size of a water tank. The tortoise shell is even more sparkling. Looks extremely hard. Endless turtle. Level 5. Basic strength 4.5. Basic constitution 6. Basic agility 2. Basic intelligence 1. Talent, hardening. Hardening, F. Physical defense increases by 5%, temporarily doubled after being attacked, lasting 3 seconds. Skill none. Look at those turtles. Chen Yi directly ordered White Wolf to attack. Just flip the turtle over. The White Wolf was very happy. Finally able to fight again. Tank-sized turtles. In front of the White Wolf more than 3 meters high, there is no storm at all. One paw. All were overturned, revealing the white soft belly armor. Because the limbs are too short, these turtles simply have no way to turn their bodies over. Can only helplessly swing in the air. Chen Yi took up the glory of holiness at this time. Holding a flaming arrow. Bend the bow. Take an arrow. A holy force spread directly over the entire body of the flame arrow. On the original flame pattern. Covered with a layer of enchanted lines representing the power of light. A combination of light and fire. Brought more power. Whoosh! The arrow turned into a streamer and flew out. Directly shot one of the turtles who had turned their belly. Boom! An explosion appeared. The turtle was immediately blown away by Chen Yi's arrow. And the arrows remain undiminished. Flying into the belly of the turtle is a burst of chaos. In a blink of an eye, a sea turtle with strong vitality was directly shot by Chen Yi. A voice also sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, plundering the endless sea turtle talent, hardening. Hardening, talent is increased by 100 times, and the increase is hard armor. Hard armor. Grade D. Effect, a layer of hardened keratin will be formed on your body surface. Physical defense will increase by 25%, and the effect will be doubled after being attacked. Your talents, bronze skin, iron bone, and hard armor, meet the fusion conditions and start to fuse automatically. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent, reinforced iron bone. Reinforced iron bones. Grade C. Effect, your muscles and bones are like cast iron. Increases physical and magic defense by 25%, reduces physical and magic damage received by 10%, and temporarily doubles the effect after being attacked. Duration 10 seconds. Look at the scene in front of you. Chen Yi is incredibly comfortable. At the same time, his body is constantly being transformed. Make his muscles stronger. It seemed that he had inexhaustible strength. This is an illusion that Chen Yi obtained after his talent was improved. It will be fine after a while. Look at the other turtles. Chen Yi followed suit. Finally, with the cooperation of Chen Yi and White Wolf, Chen Yi easily cleaned up all the turtles in a radius of 1,000 meters. At the same time, with the experience of hundreds of turtles, he also rose to level 8. And the experience bar also reached 54% at level 8. It's only 1.5 levels away from level 10. And now the time. It is also night. Chen Yi built a temporary wooden house on a drier part of the beach. Because monsters with a radius of 1,000 meters have been cleaned up. So Chen Yi builds here. When you sleep at night, you will not be disturbed by monsters. Have eaten barbecue. Lie on the straw pile. Chen Yi roguely looked at the chat channel. Regional channel. Chen Yi is no longer interested. The main thing is to know everything. Look no further. Nothing new either. Then he turned his attention to the World channel. World channel. Almost 99% of the remarks are discussing how to escalate as soon as possible. Get which area and kill the area boss first. Just when Chen Yi was watching. A special private chat. At this moment, it appeared in front of Chen Yi's eyes. Chen Yi clicked in. It turned out to be a screenshot of a special equipment. Mount saddle. Effect, it can increase the movement speed of the mount by 70%. Introduction, a must-have for long-distance travel. See this mount saddle. Chen Yi's heart moved. This is installed on his own White Wolf. Wouldn't that be even more powerful? The speed of movement, it still does not fly. You can also save a lot of walking time. At this time, behind the screenshot, a paragraph appeared. Boss, can I exchange this with you? Chen Yi quickly got back up. Well, although this thing is not very useful to me, maybe I will get a mount in the future. Change it with you. The opposite is also in seconds. Thank you, boss. I really need this bow. Thank you so much. Well, you're welcome. I'll do a good deed. Subsequently, the two exchanged items directly. Chen Yi also had an extra radiant saddle in his hand. The saddle of this mount should be freely adjustable in size. Chen Yi was completely drowsy. Hastily came to the outside of the hut. Looking at the lying white wolf, Chen Yi directly chose to use it. Almost instantly, there is a whole set of things needed for a mount on the white wolf. At the same time looks extremely comfortable. Chen Yi couldn't wait. He quickly rode onto the body of the white wolf with a confused face. Come on, let's run a few laps. Early the next morning, Chen Yi set up the firewood and began to process the meat of the turtle. I was tired of barbecue before. It would be nice to eat some seafood now. The turtle meat cooks quickly and incredibly delicious. A turtle meat is processed, and the meat weighs about 150 pounds. The white wolf ate one. Chen Yi ate two directly. The sound of strength +1 resounded in his ears again. For this life, Chen Yi was quite satisfied. There is meat to eat, and there are monsters to fight. What do you want in this life? Put away the cabin. Chen Yi was about to go to the next monster dense location. At this time, the white wolf had to adapt overnight. For mount saddles, there was no resistance, and the saddle of this mount can increase its movement speed by 70%. The speed of the white wolf now, it has reached 80 kilometers per hour. Very fast. A superb mount. Chen Yi has a white wolf. Even the whole area. It was all over in a few days. But the premise is that the white wolf cannot rest. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't do such a silly thing, but go more places and find different monsters for talent looting. This is what Chen Yi should do. Just when Chen Yi was about to set off on the white wolf, at sea level in the distance, suddenly a ship floated up. The boat is huge. A rough estimate from afar. The boat is more than 30 meters long, and the wood used is all kinds of coconut palm trees. Hard to imagine. In this world, there is still such a big ship. Chen Yi stopped and didn't move. Let the white wolf wait in place. He already had a guess in his mind. This must have come from Mermaid Island. Waited for about 20 minutes. The ship docked and half leaned on the beach. At this time, a group of people got off the boat. It looks. There are more than 30 people. These people are sallow and skinny. Apparently it was caused by chronic malnutrition. White wolf, go over. When they saw the white wolf, those people were startled. But when I saw Chen Yi on the white wolf, those people are relieved. Turns out it was just a horse. At this time, Chen Yi jumped off the white wolf, came to the front of the group of people. Look at Chen Yi. The leader came to him. This is land. We came from Mermaid Island. We built a boat together and came here. Fortunately, we have a shipbuilding expert, otherwise there is really no way to come here. Chen Yi nodded. You are here to participate in the temple event, and now the temple event is over. The man in the lead nodded. Well, we saw it on the regional channel, and now it's just to get to land. After all, the regional boss is on land. At this time, a person behind the man said, Boss, now we should choose a few people to return, and there are still many people who haven't picked up. Chen Yi heard this. Couldn't help but move in my heart. I seem to have never been to Mermaid Island. If they return, just go to Mermaid Island to see. Then loot the talents of monsters on Mermaid Island. Just do it. Chen Yi said at this time, Can you take me with you when you return to the voyage? Hear Chen Yi say this. The man in the lead was a little suspicious. What's the matter? We all want to go to the land. Why do you want to go to the island instead? Chen Yi smiled. Naturally, I want to experience it for real. What exactly is on the island? See Chen Yi like this. The man nodded. Well, it's all right. My name is Lucy Lean. Boss, you have such a powerful pet. You must be very powerful, and you can also help us clean up the monsters on the island. Chen Yi laughed and said, Of course, I went there to fight monsters. By the way, my name is Chen Yi. What can I chat privately? Hear Chen Yi's name. Lucy Lean suddenly widened his eyes. Aren't you the one who went down to the temple with the leader of the Batian Alliance? I also joined the group. I heard about your deeds in the group. Chen Yi nodded. Haha, nothing. It's not too late, let's go. All right. Subsequently, Chen Yi White Wolf jumped onto the boat. And that Lucy Lean also took the person who just spoke to the boat. The rest. It is a wooden house built directly on the beach. It is clear. They are waiting for everyone to come together. Sit on a boat. Gradually, Chen Yi saw a black spot in the distance at sea level. Displayed according to the area map. The coastline is only 25 kilometers away from Mermaid Island. So it didn't take long for Chen Yi to come to the edge of Mermaid Island. At this time, Mermaid Island has gathered a lot of people. At first glance, there were about 500 or 600 people. I want to use this boat to take everyone there. It is impossible without going back and forth dozens of times. It just so happened that Chen Yi was given this period of time. Used to loot monster talents on Mermaid Island. Come to the shore. Chen Yi and White Wolf jumped out of the boat. The figure of the White Wolf startled everyone. But next second, it turned out that it was a person's pet. Immediately cast an envious expression. These people. Before the crossing, they were all white-collar workers, blue-collar workers, students, farmers, business owners, and the like. After coming here, everything that used to be lost. The only one you can rely on is yourself. Now, see professionals like Chen Yi, just full of envy and jealousy. But Chen Yi didn't stay long. He immediately took the White Wolf and left. He wants to plunder everything that should be plundered on this Mermaid Island before the last boat. This Mermaid Island belongs to the kind of island with very abundant plants. Various trees and weeds flourished. I don't know what animal lives in it. With the running of the White Wolf, Chen Yi has moved away from the crowd. He was going to let the White Wolf stroll around during this time. See exactly what monsters you can plunder yourself. At the same time, Chen Yi also got information about the habitat of those mermen through private chat with Lu Zilin. Displayed according to the area map. The habitat of the mermaids is on the other side of the island. Chen Yi started to let the White Wolf move in that direction. At this time, a giant crab blocked Chen Yi's way. Giant sea crab. Level 4. Basic strength 5.5. Basic constitution 3. Basic agility 2.9. Basic intelligence 0.3. Talent, strange power. Monster power, physical attack increases by 5%. Skill, rampage. Introduction. The giant sea crab living on Mermaid Island likes to attack other creatures. The meat is extremely delicious, and it is the favorite food of mermaids for generations. This giant sea crab is like a giant swimming crab. 1 meter tall. 2 erect eyes. Looking at Chen Yi is full of appetite. It seems that Chen Yi is being hunted. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't get used to this guy. Whoosh! A black feather arrow with brilliance shot out directly. Boom! Accompanied by a flame explosion. The forebrain of this giant sea crab was suddenly blown to a pulp. And Chen Yi's ear also sounded. Congratulations on your talent for plundering giant sea crabs, weird power. Strength is increased by 100 times, and the increase is brute force. Brute force. Grade D. Effect, physical attack increases by 50%. The talent effect is simple and rude. Plus the talent of beast blood boiling. Chen Yi's physical attack bonus has reached 150%. This is already an extremely terrifying addition, although not as good as other people's 5 times 10 times bonus. But don't forget that Chen Yi has various other attribute bonuses. Cooperate. No less than others. Chen Yi felt that his strength had improved a bit. Subsequently, collect the carcass of a giant sea crab. Continue to go deeper. Now he is going to cross the Mermaid Island with the White Wolf. As the White Wolf continued to move forward, the surrounding scene began to change. And right now, a sheep barked. It reached Chen Yi's ears. Hear sheep bark? Chen Yi was overjoyed again. Unexpectedly, there are sheep on this island. You can add another talent. Follow the sound. Chen Yi took the White Wolf carefully to the place where the sheep were screaming. At this time, a sheep was strangled by a vine. The entire body was suspended in midair. Like a hanging sheep. Seen to be out of breath. Mermaid Island Goat. Level 3. Basic Strength 1.5. Basic Constitution 1.9. Basic Agility 3.2. Basic Intelligence 0.1. Talent, Rock Climbing. Rock climbing, you can climb and walk on the rocks. Skill, Claw Collision. Introduction. The wild goat living on Mermaid Island has delicious meat and is very tender. Chen Yi naturally wouldn't let the goat die on its own. Subsequently, Chen Yi came directly to the goat. Just grabbed it by the neck. Not for a while. The hanging sheep lost its breath. There was also a voice in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, plundering Mermaid Island's goat talent, rock climbing. Climbing, talent is increased by 100 times, and the increase is wall walk. Walk the wall. Equal order, D. Effect, you can walk on the ground on various things less than 90 degrees. See this scene. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Didn't expect it to be so powerful. In the future, climbing or rock climbing by yourself will definitely be a good player. Even without tools. You can also take it easy yourself. At this time, Chen Yi continued to ride the white wolf and ran towards the habitat where the mermaid was. With the passage of time, the white wolf had already carried Chen Yi and walked to the other side of Mermaid Island. Look at the area map. Chen Yi knew that the location of the various mermaids was ahead. Look at the bushes ahead. Chen Yi jumped directly from the white wolf. Scrape the bushes. Chen Yi saw the long-rumored mermaid. These mermaids have the appearance of fish heads. Not like in fairy tales. The whole body showed a gray-black color, like the color of catfish blackfish. The abdomen is white. The ends of the limbs are like the webbed of a frog. The eyes are bulging fish eyes. There are 2 gills that look like scars on the neck where they wriggle and breathe. The specific image is really ugly, as the people from Mermaid Island said. Look at these mermaids. Chen Yi then called up the properties panel of these mermaids. Mermaid. Level 6. Basic Strength 5.9. Basic Constitution 5.1. Basic Agility 4.8. Basic Intelligence 3.9. Talent. Water Element Affinity. Skills: Water Bomb, Water Healing. Introduction. Mermaids who have lived on Mermaid Island for generations can control water magic, and it is said that their palaces exist on the bottom of the sea. Chen Yi took a closer look. There are now 36 mermaids on the shore. Among these 36 mermaids, there is a mermaid that is twice as strong as the other mermaids. The attribute panel does not show that it is a boss. Just a little more basic properties. Looks like an elite monster. As for the other mermaids, don't pay attention at all. The strongest one. Just let you taste my Baibu Chuanyang. Subsequently, Chen Yi held the arrow in his hand. Shoot with great precision. With a low drink, the arrow turns into a ray of light that travels directly through space. And the mermaid hasn't reacted yet. A large hole was shot directly in the chest. Half of the body is gone. It was like being hit by a shell and exploded. See this? Chen Yi was a little surprised. The power of this 100 steps piercing yang is indeed powerful. Believe. Wait until your attributes and equipment are up. Absolute power will be more powerful. Plus a 100% hit rate. Absolutely bug-like existence. Kill this mermaid. The silent state does not manifest its effect and then dies. It's a pity that Chen Yi didn't see it completely. Next, the bowstring of the holy glory in Chen Yi's hands kept shaking. Whoosh whoosh. Each arrow can take the life of a mermaid. And the mermaids were screaming. Arrows flying from nowhere. A voice also appeared in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on plundering the mermaid talent. Water Element Affinity. Water Element Affinity is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Water Control Technique. The Art of Water Control. Grade D. Effect: it can condense the water element in the air to create a pure water source, and it can be controlled by mental power. See this? Chen Yi couldn't help but be shocked. This is the talent you want. I usually handle those meats without washing them with water. I also have to go to the water source to collect water for daily water use. Now with this water control talent, take a bath, wash clothes, cook and drink water without having to rely on the outside world at all. There's one more thing. That is the white wolf running around during this time. Because of less water intake and various environmental impacts, the exterior has become yellow and dirty. With this water control talent, it directly solves most of life's problems. Comfortable. Thought here. Chen Yi's hands are faster. Arrows swish. A mermaid fell to the ground. Finally, all 30 arrows were fired. 30 mermaids died directly. The remaining 6 mermaids, it was wiped out by the white wolf one by one. And Chen Yi was surprised to find out. Kill these mermaids. My experience value has increased by as much as 30%. It's now 91% at level 8. It seems that these humanoids have high experience. Retract the arrow. Chen Yi walked towards the next mermaid gathering point. These merman corpses stink and are covered in mucus. Chen Yi felt a little sick. Naturally, it will not be put away. If you let yourself eat these mermaids, might as well let yourself eat dirt. Time passes quickly. To Chen Yi's surprise, there are many merman gathering spots here. Like a tribe. Chen Yi killed with great ease. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. With the sound of the ear, Chen Yi has risen to level 10. After the experience bar reaches 0% at level 10, it doesn't move anymore. Chen Yi's level has reached the upper limit of this world. Want to keep upgrading? Going to the next bronze level world. Chen Yi. Occupation, Archer. Level 10, experience 87%. Basic strength 21.5. Basic constitution 10. Basic agility 15. Basic intelligence 10. Equipment, Holy Glory, Precision Ring, Mithril Bracelet. Talents, Infinite Plunder, EX, Beast Blood Boiling, B, Steel Bone, C, Treasure Hunter, D, Resurrection of Bones, D, Tenfold Range, C, Crushing Hand, C, Eye of Insight, C, Power of Predation, A, Wild Body, D, Poison, D, Advanced Poison Resistance, D, Iron Kidney, B, Cthulhu's Blessing, S, Brute Force, D, Wall Walking, D, Water Control Technique, D. Skills, Precise Shot, Charged Shot, 100 Steps Piercing Yang. Introduction. It is considered to be a strong archer panel, and at the same time, you can sow the inheritance of excellent genes in the world. Look at the properties panel. Chen Yi was content. I just don't know how to switch jobs. Before that, Lu Tianming obtained the transfer scroll of the hidden profession. This is what makes Chen Yi very envious. And Lu Zilin also sent a message to Chen Yi at this time. Said that the people on the Mermaid Island were evacuated. Now waiting for him to come to the last batch. Chen Yi saw it. Directly greeted the White Wolf to return to the original road. Went back to the origin. People are already on board. And specially left a huge vacancy for Chen Yi. Chen Yi rode a White Wolf. The White Wolf jumped up directly. This move was another exclamation. The eyes of those people looking at Chen Yi became even more envious. Really do not know. When will I be able to have such strength? Subsequently, the boat moved slowly. Drive towards land. Chen Yi has also considered his next stop. That is to go back to where you started from. The border between the Forest of 1,000 Winds and the Wild Plains. Except for the Wind Rabbit. Other monsters from the Forest of 1,000 Winds. But haven't seen it yet. When back on land. After Chen Yi said goodbye, he hurried in the direction of the Forest of 1,000 Winds without looking back. Travel through cold deserts, across death swamps, and across savage grasslands. Chen Yi returned to the place where he first crossed. At this time the place was occupied by a herd of bison. Chen Yi saw this. Just use the bow and arrow. Clean up all the bison. Arrow retracted. Chen Yi came to the Forest of 1,000 Winds. He thought about how he went in cautiously before. Couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, Chen Yi took the White Wolf and walked towards the depths of the Forest of 1,000 Winds. Believe a lot of people were also born here. The surrounding vegetation is extremely lush. Chen Yi walked for about 3 hours. I just saw a hurricane rabbit eating all kinds of young leaves under the tree. Chen Yi was a little curious. I don't know why there are so few creatures in the Forest of 1,000 Winds. After all, many creatures are refreshed every day. It's strange that it's so few. Chen Yi found a tree that was more slanted. Directly walked up. He has the talent to walk the wall. As long as you don't hit an angle below 90 degrees, you can walk flat on all kinds of things. Chen Yi came to the canopy. The view here is very wide. From afar, Chen Yi actually found an open space. It is about 10 kilometers away from here. The trees there seem to have been cut down. Not sure what exactly happened. At this time. Wow! An eagle chirped. Chen Yi looked up. It was found to be an eagle covered in blue. At this moment, he seems to be the prey. He lunged straight at him. Wind Eagle. Level 7. Basic Strength 6.7. Basic Constitution 4.2. Basic Agility 9. Basic Intelligence 0.5. Talent Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye F. The field of vision is improved, and it has a certain ability to focus. Skill Wind Blade. Introduction. Feng Ying, who lives in the Forest of 1,000 Winds, gradually learned the ability to control the wind. Chen Yi was overjoyed when he saw this. It is true that there is a way to heaven and you do not go. Pull straight on the bowstring. The arrow in his hand shot out quickly. Whoosh! Wow! That Feng Ying was directly hit by Chen Yi. Flames explode in the air. It fell straight to the ground. Soon, A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on plundering the Wind Eagle talent, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Supervision. Supervision. Grade D. Effect: your sight distance is greatly improved, and you can zoom in and watch distant scenes. See the Supervision talent. Chen Yi was content. This time, combine it with 10 times the range. Even sniping from 10,000 meters away is by no means impossible. Subsequently, Chen Yi jumped off the canopy. He directly greeted the white wolf and walked towards the place where the Wind Eagle fell just now. Put the corpse of the Wind Eagle in the storage space. Chen Yi rode a white wolf. He ran straight towards the empty space he had seen before. Over time, 10 minutes later, Chen Yi brought White Wolf to the open space he had seen before. This space is huge. Chen Yi looked at it and felt that it was 10,000 meters wide. There are traces of felled trees everywhere. But, unexpectedly, some stumps are very new. It looks like it was cut down soon. But some of the stumps are so old that they were not cut down recently. Chen Yi ruled out the possibility of professional logging. Because they crossed over. It's only 7 days when it's full. 7 days. How could such a place be created? At this time, a loud roar came. Chen Yi looked over. Through supervision, he saw that it was a machine that looked extremely ancient, similar to a robot. The arms have a chainsaw on one side and a large clip on the other. Chen Yi hurriedly called the property. Logging robot. Level 10. Combat strength, 1324. Use, logging. Introduction. The lumbering robot made by the Somo people is specially used to cut down and transport wood. There are no items like base attributes and talents. In its place is an attribute called combat strength. See this scene. Chen Yi was a little puzzled. Perhaps these lifeless machines. It will show something like this. However, I do not know how to divide this combat power. At this time, the logging robot came to the front of a tree. The chainsaw in his right hand rattled. Sawdust flying all over the sky. Click it. A tree tens of meters high was sawed off like this. Then another burst of action. The tree was divided into 5 or 6 sections. And the big clip on the left hand. Pick up one of the paragraphs directly. The logging robot then returned to the original path. Immediately after, Chen Yi immediately let the white wolf lead him to chase after him. He wants to see the end of this logging robot. Where exactly? The white wolf came to the road opened by the logging robot. It seems to be for the convenience of transportation. Logging robots have opened a wide path directly in this forest of 1,000 winds. The trees on both sides were pushed aside. It looks very neat. And this logging robot seems to have no warning device. Follow the logging robot. Walked about a kilometer or so. None of them were found. Finally, after 3 kilometers, the logging robot has just reached the finish line. It was a huge mine. The pit is very large. There are thousands of meters in diameter. The following also seems unfathomable. At this time, at the top of the pit, Chen Yi saw a burning steam boiler. At this time, the logging robot came directly to the steam boiler. He threw the wood in his hand directly. See this scene. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Did not expect. This logging robot chops down trees. It would actually be used as some kind of power fuel. And right now, Chen Yi was at the edge of the mine and saw lifts everywhere. Some voices vaguely spread out from the ground. Thinking of this forest of 1,000 winds, I haven't met anyone for so long. Could it be that? Are they all under this mine? But I haven't seen them talking on the regional channel either. Chen Yi was puzzled. Final decision. Go down and see for yourself. By the way, see if there are any special monsters for you to loot talents. At this time, the logging robot began to move. Now it's going back the same way. Go ahead and get some wood back. Chen Yi and Bailing hurriedly went to hide in the jungle. But the logging robot didn't find them. It seems to be running according to the established procedure. Subsequently, Chen Yi directly asked the white wolf to take him in the jungle, and by the way, he helped guard. And he was in front of those lifts. Searched for a long time. Chen Yi just found the switch. With a rumbling sound, the lift table begins to go down. A voice also appeared in Chen Yi's ear. You entered the special scene, the Somo mine. The chat channel is blocked. When Chen Yi saw it, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. After coming here, the chat channel was immediately blocked. It seems that there may really be other human beings under this. Chen Yi only felt that he had landed almost 200 meters down. Boom! The lift platform falls to the ground. Chen Yi walked out directly. At this time, what caught Chen Yi's eyes was a corridor leading to nowhere. All around the corridor are inlaid with luminous stones. Subsequently, Chen Yi walked towards it. In this corridor, there was a fresh smell. Not the smell of years of decay. When walking out of the corridor, the scene in front of him suddenly brightened. This is a huge underground cave. There are all kinds of glowing fungus plants everywhere. In the distance, there was a giant mushroom that was growing to the top of the cave, under the illumination of various luminous substances. It doesn't feel too dark in the cave. Subsequently, Chen Yi walked forward. At this time, a voice came. Are you an outsider? Chen Yi heard the sound and looked. Under a mushroom, a man with glasses wearing denim and jeans appeared in front of Chen Yi. The glasses men are grade 3. Hand. Holding a novice stick. Look at the standard of the stick. Is a novice priest. Chen Yi nodded. I just found this place. I don't know how long you have been here. Hear Chen Yi nod. The man was so happy. My name is Jin Xiaolang and I have been here for many days. Besides me, there are many others. We've never been able to get the lift platform down. It happened to be my turn today to see if anyone came down. I didn't expect it to come. Hear this man speak. Chen Yi nodded. Well, then you take me to see other people. I have already used the lift platform to get down just now, just so that others can go up together. Hear this. That Jin Xiaolang nodded excitedly. Okay, I'm going to inform everyone. We've had enough of this shit. If you didn't come here today, I'm afraid we would follow this world to ruin. Subsequently, just followed Jin Xiaolang towards a mushroom forest. Chen Yi clenched the holy glory in his hands. Arrows are also held in hand. Prevent accidents from happening. Glowing mushrooms are everywhere here. The brightness is like the moment when it is about to rain on a cloudy day. Everything is very clear. With 7 turns and 8 turns, Chen Yi and Jin Xiaolang came to a huge square. The square looks huge. There are many wooden houses standing here. Jin Xiaolang said at this time. We have been together since we first crossed, and the entire underground cave is just us. I heard Jin Xiaolang say this. Chen Yi nodded. It seems that I am alone and I am very unlucky. Everyone else has companions to help each other out. If you don't get unlimited plunder, is a very low talent. Then I am afraid that it has become the ration of the coyote now. At this time, Jin Xiaolang began to shout. Everyone came out. There are people on the ground. We can go out. At this time, some people appeared one after another from the wooden house. There are men and women. One by one looks embarrassed. All disheartened. Chen Yi was a little curious. These people stay in the house, don't they upgrade? At this time, the crowd has gathered around. After seeing Jin Xiaolang and Chen Yi, they started talking in a row. Really? Can we really go out? Yeah, I'm going to stay here until I collapse. There are so few monsters and there is no way to upgrade. Yes, you can only eat these mushrooms and drink the sewage in those mines every day. It's not a human life at all. It's great now, I can finally go out and the lift platform can finally sit on it. Woo-woo, I can finally leave this ghost place. God knows how I got here during this time. After venting for a while, everyone started walking towards the exit of the mine. They can't wait. Chen Yi saw the scene and didn't stop it. After all this feeling, only those who experience it firsthand will understand. At this time, Jin Xiaolang looked at Chen Yi. Your level is already level 10. There is a metal door underground, which requires a very high attack to open. I don't know if you're interested. Hear this. Chen Yi couldn't help but become interested. After all, this special scene is not possible without a baby. Subsequently, Chen Yi nodded. Okay, then tell me how to go now. Jin Xiaolang nodded. It is good. At this time, Jin Xiaolang looked at the departing crowd and shouted. After you go up, leave a few people behind. I'll take this benefactor to the metal door to see. Some people who were acquainted with Jin Xiaolang then responded. Okay, we'll be waiting for you. They can't open there. Since someone has the ability to open, then they don't have any jealousy. It should belong to the person who opened it. Because there is no life and death crisis and resource per events. Now this group of people still retains the restraint of the previous civilization. Follow Jin Xiaolang. Chen Yi came to a rock near a rock wall. The rocks are huge. It is 4 or 5 meters high. And the outside of the rock, There is a bronze door about 2 meters long. At this time, a message appeared in front of Chen Yi. Bronze alloy door. Defense, 100. Introduction. The super alloy made by the extinct Tomir people can only be opened by attacking the defenses that exceed the bronze door. Look at the bronze door in front of you. Chen Yi looked at Baibu Chuanyang, who had already cooled down. With the power of 100 steps piercing yang, should be able to penetrate the defense of this bronze door. Subsequently, Chen Yi took 10 steps back. Take up the glory of holiness. A black feather arrow in his hand took it up. Condensed with the cyclone in the hand. A gust of wind was already blowing around. See this power. Jin Shaoling quickly hid behind Chen Yi, for fear of being accidentally injured by Chen Yi. Whoosh! A streamer shot out of Chen Yi's hands at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The bronze door was hit by the arrow, and a violent explosion occurred directly. For a while there was smoke everywhere. Wait quietly for the smoke to pass. A broken bronze door has been opened. Appeared in front of the two at this moment. Watch this scene. Jin Shaoling was very excited. Boss, it's open. Chen Yi nodded, then approached the bronze door. At this moment, behind the bronze door, a bronze treasure chest came into Chen Yi's eyes. See, it is a bronze treasure chest. Chen Yi came to be interested. Except for the black iron, wooden treasure chest, and the diamond treasure chest at the beginning. Never saw another treasure chest. I don't know what good things will be in this treasure chest. Pick up the black feather arrow, whose arrow has been bent and deformed. Chen Yi shot directly behind the goal. There was no reaction around the bronze treasure chest. Chen Yi then walked in with confidence. Jin Shaoling is also looking forward to it. Not sure what's in there. Open the bronze treasure chest. A mechanical ring. At this moment, he appeared in front of Chen Yi. The ring is made up of countless precise metal parts. When Chen Yi opened it, those parts were still rotating with a specific pattern. Chen Yi saw such a beautiful mechanical ring. I could not help feeling a kind of love in my heart. Then call the properties of the ring. Mechanical heart. Damage 10. Effect. The power of the machinery you control will increase tenfold. Introduction. The most high-tech crystallization of the Somo people was placed here for some reason. See here. Chen Yi then picked up the mechanical heart and put it on his finger. Not to mention enchanting. It is the attribute that increases the damage by 10 points. Also a great ring. It happened that I had a precision ring, and I still lacked a ring. Just put it on. As for the attributes that increase mechanical power, not sure when it will be available in the future. Jin Shaoling looked at Chen Yi with envy. But there is no jealousy in my heart. He worships the strong. Who let himself not have this power? Subsequently, Chen Yi took Jin Shaoling to the mine elevator, and with the help of the people above, directly to the ground. At this time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you successfully rescued the 300 people trapped in the Somo mine. It is detected that you have reached the level cap and cannot continue to gain experience. Hereby, I will reward you with Archer Necklace. Shooter Necklace. Hit 5. Enchantment. Your arrow's base damage is increased by 100%. Look at the attributes of the Archer Necklace. Chen Yi was content. The base damage of any arrow can be doubled. It can be said that it is a qualitative improvement. Chen Yi made a rough estimate. Now his normal hit damage can reach more than 100. Get 2 pieces of the best equipment in a row. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel content. Now the strength has increased a bit. Facing the boss in that area, the odds of winning are a little more. Chen Yi looked at the rescued people and said, "Next, I have my own business to do. The most important thing for you now is to seize the time to upgrade. Otherwise, there is no way to upgrade to level 10. Hear what Chen Yi said. Everyone else nodded. The boss of the meeting. At this time, the white wolf ran over from afar, but dirty all over. Came to Chen Yi intimately. Seeing such a tall white wolf, the others raised their weapons one after another. But seeing Bai Lang and Chen Yi's intimate appearance, his face was confused again. Chen Yi looked at everyone at this time. The white wolf is my pet, so there is no danger. Hear Chen Yi say this. The others breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, he was envious of Chen Yi. It looks like such a powerful creature, but I didn't expect it to be the pet of the boss. Sure enough, the big guy is particularly strong everywhere. At this moment, Chen Yi noticed that something was wrong with the white wolf. It's like I haven't seen him in a long time. At this moment, someone shouted, I can finally use the chat channel. It turns out that so many people have crossed with us, which is incredible. Yes, there is no way to imagine who sent us here. Don't worry about these things, quickly open the map to see where there are monsters. Now the system shows that it is only 21 days before the world will be destroyed. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little surprised. What? There are only 21 days left. Subsequently, Chen Yi directly retrieved the system time. There are 21 days, 13 hours, 54 minutes and 8 seconds left to discover the world's destruction. That is to say, the moment you leave the mine. Just over 8 days have passed. Where did these 8 days go? Chen Yi was puzzled. Others have also found such a situation. Damn, there was plenty of time, but now it's so tight. Yeah, we lost 8 days the moment we came out of the mine. Could it be that this mine will extract time? Not necessarily, it is very likely that some kind of rule is at work. Isn't it said in the book that time is discontinuous and curvilinear? Maybe when we came up, we entered a connection point generated by 2 time nodes. You speak so profoundly that I don't understand. I don't understand +1. Watch people discuss. Chen Yi didn't want to delve into too much. The most important thing right now. There are still 7 days before the time to kill the regional boss. The Forest of Thousand Winds has not yet been explored. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked at everyone. I have something to do now, so I'll go first. By the way, there are no monsters in the Forest of Thousand Winds now. Remember to go to the Savage Grassland. In the next time, it must be upgraded day and night. Otherwise, you will really be buried with this world. After speaking, Chen Yi rode the white wolf and ran deeper. Look at the disappearing Chen Yi. Everyone looked at each other. I understand that what this big guy said is not a lie. Subsequently, everyone opens the area map. Go directly in the direction of the bloody grassland. Not long after the crowd left, the previous logging robot came back with the wood. And after putting the wood in the steam boiler, a red light flashed in the eyes of the logging robot. It seems to be called by something. Then he walked in the direction Chen Yi left. Trees fell along the way. Plants fly. Chen Yi is here. At this time, he had come to an enchantment. This is the barrier used to divide the area. That side is also the Forest of Thousand Winds. Chen Yi even saw a blue-black tiger. But because it's not in their area, I can only regret letting this guy go. Just when Chen Yi was about to go back the same way, there was a whistling sound of steam. Chen Yi looked through supervision. It turned out to be the previous logging robot. At this time, the robot was flashing red light. He was walking towards Chen Yi aggressively. Surrounding trees. They fell to the ground under the sharpness of the iron saw. Chen Yi frowned. I don't know how this guy is staring at him. At this time, Chen Yi suddenly felt the mechanical heart on his left middle finger shaking. See this scene. Chen Yi immediately understood. It turned out that this mechanical heart attracted the logging robot. It seems. This mechanical heart must have something to attract this logging robot. In this case, that can only knock this guy down. But since this logging robot is essentially dead, it has no talent. So Chen Yi never thought about destroying this guy before. But now, it is impossible to destroy it. Chen Yi has taken up the glory of holiness. Arrows were also taken out. Whoosh! Shoot with great precision. 8 days have passed since the time came out of the mine. Chen Yi's 100 steps to pierce Yang also finished cooling. Boom! Lumberjacks get hit directly. The left half of the mechanical body was instantly destroyed. The remaining right half of the body. Except swing a chainsaw. There is no other effect. Chen Yi then made up again. The right half was also destroyed. At this time, that logging robot. There was steam all over. Soon, the lumberjacks turned into a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, a cloud of white light also exploded from the body of the logging robot. Shipped? Look at the scene in front of you. Chen Yi walked over quickly. I don't know what this logging robot can explode. Subsequently, Chen Yi stretched his hand into the white light. A slightly harder thing appeared in front of him. It was a pistol-like weapon. Atomic cracking gun. Injury: 9,999. Effect: it can split everything into the most primitive molecular state. Use times: 1/1. Introduction: the pinnacle of the Somo people, with the ability to decompose everything in the world. But unfortunately, the solar source crystal that provides the energy of the atomic cracking gun is extremely rare, so it is made into a disposable product. Looking at the atomic cracking gun in his hand, Chen Yi was extremely surprised. I didn't expect such a big killer to explode. This is a bug-level weapon. Just in this dark iron world. Got such a weapon. Chen Yi had an unreal feeling. But thought again. If a race has descended on its original world to face the challenge of survival. If you get a mushroom egg, it is definitely a bug-level weapon. Technological civilization. It is always possible to play out of the way. Thought here. Chen Yi felt that everything was more reasonable. Subsequently, Chen Yi put away the atomic cracking gun. At the same time I was thinking, my mechanical heart, I don't know if it will also have a bonus to this atomic cracking gun. But this has to wait until you encounter an unstoppable enemy. There is such a whole card in hand. It's also very comfortable. It was getting late by now. Chen Yi then built a wooden house. And take out the unfinished barbecue and bake it. Eat and drink well. Chen Yi looked to the chat channel. At this time, in the chat channel, many people are using leveling as the main topic now. I found a quickest way to increase the level, that is to kill the undead skeleton, kill it to gain experience, and then wait for it to respawn. After about 7 or 8 rebirths, the skeleton will not have the power to resurrect, but you also spent 7 PR *SD ** utes for nothing. 8 experiences. It's wonderful upstairs. This method is simple. It's a lucrative business. Everyone remember, try to level up at night, sleep during the day, and in the daytime, those undead don't know where to go. These undead skeletons are weak and have a lot of experience, but they're a little afraid of the sun. Wait? Still sleeping? Who's sleeping? Yeah, at such a critical juncture, we are not qualified to sleep at all. At most, we just squint for a while when we are tired. Brother Nyobi, learn from you. Simply, this experience can only add so much in a day. I really don't know if I can rise to level 10 before the world is destroyed. Who knows, the experience bonus is so slow, there is no way to quickly upgrade. Dear best to obey the destiny. Everyone was in an upgrade frenzy at this point. Even the lowest talent. Dreaming about upgrading. Chen Yi watched for a while. It doesn't feel like there is any useful information. I chose to fall asleep. Early the next morning. After eating barbecue. The system prompt arrives as scheduled. The power of predatory talent is activated. Congratulations on getting 1 point of strength. Now Chen Yi's power has reached 23.5. Definitely the top group at this stage. Ride the white wolf. Go back the same way. Go to the death swamp. The white wolf is very human. Immediately run towards the original path. On the way through the wild blood plains. At this time, the group of people who came out of the Forest of Thousand Winds had already entered the formal order. Begin to practice levels continuously in the wild blood plains. Chen Yi simply said hello. He rode the white wolf and flew towards the death swamp. That area boss. A large number of poisonous snakes have gathered. Right now before the deadline, kill as many as you can. In order to kill the regional boss, clear the obstacles ahead. The white wolf ran fast. Speeding all the way. The surrounding scenery is like a marquee spinning extremely fast. Departure from 6:30 a.m. By 11:40, the white wolf came to the edge of the death swamp. Death swamp at this time. It stinks more than ever. Those mud. Bubbling in the sun. The green smoke lingered like a poisonous gas. However, Chen Yi has advanced poison resistance. Although it smells bad. But he was not afraid of these poisonous gases. White wolf can't do it. As soon as I approached the body of the death swamp, I felt a little nausea and vomiting. But at this time, white wolf was already the same as Chen Yi. The level has reached level 10. A level 10 white wolf has a physique of 19 points. Once you get used to it, it doesn't matter much. Chen Yi then took out a long stick that was 5 meters long. This is the tree heart obtained in the Forest of Thousand Winds. At this time, he can no longer rely solely on the white wolf to advance. Because the white wolf will fall into the quagmire if he is not careful. You have to come up with something to explore the way. Open the area map. The area map at this time belongs to the area of the death swamp, which has been marked with a red and black skull. Towards the direction of the skull, Chen Yi led the white wolf forward. Because of the need to find a way, the speed of travel was greatly reduced. As you move forward, one man and one wolf crossed many quagmire traps. Finally, before dark, Chen Yi came to the place that belonged to the skull. This is the very center of the death swamp. There are many bone skeletons covered in mud wandering around. And inside, it is a huge swamp. There are many poisonous snakes roaming in the quagmire. The vipers were densely packed, snake by snake. It looks extremely dense. At this time, all the venomous snakes are constantly secreting venom. Irrigation directly into the mud. Originally black mud. It has now turned dark green. It looks very dangerous. See this scene. Chen Yi's heart sank. Good guy. The IQ of the bosses in this area is quite high. Note to create a favorable operating environment for yourself. It is simply not comparable to those silly black iron bosses. And look at this. It is clear that this place is to be turned into a poisonous swamp. Look at the bone skeletons patrolling the perimeter. Chen Yi opened the exchange directly. At this time, on the exchange, there are many wooden arrows. Current exchange. It is no longer the poor and white one it used to be. Because the professionals with ordinary talents do not have the pressure to kill regional bosses. A lot of things used to press the bottom of the box are traded in exchange for useful things. Those novice arrows with only 1 damage. On the exchange, there are tens of thousands of bundles. But it's enough to deal with these bone skeletons. After Chen Yi paid the carcasses of 500 sea turtles, bought 500 bundles of novice arrows directly. That is 5,000 arrows. Completely solved the trouble of shooting arrows and picking them up. Take out the glory of holiness. The arrow in the hand is launched directly and flew out. These wooden arrows do not fully carry the enchanting power of holy glory. Often it shatters when it hits a skeleton. However, due to the light attribute enchantment, these skeletons have a strong damage bonus. So even wooden arrows that will shatter can kill these bone skeletons in seconds. Whoosh whoosh. Countless arrows flew out for a while. Under Chen Yi's extremely fast hand speed, a skeleton fell to the ground. Even the occasional skeleton resurrection is completely harmless. Chen Yi has been C************* G for hours. Finally, all the bone skeletons cruising around were killed. Wooden arrows have fallen all over the swamp. The original 500 bundles of wooden arrows now only have 60 bundles. But Chen Yi's harvest is full. From these skeletons, Chen Yi revealed 3 props. The white wolf picked it up immediately. They're the bone bracelet, the bone arm guard, and the bone belt. Bone bracelet. Hit 3. Bone bracers. Block 10. Bone belt. Blood 4. Although these 3 kinds of equipment have different properties. But anyway, it also increased a little combat power. It's always better than nothing. Just after Chen Yi cleaned up, a voice came from a distance. Chen Yi, I didn't expect that your current strength has reached this level. Your A-level talent is indeed the strongest. Hear this. Chen Yi looked in the direction of the voice. At this time, under the dual effects of the Eye of Insight and Supervision, Chen Yi saw Lu Tianming and Qin Mu. At this time standing 100 meters away. Look at Chen Yi quietly. It seems to be tacit. Several people came here early. There are so few flowers, I am so powerless to write. Woo woo woo. Several people have gathered at this time. Lu Tianming and Qin Mu, as expected by Chen Yi, have also reached level 10. Moreover, Lu Tianming's eyes had turned golden red at this moment. Obviously, this Lu Tianming has already transferred to the hidden professional flame warlock. Lu Tianming said at this time, "What happened before, I called you privately and you didn't reply to our message." Chen Yi was startled. Could it be that when he was under the mine, he couldn't receive private chats from the outside world? Then hit haha. It's nothing, I just couldn't get away with something at the time. Lu Tianming nodded. Did not continue to ask. Then he looked at the swamp emitting this green poisonous gas. Now, the boss in this area is obviously hidden in this swamp. Now, let me clean up the environment for everyone. After speaking, Lu Tianming turned into a fire elemental body and floated into the sky. Sizzling heat, constantly burning the surrounding poisonous gas. These poisonous gases contain substances that can burn. But because the concentration is too low, so it didn't burn up on a large scale. At this time, the poisonous snakes in the poisonous swamp seemed to sense the danger, and they all began to be restless. Lu Tianming. At this time, it has come to the sky above the poisonous swamp. At this time, a flame gem was surrounded by his body, which looked beautiful and exuded a terrifying temperature. Lu Tianming silently gathered his strength. Finally, a loud drink. Firestorm. Instantly, the overwhelming flames swept away towards those poisonous snakes. The poisonous snakes were burned to the point of arching their bodies and turning their stomachs. Soon, the poisonous snakes on the surface of the poisonous swamp were burnt to scorched corpses by the fierce flames. A poisonous swamp that was emitting poisonous gas everywhere. Under such a strong flame at the moment, the top layer has been toasted dry, turned into white mud. But the underground is still rising and rolling with poisonous gas, occasionally emerged from the cracks in the ground. What surprised Chen Yi and the others was that the regional boss had not shown up until now. Can this guy be so patient? An unknown fear loomed over everyone. Nobody knows. What exactly is the boss in this area? Even whether it is a boss like a poisonous snake is unknown. Lu Tianming didn't dare to stay too long. Directly retreated from the sky above the poisonous swamp. After coming back, I couldn't help but complain. Evil sect, why doesn't the boss in this area keep showing up? It stands to reason that after these poisonous snakes are cleaned up, it should be time for the boss to show up in this area. I heard Lu Tianming say this. Chen Yi and the others also thought about it. Now they have cleaned up most of the poisonous snakes in this poisonous swamp. That regional boss never showed up. It's simply an unreasonable thing. At this time, Chen Yi looked at several people. In this case, let's spread out and see where the regional boss is. If there is danger, we must remember to escape as soon as possible. Several people nodded. Neither of them are newbies. It looks like this now is the best arrangement. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked at the White Wolf. White Wolf, go to the opposite side. White Wolf nodded. Immediately afterwards, he carried Chen Yi and ran towards the opposite side of the poison swamp. Because of the high temperature evaporation just now, a lot of the mud turned into solid ground. So the White Wolf is moving very fast. The others also scattered away. Find the boss. Occasionally encounter a lone poisonous snake, and it is very easy to destroy it. Chen Mu is here. He has come to a bush in a swamp. It's here. By mental power. He did not sense any breath of life. At this time, a dark shadow flew over. Chen Mu hadn't reacted yet, his neck hurt and his eyes suddenly darkened. The whole person collapsed to the ground. It turned out to be out of breath and died. The situation on Chen Mu's side directly caught everyone's attention. Chen Mu is now level 10. The physique has reached 15 points. Killed by one hit. It's just incredible. It seems that this is definitely a regional boss. Lu Tianming immediately called everyone to gather. It is absolutely impossible to let the bosses in this area defeat them one by one. And right now, the resurrection necklace on Chen Mu's neck now exudes a gleaming white light. And Chen Mu's injury gradually recovered. The resurrection necklace worked. Finally, Chen Mu stood up intact. Chen Mu after resurrection. Run away for the first time. The bosses in this area are too scary. He didn't see anything at all, he died. Lu Tianming looked at the bushes. Directly transformed into a flame elemental body and flung it towards the bushes as a fireball. Boom! The bushes instantly burst into flames. Due to the extremely high temperature of fireball, the flames of the bushes are also bluish-purple, enough to incinerate metals. The 6 people have also gathered together at this moment. Look closely at the bushes. I want to see what the boss in that area looks like. Just when the flames were about to burn the bushes out, a black shadow flew directly out of the bushes. I saw that it was a flying snake with wings. Body size is about 3 meters. Is staring at the crowd. But what puzzles everyone is how such a large body is hidden in the bushes. Chen Yi directly called up the properties panel of the flying snake. Ting snake, regional boss. Level 10. Basic strength 54. Basic constitution 32.1. Basic agility 67. Basic intelligence 34. Talent, the shadow disappears. Shadow disappearance, B. As long as you are in the shadow, you will gain invisibility. Skills, flying whip, dive, bite, devour, poison fang. Introduction. The Tang snake, who roams the death swamp, is the king of all poisonous snakes. I woke up and found that everyone's flowers are so powerful, I have energy again, thank you. Look at the terrifying attributes and talents of the snake. Chen Yi and the others were a little scared. If Just now, it was me who was the one who made the snake Yin. Then he didn't have a resurrection necklace. As for letting Chen Mu help them resurrect, everyone admits that their friendship is not that deep. Whether Chen Mu will be used or not is completely unknown. Chen Mu's face was aching at this time. Damn, how can this guy's damage be so high? My resurrection necklace, it's gone. See Chen Mu like this. The rest didn't say anything. The enemy is now. Any words of consolation at this time are inappropriate. Lu Changming had transformed into a fire elemental body at this time and flew directly towards the soaring snake. These snakes are all physical attacks. After he transformed into a fire element, not afraid of physical attacks. At this time, it is the most powerful T. Chen Yi looked at Tung Snake here. I made an abacus in my mind. Now the cooldown of Baibu Chuanyang is still 2 minutes. He must get this talent of the snake. 100-fold increase in B-level talent. That's the S-class talent. Then Baibu Chuanyang must not be used at this time. It must be when the vitality of Tung Snake is too low. Kill it with 1 hit. This is how the plunder succeeds. And killing the regional boss, but there are permissions to reward. How to say? It is impossible for Chen Yi to pass up this opportunity. At this moment, Lu Tianming had already fought Tung Snake. Every strike of Tung Snake could not cause damage to Lu Tianming and Lu Tianming's flame, but it can scorch the skin of the snake to black. See this scene. Chen Yi immediately picked up the bow and arrow. Whizzing. The arrows swiftly attacked the Tung Snake. Chen Yi uses wooden arrows. And that black feather arrow and enchanted arrow. Chen Yi wants to use it later. Wooden arrows enchanted by light already have a very strong damage, although it can't penetrate the skin of the snake. But it also caused great damage to Tung Snake. At this time, Jiang Haoren gave Chen Yi a blessing of strength. The arrow shot by Chen Yi. Suddenly the power became more powerful. Tung Snake screamed again and again when he was attacked by Chen Yi's arrows. Lu Xiaochun holds a guardian stone towards the Tung Snake and attacked. An ice gun. Attack the body of the snake. But only 1 white spot remains. Can't deal effective damage. Lei Hu stood on the ground in a hurry, holding a blood-colored long sword. After all, Tung Snake is a flying boss. He has no long-range attack. Just stand on the ground doing nothing. Jiang Haoren is stronger than Lei Hu, because he can bless Lu Tianming and Chen Yi. The strength that can be improved is not a little bit. Just when Chen Yi was shooting righteously, Tung Snake finally found out who did the most damage to him. That is Chen Yi. Subsequently, Tung Snake turned his target directly to Chen Yi. His eyes were full of anger. Kid, it's the one you just played the most, right? Subsequently, Tung Snake directly turned into a black on and attacked Chen Yi. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, the snake was staring at him. Subsequently, Chen Yi rode the White Wolf directly. White Wolf, go. Under the deliberate control of Chen Yi, the White Wolf immediately ran towards the open space in the distance, preventing the presence of shadows from making Tung Snake invisible. With the blood boiling and the 170% movement speed bonus of the mount saddle, the White Wolf even ran out of the afterimage. The Tung Snake behind him was gradually pulled away. Chen Yi is also flying a kite. Arrow after arrow at Tung Snake behind him. After the other 5 saw it, I couldn't help but feel a little horrified. The speed of the Tung Snake is actually not as fast as that of the White Wolf. Chen Yi's pet. What exactly happened? Remaining time. It has completely turned into Chen Yi's personal show. But Tung Snake's vitality is extremely powerful. Chen Yi's arrows can only reduce its vitality by very little. Gradually, it was almost dusk, and Tung Snake's body, in the dim sunlight, began to become looming. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel anxious. If it is dark, this snake will be invisible directly. How to fight then? Just then, Lu Tianming walked towards this side. Transform into a fire elemental body, floating in the air. The flame gem in his hand merges with it. Suddenly a small sun appeared in the death swamp. The brightness of the surrounding environment. Suddenly it became the same as the day. Lu Tianming shouted at Chen Yi at this time. Chen Yi, kill it as soon as possible. I can only last 5 minutes in this state. Hear this. Chen Yi nodded. Then the wooden arrow in his hand was replaced by a black feather arrow. At the moment when the black feather arrow came out, Tung Snake suddenly exploded with scales. It seems to have encountered some enemy. Even the speed of flight has been reduced a lot. See this. Chen Yi was a little curious. This black feather arrow. Is it possible that there is a hidden damage bonus to this soaring snake? At this time, Chen Yi looked at the feathers at the tail of the black feather arrow. This is the feather of a black-feathered black chicken. Could this black-feathered chicken be the natural enemy of the snake? But it's useless to think about it now. The damage of this black feather arrow. It is not comparable to wooden arrows. Whoosh! A streamer flew past Chen Yi's side. It directly hit the flying snake. Bah! Ting Snake suddenly let out a scream. Black feather arrow. It shot firmly into the body of the snake. See this scene. Chen Yi couldn't help but be excited about it. It finally worked. The previous idea of using wooden arrows to consume soaring serpent's vitality now takes effect. If Chen Yi used this black feather arrow from the beginning, it is definitely impossible to penetrate. Subsequently, another stream of light shot out. Shoot with great precision. An arrow with the strongest brightness and the fastest firing rate is sent out at this moment. The target is directed at Ting Snake, boom, accompanied by a violent explosion. Ting Snake was instantly blown up. However, Chen Yi did not receive the news of his plundering talent. Chen Yi looked over. Ting Snake's broken body is wriggling at the moment, trying to struggle. See this scene. Chen Yi was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the vitality of the snake was far beyond his imagination. Subsequently, Chen Yi draws the bowstring of the glory of holiness. Directly launch a charged shot. Whoosh! With the last arrow of death, Ting Snake is completely dead. A voice also sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on your successful plundering of the soaring snake talent, Shadow Disappearance. Shadow Disappearance is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Permanent Invisibility. Permanent Stealth. Grade S. Effect: you can enter the stealth state at will, and you must have an insight talent higher than S level to see through you. Chen Yi was very surprised. I didn't expect it to be such a powerful talent. Then don't you do bad things that others can't see? Without waiting for Chen Yi's excitement to end, the voice came again. Congratulations on killing the regional boss Ting Snake. All regional world channels are open. Congratulations, you have obtained the first level authority of Black Iron. Black Iron Level 1 Permission. Introduction: you can mute people with lower authority than you in the chat channel and automatically issue 100 world points every week. Because of your permission, the world store is open and you can purchase items and props from it with world points. Subsequently, a ray of light surged from Tongue Snake's body. Start to draw the magic circle in the air. It seems to be establishing a channel with other worlds. Finally, Tang Snake's body disappeared. Only one door of light remained. At this time, an announcement resounded all over the world. Chen Yi, Lu Tianming, Qin Mu, Lei Hu, Jiang Haoren, and Lu Xiaochun successfully killed the regional boss. Now that all the world channels have been opened, please search carefully in the area. All professionals who have reached level 10 can pass the world channel and directly enter the next layer of the world. Chen Yi, Lu Tianming, Qin Mu, Lei Hu, Jiang Haoren, and Lu Xiaochun have won the special title, First Person in the Region. The first person in the area. Introduction: the first human in the human race to kill the regional boss. The damage to the boss is increased by 10%. Permanently effective. The announcement sounded 3 times in a row. All heard the announcements. At this time, Lu Tianming and the others were also immersed in the announcement reward. At this time, Chen Yi looked at a few people. Have you all been authorized? Lu Tianming nodded. So did several others. Lu Tianming said at this time, it seems that this authority will be obtained by all the bosses who participate in the attack on the area. Qin Mu also agreed. Indeed it is. Then Qin Mu looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, you killed Ting Snake. Is there any special reward? Chen Yi shook his head. No, it's the same as what you got. It seems that killing Ting Snake is a team reward. There is no personal reward. Hear Chen Yi say this. Several others also nodded. There is no need for Chen Yi to hide. It seems so. At this time, Lu Tianming looked at Chen Yi and the others. Then you should go first. There are still some things that the Batian League has not dealt with, and I promise them to help them level up. I heard Lu Tianming say this. Chen Yi nodded. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll go to the next world to take a look. Qin Mu and the others also said immediately. Go to that world first. After all, it is impossible to continue progressing at this world level. And step by step, absolutely cannot be left behind. So in their view, Lu Tianming's decision is stupid. But everyone has their own aspirations. I wouldn't even try to persuade it. Otherwise, persuade to the end. Instead, it will backfire. Chen Yi glanced at the world behind him. Since then, I can't see the world anymore. Qin Mu 4. They have already entered the world channel first. With a burst of brilliance, the four disappeared. Since the last time they came out of the temple, the four have become inseparable. It's very likely that something happened. But they don't say it. Chen Yi never intended to ask either. Subsequently, he waved at Lu Tianming. See you in the next world. Lu Tianming nodded. Well, see you in the next world. After speaking, Chen Yi stepped into the world passage. The surrounding scene began to change. Space keeps distorting. Chen Yi's eyes. It has also changed. From the former swamp, it turned into a red-yellow gobi. The wind blowing is full of dust. There was a voice in the air. Welcome to Fenglong Continent. The level cap has been raised to level 20. The job transfer task is open. Please go to the system panel to receive it. The race war is on. Please go to the system panel to check. Remaining lifespan in this world, 120 days. Chen Yi opens the system panel. There are 3 more options above. World Store, Job Transfer Mission, Racial War. These 3 options. Chen Yi first opened the job transfer task. He wants to see. What will this transfer mission be? Job transfer task list. Light Archer transfer task. Task introduction. In 1 minute, shoot and kill 30 monsters. Quest reward. Light Archer's profession transfer scroll. Introduction. The Light Archer is mainly agile and pays attention to light agility. At level 20, he can become a shadow dancer or a windrunner. Heavy Archer. Task introduction. Kill monsters 2 levels higher than your own level in 1 hit. Quest reward. Heavy Archer's career transfer scroll. Introduction. Heavy Archers focus on strength, focusing on damage and one-shot kills, and can be converted into sniper feathers or magic feathers at level 20. There are only 2 types of Archer job transfer tasks. And introduced why you can change careers at level 20. Chen Yi thought again and again. Decided to switch to Light Archer. The most important thing. With the addition of the power of predation, his own strength is enough. The agility that an archer needs is not enough. This Light Archer can increase agility growth. Just what he needs now. Subsequently, Chen Yi directly chose to receive it from the Light Archer job transfer quest. Immediately after, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully received the Light Archer transfer task. Please complete it within 7 days. Otherwise, it will be regarded as automatic abandonment. Naturally, Chen Yi wouldn't delay 7 days for so long. Subsequently, Chen Yi looked towards the race war. This race war. I don't know what the rules are. Subsequently, Chen Yi clicked on the option of race war. Just clicked in. A voice came from Chen Yi's ear. The descendants of Fenglong Continent are the human race and the kobold race. Race war mission objective, kill all kobolds. Win the race and get the right to kill the world boss. Every 7 days, the human race and the kobold are thrown into the racial battlefield. You can kill as much as you like in the racial battlefield, and you can't recover after death. Please pay attention, race war, never die. Listen to the chilling voice in the ear. Chen Yi's mood also became heavy. Unexpectedly, after coming to this bronze-level world, I was assigned such a task. Humans and kobolds. Only one can be promoted to the next world. Cruelty in it. It goes without saying. Chen Yi thought of this. There was a surge of fighting spirit in my heart. In this case, then kill it happily. He has infinite plundering talent. Not afraid of any race at all. Race war option. There is a point store. Introduced next to it. Kill another race to get kill points. After getting kill points, you can come to this point store to buy items. Chen Yi clicked in and took a look. The feather of the harpy. The most precious feather on the harpy can be used for alchemy and enchanting, worth 50 kill points. Card of the King, a playing card used for leisure and entertainment, with a lot of monster illustrations on it. Worth 10 kill points. Ring of Courage, wearing it, you will be very courageous. Worth 100 kill points. Look around. Inside are some equipment, enchanting props, scrolls, potions, materials, and the like. Didn't find anything good either. Look at this point store. It is specially open to the public so that they can improve their strength as soon as possible. After all, people with low talent levels are the majority. Want to rely on Dogwai burst-out equipment. Disaster. Chen Yi withdrew from the race war option. Then he looked at the newly appeared world store. Chen Yi prayed silently in his heart. This world store. Stuff inside. Hope it's not too rubbish. However, this is a store that can only be opened by authorized persons. No matter how rubbish, where can the rubbish go? Subsequently, Chen Yi opened the world store. A curtain of light suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yi. There are a lot of products in it. Chen Yi was almost blinded. Equipment lottery ticket. Get an equipment lottery ticket. After opening it, you can get a random piece of equipment. Worth 10 world points. Elemental Fury. Elemental Fury potion, after taking it, increases all elemental damage by 100%. Duration 30 seconds. Worth 5 world points. Book of Experience. After use, the level will be increased by 1 immediately, and it can be used below level 20. Worth 30 world points. The things in this world store are almost endless. There are even hundreds, thousands of points worth of props for sale. A time. Chen Yi was dazzled. Good guy. This world shop stuff. I don't know how many times better than what's in the race shop. Not a level at all. And Chen Yi's point display is 100 points. Lots of good stuff in it. It takes thousands of points to buy. Chen Yi decided to hold on. Don't do it now. Save first, save enough points, and then buy. Chen Yi did everything. It was time to take a look at the surrounding environment. The white wolf was watching from the side. It and Chen Yi were sent together. Chen Yi sat on White Wolf's saddle. There is no map at this time. Just scrambling to find out. Hope to meet kobolds. I don't know what that kobold's talent is. If strong, then you will earn it, sitting on the White Wolf. Chen Yi directly made the White Wolf run towards the place where the sun rose. Find a direction. There will always be monsters. Maybe even meet the kobold. Open a chat channel. The regional channel has disappeared at this time. There is only one channel of World Channel. And the cooling time of speech has also been adjusted to every 5 seconds. At this time, there were very few people on the World Channel. Only 5,608 people are online. That is to say, these people are already level 10. At this time, the World Chat channel is very lively. Where have you been teleported to? I was actually teleported to a desert with no birds around. Haha, I was teleported to the beach, but there are a lot of level 14 killer crabs. I can't beat them, so I can only run around. Crabs. There are actually crabs. I love to eat crabs. Send me the coordinates quickly. Give it to you. I'm going. It's more than 5,000 kilometers away from me. I'm really not used to the world without regional restrictions for a while. Yeah, I've traveled all over our area before, and it's only 500 square kilometers. Now that there are no regional restrictions, I really can't finish it until the world is destroyed. What are you doing so much? Just change careers and rise to level 20, then kill the kobolds and kill the world boss, then we will be complete. What I'm saying is that there are more options for race warfare when I came here. The kobolds don't know whether they are powerful or not. I just met a single person, a kobold mage. He is not weak, but it is still simple for me. Boss, what level of talent, please share. Is the level talent casually said? It's okay to say that, I'm just a little S-class. F***K, big boss, please hug your thighs. Do you have any idea of establishing an organization, and I will be the first to enter? No, I'm fine by myself, management is too tiring. Chen Yi was a little surprised when he looked at the chat channel. Unexpectedly, I came across an S-level talent. He has permanent invisibility. Know how strong this S-level talent is. It can be said. As long as Chen Yi goes into stealth, 99% of all creatures cannot find him. In the end, he can only be slaughtered. Chen Yi looked at it for a while. There is no special information. Then he turned his attention to the surroundings. The Gobi Desert is huge. The White Wolf dragged him for more than half an hour, and he still hasn't seen the edge and other scenery. Mountains in the far Gobi. It's almost the same as when I first saw it. Wangshan ran the dead horse. Now it is Wangshan running away from the dead wolf. And right now, a dark shadow moved in the distance. At this time, it appeared in Chen Yi's sight. Chen Yi could vaguely see that it was a group of monsters with dog heads. This is still when Chen Yi has supervision. true distance. At least more than 30,000 meters. Chen Yi's heart moved slightly. This time. Finally got him caught. I just don't know if there will be any experience in killing these kobolds. And his light archer mission has not been completed yet. If it is possible, Chen Yi hopes to be able to complete this task along the way. Pat the white wolf. The white wolf immediately understood. He ran straight towards the group of walking kobolds. The white wolf is very fast. 30,000 meters is there in an instant. When the distance is almost 1,000 meters, Chen Yi asked the white wolf to stop. Then he walked towards the group of kobolds by himself. The surrounding space fluctuated. Chen Yi went directly into stealth. That's it. Chen Yi swaggered to the side of the kobolds. At this time, the kobolds are pushing the cart. There is a lot of cargo in the car. To Chen Yi's surprise, none of these kobolds are below level 15. The tallest kobold even reached level 20. That is the level cap of this world. Kobold Shield Guard. Level 20. Basic Strength 24. Basic Constitution 30. Basic Agility 12. Basic Intelligence 11. Talent. The dog's head is very hard. The dog's head is hard. The physical damage your head takes is reduced by 30%. Skills. Defensive Stance. Guard against death. Introduction. A kobold shield guard with good defense. Chen Yi looked at the dog's head hard. Cannot help but feel a little weird. After plundering this talent, I don't know how it will increase. These kobolds are talking. The battlefield of 10,000 worlds has the same language. Chen Yi heard the specific meaning of these kobolds. We have to hurry to Charmin City before it gets dark, and it will be safe only when we are in the city. Yeah, the race with us to compete for the world's boss-killing authority has arrived. I heard from the city lord that they are preparing to dispatch a large army with the king to destroy the human race. We arrived more than a year early, and I really don't believe that these humans can't be killed. Yeah, the strength of our king is the strength of a king. It's not easy to deal with these little humans. Be careful with everything. Although we developed a year ahead of schedule, we heard from our kobold prophet that human beings have S-level talents. What? It's actually an S-level talent. Our king is just an A-level talent. Don't grow other people's ambitions to destroy your own prestige. Our king is a hidden profession that has been transferred. Chen Yi was a little surprised to hear this. It was these kobolds. Came here a year early. A kobold that developed a year ahead of schedule. Advantage over humans. That is unimaginable. In this case, then destroy the living power of these kobolds first. Thought here. Chen Yi took out the glory of holiness. Chen Yi, the kobold, counted them. There are 32 of them. Chen Yi started firing bows and arrows at the kobolds. His hands are very fast. On the other hand, I also want to complete the assignment of light archer. Whoosh whoosh. One after another. The kobold was beaten out of control. Almost instantly. More than a dozen kobolds were shot through the throat by Chen Yi. At this time, Chen Yi's task panel also started timing. At the same time, a voice also sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on your talent for plundering kobolds. Dog heads are hard. The dog's head is very hard, is increased by 100 times, and the increase is, the dog's head is extremely hard. The dog's head is very hard. Grade C. Effect, the damage to your head is reduced by 80%. The head gains 80% damage reduction. Chen Yi is still very satisfied with this talent. In the future, whoever wants to blow his own head will have to weigh it. Subsequently, Chen Yi continued to shoot. The other kobolds also responded. Because I couldn't find where Chen Yi was. You can only defend indiscriminately with a shield. The defensive stance can only guarantee one orientation. But this random defense, there was simply no way to defend against Chen Yi's arrows. Just take the time to kill it. Chen Yi's hands were hot. This is caused by continuous shooting. After speeding up blood flow, it became faster. 54 seconds later, all kobolds are wiped out. Chen Yi was pleasantly surprised. My experience bar has also risen directly to level 10 by 51.2%. It turned out to kill these kobolds. Taken with experience. Then your goal is clear. Are these kobolds going to Nashamon City? Then get to know it for yourself. At this time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you successfully completed the assignment of Light Archer. Congratulations, you have obtained the Light Archer transfer scroll. Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive skill book for light archers. 3 shots. 3 shots. Introduction. Shoots 3 arrows in an instant. Each arrow has 100% power. Good. Chen Yi was satisfied watching the triple shot. Subsequently, Chen Yi opened the light archer transfer scroll. A radiance immediately poured into Chen Yi's body. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations, you have successfully transferred to a light archer, with an additional plus 0.5 for agility growth. This 0.5 agile growth is very helpful for Chen Yi now. Agility is all about speed and responsiveness. Is a very important attribute. Subsequently, Chen Yi learned the triple shot. Suddenly a lot of knowledge poured into my mind. How to use this triple shot. Chen Yi looked at the goods on the cobalt van. Bend the bow. Take an arrow. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 arrows are indistinguishable. Loudly, all shot to the top of the van. Boom. The flame instantly exploded. The truck was directly blasted, and the materials inside were scattered all over the place. Chen Yi looked at the damage caused by the 3 bursts with satisfaction. This time, one more attack method. At this time, in the cobalt supplies, some ores caught Chen Yi's attention. These ores have been initially refined. The exterior shone with metallic brilliance. Chen Yi picked up a piece. Hematite. Introduction. The necessary ore for forging weapons and equipment, with good ductility and toughness. Chen Yi looked. This whole truck is all this hematite. On second thought, Chen Yi immediately understood the purpose of these kobolds transporting hematite. That is a lot of forged weapons and equipment, used against humans. Gee, the civilization of these kobolds is not low. Look at this, or refined. It's almost the pinnacle of Iron Age technology. Chen Yi searched the kobold leader of the caravan. A sheepskin map. At this moment, it appeared in front of Chen Yi's eyes. A voice appeared in Chen Yi's ear. Discover the regional map, whether to store the system. Yes. Chen Yi directly chose yes. World map on the system panel. The area belonging to Chen Yi's side is lit up. Chen Yi also knew what this place was called. Red Iron Gobi. There is a mine dedicated to the production of hematite. And Charmin City. It is about 30 kilometers from here. Relying on the strength of the White Wolf's feet, it'll be there in about 20 minutes. Chen Yi no longer hesitated. Put all the hematite into the storage space. Shout out to call the White Wolf over. Ride the White Wolf. Swish. He ran towards Nashamon City. When Chen Yi arrived at Charmin City, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let the White Wolf wait on the plain outside the city. Chen Yi turned on stealth. With a swagger, he walked towards Charmin City. The walls of the city of Charmin are made of sand and stones. Looks like a strong defense. On the city wall, kobold soldiers are constantly patrolling there. These kobold soldiers are all around level 16. Chen Yi is a little weird. Why come a year early? None of these kobolds reached level 20. I remembered that I had never seen a single monster before. Chen Yi guessed a fact in his heart. That's not enough monsters to kill these kobolds. So there is no way to upgrade them all. That kind of thing. The human situation has become more difficult. At this time, the gates opened wide. Chen Yi walked into the city. There are various wood and stone houses all over the place. Although it looks shabby, but the structure is unexpectedly explained. Chen Yi observed everything around him, including those kobolds walking on the road. He came to this Charmin City. No other purpose. 2 words. Massacre. Since we want to massacre the city, then find a good place with a good view. He has 10 times the range and supervision. Just find a vantage point. Then it would be much easier to launch massacres. Chen Yi was before that. Saw the weapons of those kobold guards. There are also bows and arrows. Chen Yi guessed. There must be an armory here. In this case, then just find that armory. Evacuate the armory here. Even if you sell it, you can get a lot of benefits. Subsequently, Chen Yi started following the kobold patrol. Although I don't know where the armory is. But these patrols will definitely be there. If there are no kobold residents around and the security is heavily guarded, that means this is where the armory is located. Even if it's not an armory, that's also a very important place. There's nothing wrong with it anyway. Chen Yi walked carefully on the street. Avoid getting hit by oncoming kobolds. These kobolds are no exception. All are talking about the coming of mankind. Some kobolds are even talking. Killing all the humans will definitely make you level 20. Chen Yi couldn't help sneering when he heard it. So today, you'll help me get to level 20 first. When walking through a cross street, a patrol team caught Chen Yi's attention. The kobolds in this team are stern. It also walks neatly. It looks like a well-trained elite soldier. Chen Yi quickly followed. Follow these kobolds, and you will definitely find where the kobold's armory is. At the end of the kobold line, Chen Yi became much more relaxed, because the surrounding kobold civilians became extremely respectful after seeing this patrol team, and all automatically retreated to both sides of the road. Chen Yi picked up a convenience. Subsequently, Chen Yi followed the patrol. This patrol has a lot to go. Walked almost half of the city. But Chen Yi didn't see anything special either. At this time, the leader of the team looked at the other kobolds. Now disband. Wait until 10 p.m. and we'll gather here again. Yes, Captain. The other kobolds answered. Chen Yi was speechless. Good guy. Got this done in half a day. Chen Yi was helpless. Just walk around. But this Charmin City route is intricate. It's easy to get lost around. So Chen Yi just waited until the evening while chatting on the World Channel. At night, the patrols arrived on schedule. However, what Chen Yi noticed was that these kobold patrols did not wear the daytime clothes. Chen Yi was a little excited. It's nighttime now. Those kobolds have already gone to sleep in the house, definitely not patrolling the streets. At this time, the leader of the kobold captain. To all the kobold patrols. Next, we're going to the city lord's mansion, so be smart. The city lord will sometimes come out to inspect. Hear the words of the kobold captain. All the kobolds stood at attention. Yes! Subsequently, all the kobolds started walking in one direction. Chen Yi quickly followed. It seems that the important place is in the city lord's mansion, with 7 turns and 8 turns. After going around a dozen streets, Chen Yi saw a building complex with a completely different architectural style from other places. The whole body is made of various beautiful wood spliced together. It can be said, before those were civilian houses. And this is obviously the place where the kobold nobles live. The patrol captain showed a waist badge at this time. Then the soldiers standing guard let go. Chen Yi followed suit. Walked about 30 minutes. Chen Yi saw a heavily guarded building. There are no special signs around, but there are more than 30 kobolds guarding it. Use the eye of insight. Chen Yi can feel it. In this building, there are more than a dozen kobolds there. It looks like this is the armory. Thought here. Chen Yi was directly facing the house next to the armory. Fired a fire enchanted arrow. Boom. Intense flames burst into flames in that house. Because it is wood, so it burns very fast. See this scene. All the kobolds are in a hurry. Damn, how could it be on fire? Isn't it fire-resistant paint? Those goddamn profiteers, how dare they sell the fake and shoddy fireproof paint from the city lord's mansion? When the fire is over, we must kill those profiteers. A time. All the kobolds started taking buckets to get water. The kobolds who were originally in the building also heard the news. Only 3 or 4 kobolds were left behind. Then he joined the fire brigade. And Chen Yi was standing aside. Taking advantage of the moment the building was opened, he entered directly inside. The moment you enter, Chen Yi saw the boxes full of warehouses. The warehouse is huge. Almost 2,000 square feet. There are various wooden boxes piled up everywhere. Some open wooden boxes. It is full of various weapons. See this scene. Chen Yi was overjoyed. Come on. Then, the next step is to find where the arrow is. According to this area, the number of arrows is definitely not less than 100. 000. Chen Yi didn't stay where he was. Go directly to the armor curry. Chen Yi immediately started rummaging through the boxes. Because of the effect of permanent invisibility, even if the sound here is very loud, it didn't disturb the kobolds either. At this time, boxes of arrows caught Chen Yi's eyes. Red iron arrow. Damage 5. Introduction. The elm arrow body and the red iron arrow have strong penetration and lethality. See this. Chen Yi swept the arrows directly with his hands. The arrows disappeared one by one. It took Chen Yi 3 minutes to put all the arrows into the storage space. And half of the warehouse is empty. Chen Yi made a rough estimate. The red iron arrows obtained by yourself. There are almost 130,000. That's a terrifying amount. From then on, Chen Yi no longer had to pick up arrows. Subsequently, Chen Yi walked towards the door. As for other equipment, Chen Yi was also not included in the bag. After all, it takes time to collect. Even if you have permanent invisibility, it will definitely attract the attention of those kobolds. Step out of the armory. Chen Yi ran directly towards a tall building. After his observation, this high-rise is the tallest building in Charmin City. Subsequently, Chen Yi climbed to the top in 2 or 3 steps. Take out the glory of holiness. A red iron arrow appeared on the bowstring. With the help of supervision, Chen Yi can clearly see every kobold here. Subsequently, Chen Yi aimed the arrow at the kobolds who were putting out the fire in the armory. Whoosh! At 10 times the range, the arrow turned into a straight line and directly penetrated one of the kobolds. When the kobold fell to the ground, the other kobolds reacted instantly. Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! The kobolds began to shout loudly. Huge sound. It immediately attracted the attention of other kobolds. 1 pass, 10 pass, 100. Less than 10 minutes. All the kobolds in Charmin City walked out of the house, each holding a torch. The whole city of Charmin is brightly lit. But that's also what Chen Yi provides. Whoosh whoosh. The arrows flew directly at the kobolds. Every arrow can accurately hit an enemy, and Chen Yi's arrows were heavy. None of the kobolds shot survived. Gradually, the movement on Chen Yi's side caught the attention of the City Lord's mansion. City Lord's mansion. Kobold Oak Shield is distressed. He is the Lord of Charmin City. The order received is to build a lot of equipment. And now it is obvious that it has encountered a sneak attack by humans. The red iron arrow was still used. This is simply unacceptable. Subsequently, Oak Shield looked at the surrounding kobold soldiers. Go, you must find this hateful human being. Yes! Just when Oak Shield was about to set off from the City Lord's mansion with the soldiers, a voice appeared behind Oak Shield. Oak Shield, don't worry, that human has the ability to be invisible, you can't find him. Hear this. A look of respect appeared on Oak Shield's face. Then he said, Prophet, shall we just let that human slaughter our people? At this time, a kobold in a robe appeared in the City Lord's chamber at this time. The kobold's hair and whiskers are all white. At first glance, it is a highly respected kobold. The prophet now looked at Oak Shield. This human has a high level of invisibility, and I can't find his specific location, but I can introduce him into the trap we set up. Hear the prophet say this. Oak Shield is a little enlightened. From the time it came to this world a year ago, they have already learned that there will be a race to fight them in the future. So when the city was built, consider such a situation. Hundreds of large and small traps were laid in the city. Yes, lead him into the trap, that's what we should do. Subsequently, Oak Shield looked at the other kobolds. Now, all the shield guard professions will go with me to cover the retreat of the kobolds of other professions in the city. Now is the time for us to make sacrifices. Hear Oak Shield say so. The other kobold shield guards responded loudly. Yes! Subsequently, the kobold of the shield guard profession went straight out of the City Lord's mansion. The moment Oak Shield walked out, I saw a blaze of fire. There was also a loud scream. Not a single kobold can withstand such an attack. See this scene. The Oak Shield is cracked. Damn human, you wait for me. Thought here. Oak Shield roared directly at the surroundings. All shield guards cover other professionals. At the same time, he sent a message in the kobold's chat channel, talking about the news that Charmin City was attacked, and commanded the other shield guards of Charmin City. The originally panicked kobold quickly restored order. There are thousands of shield guards, holding their shields high, covering other occupations to retreat to the position where they used to practice. Chen Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the scene. I didn't expect this kobold to be so well trained. It is really impossible to treat these kobolds as ordinary races. But think about it. Chen Yi didn't hesitate much. Just keep shooting, even if there are shield guards blocking it. But there are also many gaps, unable to defend Chen Yi's arrows 100%. With the unremitting efforts of Chen Yi, more than 1,000 kobolds were lost to his arrows. At the same time, Chen Yi also gained a lot of experience. Just let him go to level 12. Strength and agility are both increased. Makes it easier for him to shoot. It can even penetrate some thin shields and directly shoot the shield guard behind the shield. But Chen Yi's situation didn't last long. All the kobolds moved to a blind corner of the tall building where Chen Yi was. It is surrounded by walls. There is simply no way to attack the enemy there. Chen Yi thought for a while. Jump straight downstairs. Go in another direction where you can shoot these kobolds. At this time, a huge magic circle lit up from the sky. Chen Yi saw this scene. Immediately, I felt a sense of danger. He could feel that this magic circle was not good for him. At this time, a giant eye appeared in the magic circle in the sky that day. The giant eye now shoots a beam of light. The beam begins to scan building by building. Chen Yi was a little unsure. Can this giant eye scan itself? But for security reasons, Chen Yi began to dodge the beam of the giant eye. But gradually, Chen Yi suddenly felt that the air around him began to solidify. This feeling, it's like being imprisoned by something. There was also a voice in the air. You have entered the confinement domain, and you cannot move under the confinement state. At this time, an old kobold who looked like a mage was slowly walking towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi's heart sank. Have you been found out? With increasing distance, Chen Yi also appeared in front of the old kobold's attribute panel. Kobold Prophet. Level 20. Basic Strength 14. Basic Constitution 13. Basic Agility 16. Basic Intelligence 34. Talent, Doghead Smart. Doghead Smart, Intelligence growth is increased by an additional 0.3. Skills, Imprisonment Magic, Heart Strike. Introduction, the elder prophet among the kobolds. He was wise when he was young, and became wiser when he was old. Looking at the kobold prophet in front of him, Chen Yi frowned slightly. I was smitten. At this time, the kobold prophet spoke slowly. Human, be fooled, I can't see you, and the giant I can't detect you. Everything I do is to lead you to this imprisoned realm. Next, everything in front of me will be severely hit. After speaking, the kobold prophet raised the short staff in his hand. The short staff gathered blood-colored energy at this moment. In just a few seconds, a huge blood-colored light ball appeared above the kobold prophet. Boom! Because I can't see the direction where Chen Yi is. The blood-colored light ball flew directly towards Chen Yi without distinction. Boom! After a violent explosion, all the buildings around Chen Yi were blown up. All were crushed to pieces. But just when Chen Yi closed his eyes and waited to die, ready to transform into an undead, a strange light radiated from his body. The light forms a barrier. Directly replaced Chen Yi withstood this fatal attack. Subsequently, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. The evil god's blessing is activated to take a lethal injury on your behalf. Hear this. Chen Yi was a little excited. Good guy. This evil god's blessing is really not a useless thing. At this time, the kobold prophet, who had launched a powerful attack, was almost exhausted at the moment. With his current mental strength, unleashing such a powerful attack is still a bit difficult. But everything in front of him was razed to the ground. He believed no creature could survive his attack. At this time, due to mental exhaustion, the imprisoned domain was also revoked. And just when the kobold prophet breathed a sigh of relief, an arrow pierced through the air. Puff! The sound of flesh piercing came out. The kobold prophet stared blankly at the arrow in his chest. He couldn't even think of it until he died. How could anyone resist his attack? Subsequently, the kobold prophet fell directly to the ground. A voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on plundering the kobold prophet's talent. Kobold intelligence, Doghead Smart, is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Doghead Smart. Doghead Smart. Grade C. Introduction. Your intelligence growth increases by 1 point. Look at the kobold prophet who fell to the ground. Chen Yi secretly rejoiced. If it weren't for this evil god's blessing, I'm afraid that the one who can't afford to fall to the ground now is himself. And this doghead is smart. If you're a mage, then there is a strong talent. But something is better than nothing. Increasing intelligence also increases mental power. It is also helpful for fighting for a long time. The greatest danger is now lifted. Chen Yi looked in the direction where the kobold was hiding. Next, time to clean up these kobolds. Subsequently, Chen Yi jumped directly onto the roof. Several vertical steps came to the southeast corner of the city. There is a 3-story building here, just in time to see most of the kobolds in hiding. Now, hunting time is on. At this time, kobold gathering place. The city lord, Oak Shield, was waiting anxiously on the spot. They had heard that huge explosion just now. But now, The prophet has not sent a message yet. This cast a haze on the hearts of all kobolds. Did the prophet fail? Thought here. Oak Shield couldn't wait any longer. Then I wanted to go in the direction of the explosion. But right now, whoosh! A very fast arrow came flying. Oak Shield subconsciously blocked. Immediately, this powerful arrow hit the shield on his arm. Next second, click it. The shield tied to the arm of the Oak Shield suddenly fell into pieces. See this scene. Oak Shield was a surprise. Unexpectedly, the prophet actually failed. Now the prophet has not sent a message. That means the prophet was absolutely killed. Hateful. Oak Shield was furious. Damn humans. Actually killed the prophet he most relied on. Now the enemy is clear and we are dark. So who else is his opponent? Thought here. Oakenshield made one of the smartest decisions. Then look at all the kobolds. Everyone, escape from Shaman City, go to Storm City, and ask Storm City Lord for help. Finish saying this. There was an uproar among the kobolds. They all know. The prophet was dealing with the man, and now it's clear that the prophet is dead too. Thought here. Everyone immediately started to panic. Then frantically rushed towards the city gate. But Chen Yi wouldn't let these kobolds escape so easily. One arrow took the life of a kobold. As the time goes, kobold corpses filled the city. But due to too many, more than a third of the kobolds escaped. Among them is the Oak Shield. Chen Yi's experience skyrocketed, and his level increased by 1 level. Just 10% away from level 14. But what troubled Chen Yi was, it's getting harder and harder to level up now. Killed thousands of kobolds himself. It's just a little bit of experience. Put it on other humans. Don't know how difficult it will become. And just after Chen Yi drove all the kobolds out of Shaman City, an announcement appeared in the ears of all humans. Chen Yi occupied Shaman City in the Chidai Gobi, and Shaman City became the first gathering point of the human race. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row. This news directly exploded the pot among humans. My dear, it's unbelievable that one person can occupy a city. Yeah, I have also encountered a kobold city, but the security of the kobold city is extremely strict, and there are thousands of troops, and it is impossible for one person to conquer it. I think that Shaman City should not have a lot of troops, otherwise how could it be attacked by one person? You are joking upstairs. My birthplace was near Shaman City. Shaman City is the base camp for kobolds to smelt weapons. You can count the troops. I'm going, so powerful. The base camp for smelting weapons has been knocked down. Then Chen Yi got a lot of weapons and loot. I wonder if I can buy a few from him. I was the first to kill the regional boss before, and now I have conquered the first city. How sacred is this Chen Yi? I checked Chen Yi's historical speech records and found that he has been begging for special arrows, and he is likely to be an archer with a very high talent level. Archer? It's really amazing that an archer can do such a feat. Yeah, there is no way to imagine how one person can take down a city. To be honest, I'm an S-level talent owner, but I also think it's too outrageous to conquer a city alone. I'm afraid this Chen Yi is the owner of an SS-level talent. Who knows, SS level. The probability of obtaining it is 1 in 100 million. 1 billion people, maybe it is really SS level. It's true that people are more popular than people, and now I'm still worrying about tomorrow's meal. This kobold is so annoying, let them kill all monsters. No, this kobold came a year earlier than us, and he took advantage of the opportunity. There is absolutely no way. What do you mean there is no way? Can't kobolds eat it? I ate one, and it tasted better than dog meat. The ruthless man upstairs. I'll vomit for a while. I'm going to go to Shaman City to see who Chen Yi is. Shaman City, as the first gathering place of the human race, will definitely be very lively in the future. Haha, it just so happened that the map of Chidai Gobi was lit up, and I went to Shaman City to see it. Let's go together. And Chen Yi is here. It is to look at the reward that he has just received. Guild token. Introduction. You can use this guild token to create a guild to recruit fellow clan members. Form of force? Chen Yi shook his head. He never thought about it. After all, management is too laborious. But it can be sold to those who need it. Chen Yi first thought of Lu Tianming. But on Lu Tianming, Chen Yi felt that there was nothing comparable to the value of this token. Thought here. Chen Yi sent screenshots of the items directly on the Lively World channel. Originally very lively world channel. There was a moment of silence for a few seconds. Then it got even more boiling. F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K, I'm not mistaken. There is such a thing in this 10,000 race survival battlefield. Look, everyone, it's from Mr. Chen Yi. It's awesome. Is Mr. Chen Yi going to form a force? I don't feel like it. It's most beneficial for Mr. Chen Yi to act alone. Does the boss want to sell it? Not sure. Let's see what the big guy will say next. Chen Yi sent a message directly at this time. Sell the guild token, and if you need it, exchange it for items of corresponding value. After speaking, Chen Yi stared at the world channel. Chen Yi's news immediately sparked another discussion. The big guy really sold it, but I don't know who can get it. After all, this is a legitimate guild token. Now, so many scattered forces can only add groups and change notes to confirm the statistics, which is really uninteresting. Yeah, if you get this token, you can become the president of the first guild. Being the president of the first guild can definitely become the largest force in the human race. The value of this token is not something that can be measured by ordinary items. My Guyun Pavilion is about to be decided. I am Zhang Zhan, the owner of the S-level talent and invincible martial body. If you want to join the Guyun Pavilion, you can come here. I'm not a vegetarian. Besides, can you eat this token? Wow, two forces are coming to compete. I don't know what other forces will say. This token, my aspiration is to be determined. We are the owner of two S-level talents. What are you competing for with me? I'm going, is the aspiration so powerful? There are not many S-rank talents, but there are two. It's incredible. I know that aspiring people, I was in the same district as them, namely District 3336, and there were two S-rank talents who met directly. They just started fighting, and finally they got together gradually. Aspire to the top, to win the Central Plains, such a domineering name. Have you asked me about the Netherworld Empire? Our boss is the owner of the SS-level talent, Body of Eternal Night, who can compare to us. Yeah, the boss of our Nether Empire is helping other people in our area level up, so he didn't come to this world. When our boss comes, what will the kobolds in this world count? I'm going. The owners of SS-level talents have all appeared. Are there any SSS-level talent owners? Don't think about it. The chance of getting SSS-level talent is 1 in a billion. There is no guarantee for this game. It is still unknown whether we humans have it. Yeah, S-level talents are so strong, SSS-level talents. I think they can directly destroy the world. That's right, my C-level talent feels like I can beat dozens of low-level talents, let alone those SSS-level talents. At this time, a special pinned message appears above the chat channel. This guild token, we want to create a myth. Whoever refuses to accept it can do it alone. The top message lasted for 10 seconds before disappearing. This confused everyone. Is there anything else like this? You can actually pin your own message to the top. Or, any special props. You can pin your own messages to the top. And Chen Yi is here. It is to accept the news and receive a soft hand. Most of them are looking for guild tokens, and no one can stand the temptation of the first force of the human race. As for the rest, it's all kinds of harassing messages. Chen Yi checked the information one by one. Want to see if there is something that can make my heart flutter. But Chen Yi kept watching. Nothing particularly good at all. There are even people who want an empty glove white wolf, claiming to create a big guild with Chen Yi. See this message. Chen Yi blocked it directly. Don't give him a second chance at all. At this time, a message caught Chen Yi's attention. Boss, our boss has a complete set of extremely powerful leather armor suits. I wonder if you're interested. Chen Yi saw this. Involuntarily interested. Leather armor set? He is still wearing the wolfskin armor, which is completely out of date. If the leather armor set attributes are very good, you can think about it yourself. A screenshot of the specific attributes, show me. Sorry boss, our boss is still in the previous world, and it was only delayed because he took us to level up. Chen Yi was speechless. The message was then closed. To know your current guild token, it is the most valuable during this time. If there is a second guild token, then your guild token will be greatly depreciated. So get rid of it as soon as possible. Chen Yi continued to read. Another piece of news reached Chen Yi at this moment. Boss, the bronze privilege escalation volume, do you need it? Chen Yi saw this message. Suddenly stopped reading the information. Then opened the screenshot from the man. Bronze privilege escalation volume. Introduction. The authority can be upgraded from the black iron level to the bronze level. See this. Chen Yi was completely restless. Where did you get this thing from? At this time, the man said, Big brother, don't care where this thing came from, just ask you if you are satisfied with this privilege escalation volume. Can you exchange your guild token? Seeing this man's tone so arrogant, Chen Yi understood. This person must know the specific value of his privilege upgrade coupon. Then you don't have to act anymore. Immediately, Chen Yi returned the message. Yes, go to the exchange and trade there. It is good. After speaking, Chen Yi started a deal with a man named Lu Xing. Soon, Chen Yi has an extra permission upgrade volume in his hands. Immediately after, Chen Yi used this privilege escalation volume. With a voice. Congratulations, the authority level has been upgraded to Bronze Level 2. Bronze Level 2 adds an additional 3 times a day to the top message of the world channel, and you can receive an additional 300 world points per week. Heard here. Chen Yi was content. Not only points tripled, there are also pinned messages. Good. At this time, Lu Xiaobei is far away in a dark jungle. Looking at the guild token in his hand is extremely satisfying. I didn't expect to get the guild token so quickly. Although the privilege upgrade volume is also extremely precious, it was obtained by giving up the time to kill the first regional boss. But for him, this guild token is a more needed item. Subsequently, Lu Xiaobei directly chose to use the guild token. A voice came. Please name your guild token. Lu Xiaobei said without hesitation. Named the former Chang'an. The guild Chang'an in the past has been created. The first level guild can accommodate 1,000 people. Please recruit people, complete the guild tasks, and improve the guild level as soon as possible. At this time, an announcement spread throughout humanity. Lu Xiaobei founded the guild Chang'an in the past, which is the first guild of the human race. Anyone who is interested can join. And Lu Xiaobei also directly used the remaining 2 top messages. My name is Lu Xiaobei, the owner of the SSS level talent, Elemental God. Now we are recruiting the first batch of gang members in the former Chang'an, as long as the talent level is above B-level professionals. In the future, wait for the guild to upgrade, and then consider recruiting professionals below the B-level talent. See these 2 top messages. Everyone was stunned. Good guy. It's incredible that humans really have SSS level talents. Perhaps this Lu Xiaobei is the strongest human being. After all, SSS level talent. 1 in a billion chance. The probability of having a second place is too low. At the same time, there is an additional guild option on the system panel. And click into the guild. There was only one guild standing alone there. It is the former Chang'an. The joining conditions established by Lu Xiaobei. Only B-level talents can enter. And there are too many B-level talent owners. Every district has at least that many. 10,000 districts. There are tens of thousands of B-level talents. For a moment, in the past, Chang'an's guild was crowded. Only those with slow hands were left beating their chests and patting their feet. I just hate myself for not being faster. After all, this is the first guild. If you become the first batch of elders, the benefits that can be obtained are unimaginable. Chen Yi also saw the message on the chat channel. Really didn't expect it. There are actually SSS level talents. That said, even if you face him yourself, I am afraid there is no chance of winning. After all, that is an SSS level talent. There is only one human being. His own infinite plunder has not yet grown. It is definitely not his opponent now. Chen Yi took a deep breath. It seems that he has to hurry up. Some of the more advanced talents must be looted. Otherwise, you will have no competition. Subsequently, Chen Yi found the White Wolf and let the White Wolf run in the direction where the kobolds fled. As for Shaman City, Chen Yi decided to reciprocate. Give up Shaman City directly and use Lu Xiaobei's former Chang'an as the guild base. First, make a good relationship with this SSS level talent owner. After all, the situation is stronger than the people. There are advantages and disadvantages to doing so. And with Lu Xiaobei's SSS level talent, you can also attack a city by yourself. Subsequently, Chen Yi contacted Lu Xiaobei. Lu Xiaobei was naturally very happy, because even him, before the number of basic attributes and skills did not come up. It is also extremely difficult to attack a city, and there is a possibility that it will not be defeated. If you can't beat it, that would be funny. Chen Yi, I owe you a favor. After Lu Xiaobei finished speaking, I implore Chen Yi to post a few sticky messages on the World Channel. It shows that Charmin City was the base camp of Chang'an in the past. Anyone who wants to become a member of the former Chang'an periphery can come to Charmin City. Others, Lu Xiaobei will rule them on the Guild Channel. Chen Yi naturally would not refuse. Afterwards, a pinned message was sent on the World Channel. Now everyone, if they want to become members of the former Chang'an periphery, they can all come to Charmin City. Immediately after, Chen Yi posted 2 more top messages in a row. This got everyone excited. Charmin City. In the days to come, it is destined to become the largest city of mankind. I'm going. These 2 bosses seem to have joined forces. That's right, the big guys join forces. I have the world. Then it's time to set off now. It just so happens that there are no monsters here. You can go there and have a look now. I really envy you. I looked at Charmin City on the map. It is more than 5,000 kilometers away from me. It's impossible to get through. I made a rough estimate of this world. The land area is 11 million square kilometers. I am afraid that some people will never touch it in a lifetime. Don't say that. Isn't there a racial battlefield every 7 days? But the racial battlefield will only select a part of it. I don't know if you have read this rule. Yeah, 100,000 people will be randomly sent into the racial battlefield every week, and then the 2 armies will face each other. Only when one side is completely eliminated, the racial battlefield can end. So cruel? I'm a little scared. If I fail, won't I die there forever? Of course, but the number of people sent each time on the racial battlefield will be more than the last time, and it will not end until the demise of the human race and the kobold. Is this the meaning of the survival of all races? Who knows, but the race that survives to the end must be the strongest race among all races. At this time, Chen Yi looked at the chat in the World Channel. There was a sense of responsibility in my heart. Only by killing more kobolds in this world can we reduce the number of human deaths in the racial battlefield. Thought here. Chen Yi's mood became more impatient. Then he greeted the white wolf under him. Let the white wolf run faster. At this time, the time of Kanglan continent has come to the last day. With the last human race reaching level 10, he stepped into the World Channel. After an earth-shattering sound, the evil god Su Xing is gone. Tens of millions of human beings who have not reached level 10 are fleeing in panic at this time. I want to work hard at the last minute. Rise to level 10. But how is it possible to rise now? Accompanied by the sound of despair, a huge mouthpart swallowed the world crystal wall. Rumble. The world is constantly being triggered by earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. All human beings fell to their knees in despair. Now death is a foregone conclusion. With a black eye, the world fell into a giant stomach pouch. The evil water, which can corrode the world, began to irrigate constantly. In the endless void, the evil god, covered in tentacles, hiccuped in satisfaction. Devoured a world. His strength increased a little. Subsequently, a voice came from the ears of the evil god Brooken. Congratulations on the completion of your task of swallowing the world, and you will be rewarded with a copy of the origin of the world. Now please continue to receive the task and go to the next world for swallowing. Brooken showed a hint of human helplessness. Then pick up the mission. At the same time, next to the evil god, another world appeared out of thin air. In the crystal wall of the world, a group of lizard men. Gradually Su Xing in the wooden house. Just when Chen Yi rode on the white wolf and galloped wildly, a private chat message came over. Chen Yi, I'm Lu Tianming, just teleported from the last world. Where are you now? Chen Yi replied to the message after seeing it. Why so fast? I came to this world in less than 3 days. Immediately afterwards, Lu Tianming replied to the message. What, have you only been in this world for 3 days? It seems that the time flow of the 2 worlds is not the same. It has been half a month since I was in the Black Iron world. It turned out to be like this, but it's just right, you can't keep up with the progress of the level. Well, I'll get acquainted with it first and contact me after a while. Okay, if you're close to Charmin City on the map, you can come here and take a look, it's good. Well, now I and the people from the Batian League are separated. If possible, I will let the people from the Batian League and I gather there. Subsequently, Chen Yi closed the message. The most important thing for him now is to go to the Storm City to see. The White Wolf ran like this for more than 2 hours before running out of the Red Iron Gobi. Get out of the Gobi. Came to a plain with green grass. Chen Yi met many kobolds along the way. They all escaped from Sharman City. Without exception. All were shot by Chen Yi. When came to the outside of Storm City, Chen Yi was shocked. Because the Storm City that appeared in his sight was beyond his imagination. It was a huge city. This Storm City is built against a hill, and there is a huge lake next to it. The hill is almost 30 meters high. It has been hollowed out and has become the main body of Storm City. The buildings that spread below have a radius of more than 100,000 meters. Just a rough calculation. It can be known that there are at least 1 million kobolds living in it. It is completely incomparable to a small city like Sharman City. It can be said, a Storm City, equivalent to hundreds of Sharman City. Chen Yi couldn't help feeling a little tired. Good guy. Even killing one by one. Even if you use all the more than 100,000 arrows in your backpack, you won't be able to kill 1/10 of them. I still think about massacre. Think about it now. Really childish and ridiculous. But can't slaughter the city. But Chen Yi wants to clear some obstacles for mankind. That is to say, can kill one is one. Chen Yi and the White Wolf stopped when they were 5 kilometers away from Storm City. And built a wooden house directly here. Just grilled the meat. Eat turtle meat. Killed thousands of turtles before. There are still hundreds of them that haven't eaten. Eat 2 turtles. Chen Yi heard the voice in his ear as he wished. The power of predation is activated, and you increase your base strength by 1. Chen Yi is very satisfied. It's dark now. Chen Yi decided to take a good rest. After all, since last night until now, there has been no rest. Then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, around 4 in the morning, Chen Yi woke up. Chen Yi found that all the worlds, the time is exactly the same as Blue Star. The sun rises and sets. 24 hours a day. Eat a lot of food as usual. Accompanied by the sound of +1 base strength value. Chen Yi ran towards the Storm City. The White Wolf's target is too big. Except now for travel. Can't help Chen Yi anymore. Chen Yi goes into permanent invisibility. At this time, the lights are bright outside Storm City. 50,000 troops were assembled here. The kobolds of Sharman City have fled here. Sharman City serves as a base for weapon smelting. It must never fall into the hands of humans. The Lord of Storm City and the Oak Shield were also a little anxious. If this matter let the king know, then his life might be in danger. At this time, it took less than a day. An army was assembled. 50,000 soldiers, all of them were level 20 kobolds. And there are archers, spearmen, shield guards, and cavalry all. These occupations. It is the strongest profession on the battlefield. And kobold mages are extremely rare. Because kobolds cannot extract talents. Kobolds born with mage talent are extremely rare. Therefore, whenever a kobold mage appears, it will be protected as a treasured animal. When Chen Yi saw the scene, then came the glory of holiness. In this case, then let you die before you get out of school. Subsequently, a tributary light arrow shot towards the kobold army. Whoosh whoosh. The arrows are extremely powerful. Each hit kills a kobold. Not even if you are a shield guard. After all, the equipment is rubbish. With the blessing of various top-quality equipment on Chen Yi's body, very few armors can resist this situation. Get all kobolds on alert. And those kobolds who escaped from Sharman City collapsed and screamed when they saw the scene. It's him. It's him. The Shadow Death is here. At this time, Uriel, the Lord of Storm City, heard this. Immediately shouted loudly. What Shadow God of Death? Don't say anything about it. After Uriel so scolded, the original sound was much smaller. Uriel then looked at Oak Shield. Oak Shield, what happened to that human? You have to tell me the truth. Watching Uriel's eyes glowed. Oak Shield is a little guilty. In order to get Sharman City back as soon as possible and let Uriel send troops, he did not tell the truth. Then he said, that human will be invisible, and there is no way to find him by ordinary means. The prophet set a trap at that time, finally caught him, and cast his strongest blow. But somehow, the prophet did not kill him, but was killed by the man instead. There is no means to restrain him, so we ran here. Uriel looked angry when he heard that. Didn't you say that Sharman City was occupied by a group of humans? Why is it now a person? If you know this is the case, why use the army? Just bring all the high-level talents over there. Oh, Shield faltered and was speechless. He understands. This is indeed what he did wrong. Uriel sighed at this time. I can't just blame you for this, but also blame me for not checking the truth. Subsequently, Uriel looked at the army. Everyone began to retreat, the arrows flew from the southwest, and all the shield guards were defending toward the southwest. Yes! Subsequently, the kobolds changed their formations one after another. An army of well-trained kobolds. A circle of protection soon formed. First, the cavalry retreated first. Then the archers, and then the spearmen. Last is the shield. Under this protection, Chen Yi's arrows didn't show the power they should have. Just shot some shield guards. See this scene. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Seems like a tough bone to crack. This storm city is not like the rabble crowd in Charmin City. Completely a group of elite teachers. In half an hour, the army has all retreated to the city. Only the bodies of the hundreds of kobolds still lay there. Subsequently, Chen Yi walked towards Storm City. He is permanently invisible. He was not afraid that the people of Storm City would find him. When you come to the gate, Chen Yi directly entered the city while the city gate was not closed. But after entering the city, only then did Chen Yi realize that the street was covered with white ash. As soon as he enters the street, then the footprints will show up. See, Chen Yi was a little helpless. This kind of preparation to deal with him is too sufficient. He actually used white ash to restrain his invisibility. Thought here. Chen Yi stepped on the city wall and got up. This inner city wall is more than 90-degree angle. He can walk on the ground completely. Chen Yi wanted to take a look. Is there any dead end in this city? Not really. It doesn't matter at all about massacres on the city walls. And just when Chen Yi was walking on the city wall, Chen Yi saw it. It was far above the city lord's mansion in the mountains. That is the highest point. Just stand on top of that hollowed-out mountain. You can see the whole world. Although Chen Yi's range can't cover the whole city, it can cover most areas. Subsequently, Chen Yi ran along the city wall towards the closest point to the city center. Finally, Chen Yi stopped at a canal leading to a lake outside the city. At this time, it hasn't been dusted with white ash yet, and the surrounding roads are extremely rough. Looking at the surrounding buildings, it is a slum belonging to the city. No kobold soldiers come here to spread white ashes at all. See this. Chen Yi no longer hesitated. Run directly from the vicinity of the canal towards the center of the city. It's just dawn now. Many kobolds haven't gotten up yet. Therefore, Chen Yi did not encounter any obstacles along the way. When coming down the mountain, the sky is already bright, and a group of kobold soldiers who were throwing white ashes began to walk towards this side. Chen Yi saw this. He hurried to the top of the mountain. It only took about 5 minutes. Chen Yi ran to the top of the mountain. During this period, he saw that the path leading to the top of the mountain was guarded by various kobolds. Heart cannot help but rejoice. Fortunately, I have a talent for rock climbing. Otherwise, there was no way to escape those guards. The top of the mountain is bare, and nothing. Subsequently, Chen Yi took up the glory of holiness. Now what he has to do first, it is to kill all the kobolds guarding the path up the mountain. It's time to disrupt your own attack rhythm. Subsequently, Chen Yi came to the end of the path. There are hundreds of kobold soldiers guarding this path alone. At this time the kobolds were discussing. Where exactly will Chen Yi come from? It will be invisible after all. This talent is really too greedy. If they get this talent, then they are the first strong kobolds. Not even the king could compare. Just when these kobolds were longing, an arrow has been flying at this moment. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows carry unparalleled power. The unsuspecting kobolds instantly fell a dozen soldiers. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The kobolds fell to the ground one after another. On a steep mountain road, lying on the ground is the best option. Chen Yi's sight. Many kobolds disappeared in an instant. However, there are still some kobolds who cannot completely hide their stature. Chen Yi pulled the bowstring. Whizzing. Arrows keep shooting. The kobolds rolled down the hillside after being shot. At this time, a horn sounded from the path. This is the kobold calling for reinforcements. Chen Yi was overjoyed. I'm afraid you won't shake people. At this moment, I am in danger, and if I want to go up the mountain, I can only take this path. Next, just wait and see. You can shoot all the kobold soldiers who attacked at the foot of the mountain. When the sound is heard, Uther and Oak Shield, who were far away in the city lord's mansion, were stunned. What happened? How did the man come to the city? Damn it. This method is so weird. Can't defend at all. At this time, Oak Shield looked at Uther. Lord Uther, please transfer all the shield guards. No matter how powerful that human being, there is only one bow. Hero shield say so. Uther suddenly understood the meaning of the oak shield. This is to sacrifice the shield guard to capture that person. Then Uther nodded. Okay, I agree with your proposal. At this moment, some kobold elders in Storm City were reluctant. Lord Uther, the shield guard is also our best defensive force. If we lose too much, how can we explain to the king? Yeah, Lord Uther, if we lose the shield guard, then our Storm City will no longer be able to defend against large-scale attacks. The scouts just came from the news that Shaman City has begun to have some humans moving in. Shaman City is only 200 miles away from Storm City. If Storm City is broken by those human armies, then we will really have nowhere to live. Uther frowned. Then he yelled at the crowd. Then do you have any good ways to deal with this invisible human now? Hear Uther say that. The kobold elders immediately looked at each other, not sure how to answer. Uther then reprimanded. Do you think I haven't considered this kind of thing? One by one, do you really think you're smart? What this represents, I know better than you. After Uther finished speaking, stand up straight. Look at Oak Shield. Come on, I'll go with you. This time the man must be surrounded to death on the mountain. Oakenshield was encouraged. Yes, my lord. Subsequently, the two walked out of the conference hall. Only those kobold elders looked ugly. I don't know what I'm thinking about. At this time, Chen Yi, who is shooting kobolds on the top of the mountain, suddenly feel. Shooting yourself becomes difficult. I don't know when. The kobold soldiers who attacked all turned into shield guards. These shield guards are not afraid of death. Facing Chen Yi's arrow, he charged forward. Chen Yi frowned. It really troubled him. But it didn't affect too much. Then shoot directly down the gap in the shield. However, due to the inability to directly attack the Achilles heel, it is often necessary to kill a kobold shield guard with 2 or 3 arrows. Gradually, the distance between the kobold shield guard and the forward is getting closer and closer to Chen Yi. See this scene. Chen Yi's heart sank. Good guy. After a while, I was about to be surrounded by kobolds. Chen Yi was not confident that he could defeat so many kobolds at close range. Subsequently, Chen Yi retreated while fighting. And the kobold shield guard army is also extremely powerful. When Chen Yi showed obvious decline, the speed of travel has become faster. At this time, Chen Yi noticed 2 kobolds who looked like leaders at the foot of the mountain. 2 kobolds are ordering the other kobolds to move forward now. One of the kobolds he knew. Originally in Shaman City, it was the kobold who ordered everyone to flee. And look at him. Be very respectful to the people next to you. Chen Yi was certain in his heart. This must be a high-ranking kobold. Since that is the case, then you can try it. How is his 100 steps wearing Yang Weili now? Thought here. Chen Yi aimed directly at the top of the kobold. Whoosh! A violent cracking sound rang out. The arrow almost turned into a beam of light. At this time, Uther's soul was roaring. A premonition of death came. He quickly hugged his head and crouched down. A yellow barrier suddenly appeared around Uther. This is his gifted dog head guard. Just hold your head and squat down when you are in danger. You can create an energy barrier that resists damage. Boom! The arrow came in an instant. It hit the barrier directly. Almost instantly, the violent explosion directly overturned the kobolds around Uther. And Uther himself. There was a big hole in the chest. The blood kept coming out of the mouth. Seeing is not able to live. Oak Shield was dumbfounded when he saw it, and it took 3 or 4 seconds to react. He shouted again and again. What about the pastor? Where did the pastor die? 5 minutes passed. The pastor was long overdue. This is a kobold elder. Seeing that Uther, who had been breathing out more and took in less, was also startled. Hastily cast healing skills towards Uther. A white light full of life energy gradually submerged into Uther's body. But right now, Chen Yi's next arrow has also been shot. Completely defenseless Uther. Immediately, he was shot through the neck. Blood spurted directly to the ground. At the same time, a voice sounded in Chen Yi's ear. Congratulations on looting Storm City, Lord Uther's talent, Dog Head Bodyguard. Dog Head Body Protection is increased by 100 times, and the increase is Dog Head Protection. Dog Head saves your life. Grade S grade. Effect: when you crouch down and hold your head, you will be protected by a life-protecting shield that lasts for 10 seconds. After standing up, the shield becomes invalid, but the shield can be refreshed again. Under the protection of the life-saving shield, you will be invincible. Gee. Chen Yi was extremely comfortable seeing this scene. Unexpectedly, it is an invincible talent. As long as you squat down and hold your head, you can be invincible for 10 seconds. Stand up and hold your head again to be invincible. This dog's life-saving talent is too powerful, as expected of an S-class talent. Subsequently, Chen Yi continued to concentrate on attacking the dog-headed shield guard. At this time, the kobold shield guard had already attacked the middle of the mountain. Give them some more time. It can be fully attacked. But Chen Yi has a talent for rock climbing. Not afraid of being surrounded. By the time, just run by yourself. These kobolds do not know their talents. Otherwise, I am afraid I will give up immediately. At this point, Uther's death. Let all the kobolds fall into a state of confusion. The powerful city lord just died like this? Make others feel a little unbelievable. The kobold elder who was called just now was also stunned. But the next second he realized that this was the chance for the elders to regain power. Subsequently, the kobold elder looked directly at Oak Shield. Now, immediately, let all the kobold shield guards withdraw. There can be no more sacrifices. At this point, Uther died. This storm city is the home of the elders. Oak Shield can't do it. Just nodded. Then he took out a horn from the storage space. The trumpet for retreat sounded. When the trumpet is heard, all the shield guards are like released after serving their sentences. Immediately, he hurriedly retreated from the mountain. After all, for every 1 meter advance, more than a dozen kobold shield guards will die. Even if you are a soldier. Nor can resist the fear of death. Oak Shield and the kobold elder also left here under the cover of the shield guard. Chen Yi saw the kobold army retreat. Couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if he has a wild body, he can recover his stamina. But can't stand it. Even if it is to pull away 100,000 pigs and let them kill themselves. It was also a very tiring job. Chen Yi took advantage of his water control talent to drink a little water. And wash your hair and face. Then lay on the ground. I can finally take a good rest. And this time, in the meeting room of Storm City, the elders are having a heated discussion about how to deal with the invisible people. No matter how strong the invisible people are, there is no way to kill all of us, so my decision is to let the civilians in the slums go to the mountains to search. As long as anyone catches the invisible person, they can get the status of aristocrat. No, those people are generally around level 13, and they can't contain them at all. They can't keep up with their basic attributes. How can they do it? One more thing, if you let them pass, you will have to distribute equipment. Where will the funds be mobilized? Will you pay? I think it's more safe to continue to use the shield guard for this matter. The shield guard was pushed to the middle of the mountain before, but I don't know who asked the shield guard to withdraw. Enough, don't say more. At this time, the pastor elder's face was extremely ugly. Didn't you agree before? How it has become his own responsibility now. Oak Shield looked at the scene in front of him. Quietly exited the conference hall. He knows. There will definitely not be a countermeasure discussed next. One by one these elders want to benefit from it. Oak Shield couldn't help but feel a kind of grief in his heart. Subsequently, Oak Shield walked towards the army. Anyway, keeping the army alive is the most important thing right now. From now on, out of town. Take back the lost Charmin City first. The Invisible Man is here. Presumably no human would be able to resist the army of kobolds. At the same time, Lu Xiaobei has come to Charmin City. Standing at the top of the city, looking at the dense crowd, I am very satisfied, and Chen Yi also saw the scene on the top of the mountain. All kobold armies. Except for those defending the city. A full 50,000 troops. The rest are going out of town. Look. Is to prepare to go to Charmin City. However, Chen Yi knew from the chat channel at the beginning. Lu Xiaobei has now arrived at Charmin City. Therefore, Chen Yi is not at all worried that the safety of Charmin City will be threatened. The horror of SSS-level talent. It is unimaginable by ordinary people. Now that he has just obtained the auxiliary talent of permanent invisibility, he is already so powerful. And that Lu Xiaobei, as the owner of SSS-level offensive talent. I don't know what kind of firepower it will cause. Really looking forward to it. Subsequently, Chen Yi sent a message to Liu Xiaobei. Xiaobei, now the Kobold army is marching towards Charmin City. Pay attention. Soon. Liu Xiaobei replied. Don't worry, absolutely let them come and go. Chen Yi didn't reply after seeing it. Since the notification will reduce a lot of unnecessary casualties. Chen Yi looked at the race war at this time. At this time, there are only 4 days left until the next war. It is said that the winning side will also be blessed with a racial buff. This is a war that must be won. But each draw is random. Chen Yi also can't guarantee that he can get on randomly. If it's all random low-level talent, then it's a bit pitiful. Run into these kobolds. That is bound to fail. The advantage of kobolds is that they develop a year earlier. The advantage of human beings is these high-level talents. At this time, Chen Yi looked at the city. Millions of kobolds live here. Continuous buildings. Makes people feel oppressive. Chen Yi took out a flaming arrow at this time. He shot at one of the wooden houses, accompanied by a fire. Boom. The house was instantly covered by an explosion of flames. The other kobolds immediately began to fight the fire. But Chen Yi wanted this effect. Whenever a kobold approaches the fire, a streamer arrow will be shot, taking the life of the kobold. A time, no one dared to fight the fire. Because these kobold houses are made of wood, so extremely flammable. The surrounding houses were also quickly set on fire. At this time, there was a strange wind blowing from nowhere. Wind helps fire. Suddenly, dozens of houses were expanded. A time, that area became a sea of fire. And right now, the kobolds couldn't sit still anymore, at the risk of being shot. Also to put out the fire. But it was too late. The fire has gotten bigger and bigger. Those kobolds have no choice. It can only start to demolish the house so that the fire can no longer spread to further places. Chen Yi was also withered at this time. Now that a piece of isolation tape is created here, then go elsewhere. Subsequently, Chen Yi took out the flame arrow. There are 10 ignition points set up front and back. After the flaming arrows are fired, Chen Yi started shooting the kobolds who put out the fire. The experience is also improving unknowingly. Chen Yi feels. Go at his pace. You can reach level 20 in less than a week. And the other side. Oakenshield has advanced 180 miles with the army. And it was renovated 10 kilometers away from Charmin City. And Liu Xiaobei and the former members of Chang'an. He was standing on the wall at this time. Also in the distance to see the kobold army. After all, it was an army of 50,000 kobolds. Even if it is 10 kilometers apart, it is extremely conspicuous. Liu Xiaobei looked at the army of kobolds. Heart cannot help but eager to try. Previously, members of the gang contributed 5 mage skill books to him. Now he has more than 10 skills. Under the cooperation of the SSS level talent Elemental Ala, one of the 90% cooldown reduction effects of all elemental skills. There is no gap at all in his release of skills. It can be done seamlessly to release skills. It's time to try it now. How strong is his own strength now? After trimming is complete, Oak Shield brought the army slowly towards Charmin City. The shield guards in the front row also raised their shields. Prevent being attacked by ranged skills. When the king was 500 meters away from the Charmin City wall, Oak Shield ordered the army to stop. Get ready for a bang later. Break through the walls of Charmin City directly. At this time, some remote professionals in Chang'an. Just as he was about to launch a long-range attack, he was stopped by Liu Xiaobei. Then I sent a message in the gang channel. Everyone, don't launch an attack without authorization. I want to try it out, how far my strength is now. At once, everyone else stopped what they were doing. They have strong confidence in Liu Xiaobei. After all, he is an SSS level talent owner. I don't know what it will be like when the fire is full. At this time, Shield looked at the humans on the walls. He could see. The general level of these humans is between level 10 and 12. Even level 13 is rare. Just a bunch of rabble. Thought here. Shield shouted directly at the siege team. Siege team, attack now. The shield guards suddenly flashed aside. Siege teams. Each has a big shoulder and a round waist. In his hand he holds a sturdy wooden stake. Go straight to the city wall. The walls of this Charmin City are made of sand and stones, as long as the strength is sufficient. You can knock down the wall. And just when those strong kobolds attacked the city wall, Liu Xiaobei shot. I saw a fireball the size of a water tank appeared above his palm. The fireball takes on a purplish-red color. Exudes amazing temperature. Whoosh! The fireball the size of a water tank blasted towards the siege team. Boom! A violent sound appears under the city wall. A scorching wave of air swept across everyone's cheeks. When the air wave disappears, hundreds of the original siege team disappeared. A deep pit with hot lava flowing. At this moment, it appeared outside the walls of Sharman City. Everyone, including the kobold, looked dumbfounded. A fireball. The power is so amazing.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.